talking to the city employees, are you?
That one's crapped out.
There's plenty.
You don't have any over here?
I got a board meeting next weekend, so I'll be bringing back a few more. So.
You're gonna start
I mean,
putting
they
alcohol in those things?
They throw them at us.
Oh, yeah.
No.
That's just like,
You know, there's an old trick. That is that you fill
Make
your
it for a
cup with
happier meeting.
Everclear, you know, swirl it around in the pot. And get yourself
I'm
a
impressed
cup.
that everybody came just for my swearing in. Yeah.
broken slices of fruit.
Oh, that's
And then
it.
once you drink it, you eat on the fruit. Yes, jungle juice.
Do you need help down there?
Oh, our younger days.
Yeah. Yeah, trash can punch. There you go.
No. The new thing is loose milk.
Over my head.
Oh, wait, well, it's a Canadian drink.
Ah, okay.
You take a gallon of vanilla ice cream, put it in a blender, a little bit of milk, then you put a pint of Tia Maria liqueur, a pint of vodka, and a pint of rum, and you blend it.
Okay.
So you can either have a milkshake or you can have heated ice cream, but you don't taste all the liquor.
No.
So if you're sitting down and you want to go, be careful
When you stand up. Yeah. Well,
And don't have anything planned the next day.
my college days were the trash can punch. You would go buy a new trash can, park it at the door, fill it with ice, and everybody that came in emptied the bottle into the trash can. And who knows what you were consuming?
We had ours in the bathtub.
There you go. Yeah.
You just scoop the cup in.
Need to fix a bracket that hold that camera there. That thing's gonna fall down those days.
Somebody hit that for you. Probably not.
Yeah, you can do that with an iPhone. You don't have to have a laptop. They make nice little clips and holders. You can put it anywhere.
Oh, I know. We used to do the Legion ceremonies and stuff like that. So
Do we have the microphones working okay? Okay. Hey, can everybody hear us okay? Can I have your attention really quickly? We're going to start up. Sorry, we're having some delays. If I can have everybody, I'm going to have to gavel. Hi. Really quickly, can you hear us okay? Okay. Deborah, can you do your magic while we're waiting on Scott?
Quiet at night. We gotta hold our mouth just right.
Well, you had it working really well the other day.
I did, and so I will, we're gonna work on it again. Talk a little.
All right, how's that? Is that any better? Still can't hear anything?
I can hear it.
Is it crackling?
Yes, because I have it up.
Okay.
No.
Well, we're going to try and project a little bit. We do have somebody that's coming in to take a look at this. It's just taking some time to get it done, so please bear with us, but know that it is important for us to get this fixed. We want you to be able to hear everything.
We're just gonna have to talk loud?
You're going to have to talk loud.
Drill sergeant voice. All right.
Are you almost ready there, Scott?
Helen asked me.
So, Scott, whoa, there we go.
I turned it real high. That's
Okay.
what I was gonna tell you to just kind of.
It's still crackly, though. Does that make it harder to hear?
Now try it.
All right. How's that? Any better? Okay.
Put your mouth closer.
Yeah, I was just trying to figure out. Yeah, I think there it gets kind of crackly, and here it gets a little bit better if we project.
Yeah.
Okay.
Talk loud.
Yes, ma'am. All right, so you do have the recording live right now? All right, we're going to go ahead and call the meeting to order at, oh, okay, we're going to call the meeting to order at, 5:36. We've got some kind of housekeeping items in the beginning, so while he's getting that finished set up, we can get started with this. Let's begin with a roll call.
Shana Martinez, District 1.
Paul Carey for District 2.
Phil King, District 3.
David Mers Jr. for District 4. Herb Dyer, District 5.
And Darren Schroeder, Mayor. We're all present. If you will please stand with me for the pledges and remain standing for the invocation. First to the American flag. I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
and to the Texas flag.
Honor the Texas flag.
I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible. And we have Pastor Kevin Portwood.
Yeah, I just want to briefly introduce myself, but also kind of make an announcement for those who may not know. I'm Kevin Portwood. I'm the pastor at Medina Valley United Methodist Church here in Castroville, where I've been serving for the last 4 years. In the United Methodist Church, bishops appoint clergy to serve for seasons in different locations, and I'm receiving a new appointment. My family and I are moving to Christ Fellowship United Methodist Church just off Shanefield in 1604, so not far. You'll still see us pop into town, and because Castroville is amazing. I've already planned on old-fashioned Christmas and being here. But I do want to say, one, on behalf of me and my family, we have kind of placed our life here for the last 4 years, and from the schools to the businesses to the churches to all of that, we are thankful for all of you. And I hope you will warmly welcome Pastor Amy Nappage, who is coming to us from Sinton, who's going to be the pastor at Medina Valley UMC, and we're real excited for her to get her ministry started in July. We're behind Smoothie King. Okay, friends, would you bow your heads in prayer? Holy God, we are thankful to be your people and to be called into this community. Lord, it is beautiful not because of its hills and river, but because of the people that you have placed here. Of all the businesses and the schools and the organizations and churches, Lord, we are a community that seeks to make this a place for all, a place that looks forward. And Lord, as we make plans and conversations today in this city council meeting about buildings to be built and plans to make, Lord, I pray that they would reflect your great love for your people. And Lord, would you bring us all together in a sense of togetherness, and may we all celebrate what you're doing at work among us. Lord, we also take this moment to give thanks on this season of Memorial Day of those who have given their lives for our freedom in this country. Lord, we give thanks for those. And Lord, we pray for their families, for those who mourn loss. And also, Lord, we celebrate every gift of freedom that we have. May we use it for the best. In Jesus' name, amen.
Thank you, Pastor. All right, next we have the swearing-in ceremony for District 3, Councilmember Phil King, and District 5, Herb Dyer. And we'll have a short break following with some refreshments. Please do help yourselves once we complete that. Let's start with District 3.
Take this. No, that one works.
Well, let's do it. We can do it here, and then we'll go over here. All right.
Eyes, gotta have eyes.
All right.
You're right in front of that camera, just so you know.
Turn to face the camera. There you go.
Please raise your right hand and repeat after me. I, Phil King,
I, Phil King,
do solemnly swear or affirm
do solemnly swear or affirm
that I will faithfully execute the duties
that I will faithfully execute the duties
of City Council District 3
of City Council District 3
for the City of Castroville of the State of Texas,
for the City of Castroville for the State of Texas,
and will, to the best of my ability,
and will, to the best of my ability,
preserve, protect, and defend
preserve, protect, and defend
the Constitution and laws of the United States
the Constitution and laws of the United States
and of this state.
and of this state.
So help me God.
So help me God. Thank you.
Photo up.
Do we want to have him sign it first? And then we'll go in front of the...
There's Castro and Booth in the back.
Who's? Us? Us is the other. Henry Castro. Lewis was.
You next. Here. Thank you.
All right. If you will, please raise your right hand and repeat after me. I, Herbert Dyer,
I, Herbert Dyer,
do solemnly swear or affirm
do solemnly swear or affirm
that I will faithfully execute the duties
that I will faithfully
Go for it.
execute the duties
of City Council District 5
of City Council District 5
for the City of Castroville of the State of Texas,
for the City of Castroville and the State of Texas,
and will, to the best of my abilities,
and will, to the best of my abilities,
preserve, protect, and defend
preserve, protect, and defend
the Constitution and laws
the Constitution and laws
of the United States and of this state.
of the United States and of this state.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Welcome back.
Thank you. Okay, we're going to take a short recess at 5:44. If you would please grab some snacks, some punch. We'll take about 5 minutes and then we'll re-adjourn.
Or is that their first?
So is your daughter still going to play in the soccer? Pastor?
I'll do it. Thank you.
Is your daughter still going to play in the
Thank you.
soccer?
All right. All
I'm
right.
Shannon's sister.
Yes.
Yes, you live up the road from me. Yes.
So she, well, if she's done, she's finished on a high note because they got first place. She got she didn't get the medal for the first time. We got to figure all that stuff out. The hard part would not be the games that you practice.
Oh, yeah. What's the traffic?
So we'll probably be looking for what our options are.
Okay. Is you still going to be in Medina Valley school system?
We have to move out of the car seats to church access.
Yeah.
So we're going to be, we currently have some wild things.
Okay.
We got to figure out, you know, Lotus is close by.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Okay. Because I knew Maureen loves playing with her and everything, so. Yes, indeed.
That's awesome.
Oh, yeah.
No, we had lunch with at Blue Lacy.
Yeah, I saw her post and everything. So, yeah, my baby sister. Yeah, she's the youngest of four. I'm the second oldest.
I don't know if I knew all of the dynamics of the family.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, there's Sue, Sheena, Sharon, Shannon. Uh-huh. And of course, when Shannon was born, she was born
See that big baby? That's ours.
My dad said behind it. She's the community. Olivia Price's. Yeah, out of the four of us, with our dad being retired Navy, my parents knew I was the one that was definitely going to the military out of the four of us. I'm dad's girl.
Almost being a house neighbor, me and the church. Amy Navish with a K. KSI.
I need to get the dome. Well, they're doing citizens' comments. I want to say.
Hand off and stuff for a long meeting on Monday. Just wait until where all the bodies are buried. We watch out for them in the council. That's right.
Have lots, please. Yes, there's some, there's peanuts and there's also cashews.
But that's all right.
The peanuts, one's peanuts, one's cashews.
What did you get?
There's some people may not like it.
Same as my grandmother. She's 8.
Take 2 or 3.
I think she's playing at 8 to 12.
Yeah. My nephew, now 7:30. Afternoon, I think.
That was pretty good, actually. Better hurry.
Yeah, hurry. She know I'd get you something. Oh, you're right. You did.
There you go.
Scott, do you have the dome over here? Scott Dixon? Do you have the dome over here for the presentation? Does this one have to be plugged in for this one to work?
See this building up here? Have you ever been to Alsace? The building up at top. And it's a very small little street. You have to go up this street. But they say, supposedly, again, if you believe it, but Disney animators took that to come up with the original ideas for.
Beauty and the Beast.
All right, Scott, are you ready to go?
Well, that should be self-evident, I would think.
So everybody goes and gets their photo in front of that building.
Which one am I?
Well, the amazing part, whenever I see a older building like that, is what was built World War II and World War
Uh-huh.
I. You know?
They were doing what now?
Well, they're
They're
still,
good, they
they're still
survive.
there.
Oh, yeah.
You know, so
Okay. All right. You ready? All right, we're going to reconvene at 5. We are reconvening at 5:50. If I can have silence, please. Okay. Next item is citizens' comments. If you would like to speak for citizens' comments, please, if you're able to, stand in line. That way we can get people processed through. It's going to be, it's a fairly long agenda, and I want to make sure that everybody has a chance to speak. If you could get up and state your name and your address for the record, please, let's keep comments to a maximum of 3 minutes. And who would like to come and speak for citizens' comments?
Well, y'all know I'm going to speak, but somebody else kick it off. I'm chewing on cat.
All right.
His little tag was out here, and I'm afraid somebody's going to trip on it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Kyle McVeigh, 307 Madrid. I'm here again about the animal shelter, just 2 cents. Please consider it in your budget. But I'm mainly here to say my disappointment in the board that I serve on for them not passing the, or objecting to what's on the council agenda tonight about the subdivision coming in on 471. 99% of the people, everybody that was there that got up and spoke was against this particular proposal. Everybody was very polite. They had a good reason for it. They made their opinions heard, and our board ignored it. Went ahead and passed it anyway, and so it's coming to you saying that P&Z approved it. Well, I was one of the dissenting ones that didn't approve it because I think you have to start listening to your citizens. You have to start taking into account that they're the ones living with this on a day-to-day basis. They have a reason for it. It's not a political thing. They simply are against what's being proposed. So please, when you have the hearings tonight, listen to the people and go by their will. Thank you.
Thank you. If I can, please ask for decorum here. I know that everybody, there are a lot of people that agree with the same thing. It is inappropriate to clap, to hoop, to holler. There are some very specific laws around that. So please, let's just get up and have our discussion and keep it civil. Thank you.
My name is Bruce Alexander. I live at 516 Vienna Street. A couple things. First, I want to start off with last council meeting. I made some comments concerning the tax exemptions for 65 and older. My comments were based on information previously provided me by city staff and my understanding of what the county told me. After the meeting, I checked more with the county, and I want to correct my statements that 65 and older, if you apply, it's not automatic, you have to apply. If you apply, the year that you apply, your property taxes are frozen for the city, the county, and the school district. But you must apply. It's not automatic. I just want to make that clear. Second thing I want to talk about real quick tonight is code enforcement. There were some disappointing comments made by at least one council member last meeting, and I just want to make my comments known that, you know, as a type A general law city, your ordinances are backed up by state law. State law says what you make ordinances, and health and sanitation rules create the weeds as a nuisance. The city passes an ordinance, it's actually number 58 in your code of ordinances, that prohibits the mowing, or excuse me, the growth of 12 inches or more. It's a health and sanitation issue. To have to complain about it, or as somebody said, go mow your neighbor's property, is wrong. You just did an oath to abide by the state law. Our ordinance is in accordance with state law, so by default, it's a state law. So I would encourage you to encourage staff to enforce. Specifically, and you get the reports, I believe you do, but code enforcement request number 705-896-873 was filed on May 5th to mow lots next to me, that I have skunks, that I can't take my dog out. I have foxes, I have snakes. It's a health and sanitation issue. Your ordinance says once it's been determined, they have 10 days to remedy it. If they don't remedy it, the city can mow it. And unlike what was said the other day, you can put a lien that's second only to taxes. You have a superior lien you can place on property. So you have a duty and a responsibility to protect the public health. So code enforcement is a public health issue. I encourage you, please, please, to encourage your staff to take care of this. I believe 3 weeks to take care of an issue is unacceptable. And the last thing, really quick, on the Open Meetings Act. Again, I just want to ask you to please review your ordinance and update it with what the current laws are and the current rules. You do have the authority to answer a direct question with a fact-based answer, no discussion. So if I ask you a question and you have a fact-based answer, you do have the right to answer that without it being on the agenda. You just can't talk about it. So I ask you to please review that ordinance too. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Alexander. Please.
Yes.
Hi.
Hi. Karen Fifield, 805 Washington Street. I'm going to tag on to Bruce's point. Robert's Rules of Order also does not prohibit engaging in public discourse when the meeting is started. That's been said several times, and it is not true. I've read the entire thing. So just want you to know. There's some spots I want to hit. Items number 12 through 19, the water that's going to take for this supposed development. Right, I understand that there's a formula they use to come up with what the division's going to need for the construction and sale and everything. We're in the middle of a 5-year drought right now. What happens when, say, and this is a ballpark, they have 300 acre feet max that they can bring with them, and drought, and they sell half the homes, and they're already used up their 300 acre feet. Where is the rest of the water coming from? Something to keep in mind. Number 22, the restroom. There was a $2.5 million contract awarded. Why are we going to give them an additional $75,000 for a restroom? Specifically, if the pool is not going to be open. So it's only construction users using it. If that's the case, then those that construction company needs to fund their own porta potties or whatever. Number 24, thank you for putting on the agenda addressing late fees for senior citizens. Didn't slip by you that you didn't put take action, but hey, at least you have it for a discussion item, so that's a good thing. And the last thing I'm going to say, number 26, growth management. Who is on this team? Where do I sign up? And how do we get the ball rolling? So if whomever has the answers to that, please find me, call me, text me, whatever you guys want to do. My God, I can't believe I got done that in 3 minutes.
Great.
Okay, all right. Thank y'all.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
My name's Don Lloyd. I live at 207 Sunnyland. I'm coming in reference to talk to Agenda 12 and 14, which I know you can't answer. Attended the public, attended the Planning and Zoning Commission, and in that meeting, the statement was made by one of the members that we were putting the cart before the horse. It seemed like that the vote has already been taken, and that maybe tonight's council vote is a moot point. The attorney representing the development said that they have a contract for 8,000 square feet. Whether that's, I'd like a little discussion on that possibly and highlight tonight, if we could have that in the meeting. I'm not against growth. I think it's coming. We all know that. But I am for controlled growth. And if we have an ordinance that asks for 12,000 square feet house, then I think we need to stand by that. The concessions that were explained by the attorney that were given to the city from the standpoint seems to be like normal city things that are put in a city in a subdivision. So it's not like it was something extra perk, other than maybe some sort of a green belt, from what I understand. My biggest concern is the safety and the traffic flow in and out of that subdivision on 471 being the only point of egress and regress. They're going to come out, and if they come out on Providence Street, then they either got to go down to Highway 90, or they got to come back to 471 and fight that traffic nightmare, or they got to turn right on May Street or Alvena or Breeden and then come through the Country Village subdivision. But my biggest question tonight is this already under contract with the attorney, as he said? Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Anybody else like to speak for citizens' comments? Okay.
Can somebody cede their minutes to another person?
No, ma'am. So in citizens' comments, what I ask always, and I'll express this over and over, if you have more to talk about, more to say, call your council people, call myself. We can have long conversations before and after the meetings, and I think that we've offered that up a number of times. When you come for citizens' comments, any comments that need to be made can be made within 3 minutes. We try to limit ourselves on that as well. So, please.
Got finished before 3 minutes, but forgot a part of it. Karen Brunner, 112 River Forest. As he said a few minutes ago, we're putting the cart before the horse. We should have school districts in play. We should have police forces reinforced. We should have fire departments reinforced. We should have traffic control reinforced before we start putting in these subdivisions. We're putting the cart before the horse. There's a safety issue, again, as he said. So you've taken care of so much of the traffic coming onto 471. Now you've got traffic going up and down residential streets, so they can try to find a sufficient way to get in and out of that subdivision. That's not safe for the kids that live in those streets. We need the roads, we need the water, we need all types of infrastructure before we start bringing in these subdivisions on 471 and the ones east of Walmart. Thank you.
Great, thank you. All right, is there anybody else that would like to speak for citizens' comments? Okay, next item. This is not connecting. Can you turn the TVs on, please? The TVs. Yeah. Okay, this is actually fairly simple. I just wanted to give you an idea of what to expect, what I'm going to talk about. So the first part that I'm going to talk about, what measures have we taken to manage growth? None of this is new information. I'm going to go over what we've already done, just so there's been a lot of questions about why are you not in front of things and why are things now just coming up. So I just want to give you a brief history. It's not a complete history, but it's fairly thorough of what we've done in terms of planning. I'll talk about where you can find more information and how you can get engaged and get involved. To your question, it's just trying to make sure that you know how to make sure that your voice is heard. It is very important to us. We have struggles every day that we're trying to deal with. And then we'll go through and have each council member, they'll talk about their individual approaches, the methodologies and principles guiding their decision-making process. I want to have you hear it directly from them, what their concerns are individually and collectively, challenges that they've identified in managing growth, potential solutions that are under consideration, and I want to make sure that each one of council has a voice in this, and what are their individual goals, long-term objectives for the city's development with a focus on the preservation with the infrastructure and the quality of life enhancement. So this is, I'm going to walk you through this piece by piece. So this started back in, we really started talking about the CZO, the limitations, the conflicts. This is back in summer of 2021. Scott was coming on and looking at areas where we had risk, and part of that was in our code. We had the CZO should be a comprehensive zoning ordinance, and then we had other ordinances that were conflicting with that. We found one of those last year, trying to define, and that was just one of them. So he had brought up the fact back then that we needed to start looking at this. We talked about it in planning sessions throughout the summer. It actually went in front of P&Z December 8th, P&Z agenda. I put I'll tell you, there are certain ones on here that are the exact dates. If you want to go look at the agendas, you can find them on there. If you want to look for the recordings, you can find that on there as well. So then we started talking more in earnest about this in early 2022. We started talking during the city council meetings on March 8th, April 26th, May 4th, talking about what are some of the challenges, what are the approaches that we can take. It was really talking about, we didn't know how we would approach something like this, taking what we have, not recreating everything from scratch because there's already been so much work done on it, but how do we build on it, fix the issues, and move to the next step. And then on May 24th, that's when Scott Dixon Scott Dixon is our city administrator, or city manager. So he brought in somebody from our law firm that specialized in city planning, Bryce. Bryce came in and started talking to us about, okay, so we're going to start looking at the codes. We'll look at the things that are not in there. We know that underground utilities are not currently in your codes. There are some other things that are not in your codes that I know that you want. So tell me what you want, and we'll make sure that we've got the codes to support that. And we started talking through that, and we realized that we're not specialists in that. We are not city planners, not on city council, not myself, not planning and zoning. We have some knowledge of it. We have some information on it, but we are definitely not city planners. So we talked about how do we go from the point where we know that we need to update things to the point where we know how the decisions that we're making are impacting the people that we represent. So we started talking through it for the rest of the summer, came up with a group of experts that we wanted to bring in, and it was trying to figure out who were those experts, who were the ones that were qualified for it, what were their specialties, what did we need to cover. And initially we were going to do this just as a city council education, so that city council would know how these decisions impacted the city. When you make one small decision, it has cascading impacts sometimes that you're not aware of, and so I wanted to make sure that we were educated. But then we realized that if we did that just with city council, that's just with city council. So we invited the entire city to it. We put this out in the newspaper, on social media, on our website. We sent out mailers to let people know we were going to go through this series. We called it Our Journey Forward, because this is taking us where we were. This is a constant update. We've been doing planning in the city for decades, and this is just another extension of that. And so we wanted to make sure that we brought people in to help talk to us so that they could help us define what we can describe, to help us identify what were the trade-offs that we had for different things. So we started this workshop. So we had, I think our lowest attendance was about 110. That was Bunko night, so we lost a couple there, but we had 120, 130 people at each one of these. We had really good attendance. There were a lot of people that we were hoping were going to be there that didn't show up, and so we continue to call people and encourage them to come to this, because we wanted to have this a joint process so that we can talk about the things that they're talking about. We do have these recorded online. You can go back and see them if you missed any of them, and I'll talk about that in a second. So the first one was, here, actually I'll walk through this. This is what we were trying to do. And I'm going to go back to that other slide here in just a second. So city council and planning and zoning, we're not planning experts. We needed to get some kind of like expert advice. We learned before we acted. We went back and took a stop, took an education, engaged the community. We wanted to identify what makes Castroville special and how do we use that to shape the growth that's coming. We learned why the developers kept requesting suburbia in their developments. What they were asking for was suburbia. It was San Antonio. And we're like, why do they continue to ask for that? And they said, well, it's because it's what's in your rules. And it's, that's what you're asking us for, so that's what we're presenting you. So we asked for advice on how to shape our future. So who did we ask first? Steve Wu was the first one. He was a city planner and architect. We call him our favorite Alcajun. So he was from the Alsatians that went to Louisiana. He had developed something like 14,000, 20,000 acres, something like that. And it was more the small scale. If you think about what we have here, where it's walkable, where it is community oriented, and he came in to talk to us about how do you deal with city planning, and I'll give you some key things that each one of these pointed out. And then so we started it with a city planner and architect. We ended it with John Anderson, who was a city planner and a small-scale developer, so that we could understand what were the priorities of the developers, what were they looking for, what was good for them, what was bad for them, because we wanted to understand what kind of levers we could leverage so that we can come together to have a better community. Then we brought in, so the middle two were really about the preservation aspect of it. Catherine O'Rourke is an architectural historian, and she talked to us about the vernacular architecture of Castroville. She talked to us about a couple of other things, the visual elements, and it's not just the individual architecture, but it's the city architecture. What is it about the juxtaposition of the houses to the streets, the residential to the commercial, the Highway 90 to the, how do you take a look at each one of these elements? And then Vince Michael, he was, or is the executive director of the San Antonio Conservation Society, and he came in to talk to us about how do we leverage historic zones to do some of the things that we are not allowed to in code for our infill in our historic districts. And we will continue to, we've talked about that a little bit, but we'll continue as we go through our historic district development. We'll go through that coming up. Okay, if I can, thank you. All right, so what did they say? So Steve Oob said Castroville has the recipe for community, but the new zoning laws have poisoned the meal. He said what we have is great. The community isn't made by the design, but it is empowered and accommodated by it. He looked at our design and said, so this is why you see people walking in these areas. This is why you see them gathering in these areas. Kind of walked us through what does it look like? It doesn't force people to. People have told me, I don't want to have to walk. Great, don't. But if you do like to walk, if you like to come together, if you like to come together in community, these are the ways to do it. When I was in San Antonio, I lived in a subdivision it was the size of Castroville, and I knew 4 people around me, 5 people around me, because we didn't have community events to come together, because it wasn't laid out for that. We had to get in our car to go do anything. Catherine O'Rourke said, when I'm in Castroville, she says, I know where I am and I want to be here. And that's the kind of thing that we want to continue on. You know that you're here and you want to be here because of the way that it is. Vince Michael said, look at your past and determine what of your past belongs in your future. And that's why we've been studying so deeply what we have going on, what we have already in Castroville, to figure out how we can create that in the development that happens. The new suburban coding system creates places to sleep, not places to live. And this is what I was talking about before. My neighborhood was not a place where we interacted. We had a pool that we would see residents at, but normally it was just the neighbors right around us. It wasn't a place where people came together. Castroville is a place where people come together. And why is that? And that's what we were trying to study. And John Anderson was expressing how important it is to identify these elements and write them into your codes. And that is taking what we currently have and how do we incorporate that into our codes with the limitations, the legal limitations that the state of Texas has put on us. How do we write that into our code so it's very clear? When a developer comes, they say, this is what Castroville wants, this is what I need to deliver if I'm going to develop here. And it gives us a good open conversation. It makes it more predictable for them to understand what we are looking for as a community. So at the end of this, we went through these 4 stages and we did a recap. It took I put a date on here. I don't remember if that was the only one that I wasn't sure if that was the exact date. It was about 2 or 3 weeks later. I wanted to come back together and take all of these lessons learned and say, this is what I understood that we heard. This is and we went into a lot more detail about what each one of the individual teachers had taught us. These experts had shown us how to deal with these things. And I wanted to go through and confirm that. And there were a lot of people out here that were actually at that meeting. So this was a chance for Castroville to come together and us to say, this is, I believe what we are hearing, and then a confirmation of that. And then this is actually from that recap. This is from the PowerPoint. You can get a copy of that if you need. So the order of planning priority. The first priority was the existing developments, because we had development agreements that were already in place, that were already in process, and we knew that we had to deal with those as quickly as possible. And then we were monitoring the new developments. We knew that there was there's a lot of land around here, thousands of acres that are owned by developers or are actively being marketed to developers, and so we are continuing to monitor that. The interaction with Highway 90. We called it recapturing, reclaiming Highway 90, but it's really looking at the interaction with Highway 90. When you drive through Highway 90, it's Anywhere USA. It's fast food Chicken Row. So how does that interact with the way that we interact as community members, as people who live here, who it makes a difference how each one of these elements come together? And then the last one, I think, is actually the most important, but it was the least urgent, and that is the infill protection through historic preservation. So the scope of the implementation plan was to update the comprehensive plan. That is, by state law, we're supposed to do that every 5 years, and it's just good practice to update that every 5 years. If you go back, we have all of this. I'll show you where to find it. All of the previous comprehensive plans that were put out. So we took those. We knew that we were going to take that, build on that, and deliver an updated comprehensive plan. Define what makes historic Castroville unique and write it into the code. So that's why the second portion of this, we've gone at the historic downtown master plan to understand what it is that makes it so unique and how do we take that and copy it. And then leverage development agreements in the interim to accomplish something better until we complete the codes, and then come to an agreement with the community between City Council, Planning and Zoning, and the people that we all represent. What does it look like in the development agreements? If we're asking for something better, what is it? What is it that we want that is something better? And so it's trying to figure out how do we come together with those kinds of things. So back to the timeline. That ends us up at the recap at the end of September. So that whole time, staff was preparing the RFP. There was a lot to put together with it. It took them a few months, and they wanted to make sure that they understood the direction that we were going with this. The way that you write the RFP will determine the people that are responding to the RFP. And what was very important to us is that we find a company that has experience with small-town Texas, that we find a company that is heavily engaged with community involvement. We had one very accomplished, very well-respected company that came in and said, hey, we can rewrite your codes and not even talk to anybody. We're like, no, we don't want that. We want to make sure that we're talking to people and saying these are the codes that we're looking to update and verifying what that is. So this is very heavy in the planning process. We started on the bottom, the budget workshop. We started, the first time I saw the planning budget starting to go in there was in the summer of 2022. We had identified two different items. One was the downtown master plan, and we had budgeted that at 250. The UDO, we had budgeted at 225. That's been in the budget for now almost 2 years, because we knew that these kinds of planning efforts, they cost money. If you do them right, if you do one of the most expensive things, honestly, is the public engagement. Getting these people that will listen, and they won't just go off and write codes. They can write codes really cheap, but if they're going to write codes that reflect what the community wants, then it really requires these kinds of public interactions. So we released the RFP. It was, that date I don't think is exact. I know it was June that the RFP was released. My program, I had to put an actual date in it. And then we started talking, after we released it, we started talking in city council meetings and these are the actual city council meetings. On my dad's birthday, on 8/8, we talked about it. And these were just going through and talking about the progress and who we were looking at and what that process was looking like. We talked about it on 8/8, 9/12. 9/26 is when I think that's when we actually awarded it. And then we started going through the process of the engagement. I didn't put up on here, and I'll show you where to find where we are in that process. All of the public meetings that we have had subsequently with this planning group, and we have more that are coming up. You still have the opportunity to get engaged with this, and we'll talk about how do you do that to be most effective with this, to have your voice heard, to make sure that you are confirming that they are hearing what you are saying and understand that they're listening to everybody. We are trying to make sure that we are not listening to a single voice, a single set of voices. We're trying to listen to everybody that lives here, everybody that we represent. So then one of the other things that people have talked about is we don't ever know what's going on. These development agreements that we're talking about, we've been talking about these for over a year. So I'll talk to you about how to stay engaged with that, how to keep an eye on that. It does take some time and some effort to keep on top of the things that are going on, but we put it all out there as well as we possibly can. And these meetings, they can be late. We're looking at a pretty late meeting tonight. If you come and you stay through the entire meeting, go back and listen to it. I don't know if you know this, you can go onto YouTube and listen to our previous meetings. You can up the speed on them so that you don't have to listen to them at one time. You can listen at a time and a half, 2 times, usually a time and a half. You'll cut out some of the stuff, but you can listen to them in less time. But if you really want to know what's going on, listen to those meetings, see the things that we're struggling with, and you'll see the kind of care and attention that we're putting to this. So on November 14th, I think that a lot of people here remember that because there were a lot of people here. This place was absolutely packed. We talked about the state of development. What are the developments that are currently, we have development agreements in process with? Which ones do we have them completed with? What land is owned by developers or is being marketed to developers? I went over that again in last week. So if you want to look these up, you can see these things. They're online, and we should have the videos for those as well. 11/14 of 2023, our last city council meeting 2 weeks ago. So it talks about all of these different things that are on the plate. We want to make sure that you are engaged with this as much as possible. So at the end, this was just getting too long because we're putting so many different things together. We've started implementing things to try and figure out how to do this more openly. That's why we decided to do a joint planning and zoning and city council meeting so that we could talk through. We realized that what we were telling people about engaging was go look at our previous development agreements. But what we realized is that sometimes we do have to kind of spoon feed that and give it in a more open presentation. I'll talk about that in just a second. So looking at the planning, the comprehensive plan, what does this include? It includes studying the previous plans, so understanding what previous planning sessions, these things were pretty well attended. Each one of these had a lot of community involvement. There were people that lived here, some are still here, some have been involved in this one, that were involved in last one. Sometimes they change who is really active and caring about these. So we wanted to make sure that we understood what they were looking at that. And then encouraging the community involvement. So these plans have to be done with community involvement. If you go up and you talk to them, you don't have to fight with them because they are trying to understand. They are not making policy. They are not writing our code for us. They are writing the code. They're not making the decisions on how to write it. They are trying to capture what people are saying. They're listening. They're putting it back out saying, this is what we think that we've heard from you, and asking for confirmation. So it is through this community involvement. Part of this is addressing the thoroughfare planning and land use planning. The thoroughfare planning, we all know how important that is. There's not a ton that we can do inside of the city limits of Castroville. If you look at the traffic, let's look just over the last 10 years. The amount of traffic that has happened in the last 10 years has been astronomical. And the number of homes that we've had built here in the last 10 years, not too many. So the traffic impact, the majority of it is happening in the county around us. So that doesn't mean that we ignore what's happening inside of city limits, but we have to understand that if we don't engage with the county and with TxDOT on getting some of these things fixed, it's not going to, we're just going to get buried by all the growth that's happening around us, by other decision makers, by other people that are making these calls. So I would encourage you, if this matters to you, go to your commissioners court meetings as well and talk to them about some of the challenges that we need for thoroughfare planning. Part of this is examining density, open spaces, the financial and quality of life impact to existing citizens. We want to make sure that new pays for new. And this is something that we express to the developers over and over. We want to make sure that the people that are moving here, they're paying for themselves, that we're not burdening the existing citizens with the new citizens. Ultimately, we're going to have to take care of everybody, old and new, but for right now, our primary concern is what is happening to the people that live here. We don't want to increase utility rates for people that live here because of new people that are coming in. We don't want to increase taxes for the people that live here for the new people coming in. We want to make sure that these are financially responsible developments that are good for the community. And so what does that look like? That's what we'll be working through in earnest with the planning and zoning. So please make sure that you're talking to City Council and Planning and Zoning about the things that we're discussing, and let's help define this together. And then we ask, we listen, we discuss, we confirm, we rinse and repeat. So this has been our approach all along. I know that there has been some some suspicion of underhandedness, but everything that we're doing here is out in the open. Everything that we're doing here is we're trying to do the best because we live here too, because we are responsible for this. This is not Darrenville or Herbville or Philville, although that sounds kind of fun. This is Castroville. This is our community, and we just represent the community. So we're trying to make these decisions based on what we know about what we can actually do, and we're trying to be very proactive in how we're approaching that. So we start with a comprehensive plan, and that is looking at everything. Then the downtown master plan, study that to understand what is best about that. And then I think that we did a disservice because I put up here CZO, UDC, UDO. It's been called all three. I think we did ourselves a disservice because we called it a unified development ordinance instead of a comprehensive zoning ordinance. It is the same thing. The only reason that we have to do a unified one is because it got ununified, because it got spread out. It was comprehensive at first, and then new ordinances were put on that conflicted with it or that said different things were added to it. And so our approach here is to take the entire thing and put it all back together. Where it's gotten disjointed, it's chaos theory. Sometimes as you do things, you don't think about bringing them in and making them a comprehensive part of it. So that's why we're doing that. But CZO, UDO, UDC, they're the exact same thing. Okay, where do you find more information? Again, I can send this presentation just, if you'll send an email to the city secretary, I'll make sure that she has that. These are on our planning website. If you go into our website under government, under, what is it?
Are we looking for minutes?
Planning? No, for the planning. So it's under the planning, community development. So government, community development, and planning. So it's got all of the stuff that we've gone through with this. It's got all of the videos for the Journey series. It's got links to our current planning efforts. This is where we have compiled the majority of our planning documents as we're going through those, so you have access to every one of those. The timeline that I put together for you, I grabbed that from the Agenda Center. So again, that is, if you go to Government, City Council, Agenda Center, it's got all of the different agendas there. And you can go through it and look at them. Every single one is up there. And then if you go to our YouTube channel, then you can watch all of the videos that are up on YouTube. The other thing that I encourage you to do, and this is something that I had mentioned before to Karen, is really these city council meetings, they're the compilation of a lot of work. 90% of the work that happens with city council and with staff and with citizens, 90% of the work happens before and after the meeting. The meetings are a compilation of that. And so that's why we say, if you want to engage before and after the meetings. During the meetings, we've got an agenda to get through, and these things are long. And we spend a lot of time doing this. This is a labor of love that's coming from each one of our boards and commissions, from our city council. So if you go to the city council, and if you forget it, just Google Castroville, Texas City Council. It'll take you to the page. It's got our cell phone numbers. It's got our email addresses. Call us, talk to us, complain to us, express your frustration, and help us work together in coming up with solutions. It's not always enough to say, I don't like this. Sometimes we don't like it either, but we're trying to come up with good solutions that meet the needs of everybody. So how to get involved? Come to city council meetings. Again, I know they're long, so if you don't want to sit through them, go back and listen to the recordings and speed them up. Discuss, call your city council members, email your city council members, engage your city council members. All 6 of us are up here to serve you. We are, every single person on this council, there's not a single self-serving person here. Each one of them, they care about the people that they represent. They want to talk to you. Call them and engage with them to try and figure out the best way that we can all move forward. I would always suggest ask before you tell. If you see something you don't like, tell them. If you ask them, so why are you doing this? Ask the question why a lot. Attend the city planning meetings. So if you will engage with these city planning meetings, every time we've had a lot of people that have gone and engaged with them. We've had a lot of people that have gone there and they're just frustrated and they're like, I don't even want to talk to you. But if you don't engage with them, that's money that we spent specifically so that they would engage the community. So I would ask you, go to the city planning meetings. If we've got the little signs up all over the place, we've sent out notifications. We'll send out more notifications the next time we have something in person. But, and you can also find it on that planning site. It's got a link to where that is. There was a comment in last city council meeting that I've not been able to follow up on. There was something said about how what they had put up sounded like it was leading, like they were trying to lead us to a conclusion that was not what we had anticipated. So if you find that, give us that feedback and we'll make sure that we get it corrected. They have addressed a couple of these things during their planning session, and they've said, okay, so we missed this, we said this, and we realized we heard this, and so they will get it fixed. They are here to write us. If you have a question about the product that they put out, we spent a lot of time researching the different applicants for the UDO to see what the product was that they put out. You can go to their website, it has, or if you can't find it, let me know, I can send you links to it. You can see what they put out for the different cities that they've been in. You'll see that they are specific to the city. They're not cookie cutter. Their approach is still the same. The approach is study, engage, learn, and implement. So I think that would be very beneficial, and advocate for what's most important to you. The best way to advocate is to come together and find ways that we can accomplish this together. Okay, so I want to hand this over to our city council members. I'll start with District 1.
Let her go first.
I'm going to start with District 5. It's very kind. So, and I wanted you to hear specifically from them what is important to them, what their approach is, and how they're dealing with this.
I wish you hadn't started with me.
Well, we can start with.
I've got a whole manifesto.
I'm not all in sync with the mayor, but I'm only one member of this panel up here, and everybody votes their conscience. I try to focus on rights of landowners, protection of property in the city, because people have a huge amount of money invested. And as we look at future growth, my goal is to protect the people that are already here and make sure that they're not asked to pay for the new people that are coming, that it's fair and equitable to everybody, and that people's rights are respected. I am not in favor of moving on from the ordinances that we have, because I believe we've got about 65 years invested in making these ordinances comprehensive and fair. And I do not subscribe to the UDO. I do not believe that's the right way to go. I think we should improve the ordinances we have. But I got overvoted, and I support the decision of the board. But I will strive to make sure that as we move toward these new ordinances, that everything comes along that's important. I agree with many of the members. There's a lot of things in the old ordinances that are no good. So let's get them out. But let's not lose the good stuff. So I will continue to do my best to, my job, I think, is to help make development agreements that are good for the city, the whole city. And that involves looking way ahead and looking back. And we try to do that. It's not very obvious to you because many times you're not in the meetings where we have to discuss some of these things. So you have to rely on your elected officials. So I will continue to do my best. I will support the mayor and the council, but I'm not going to forget about the things that we have, and I'm going to try to make sure that we keep them with us. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Bursch?
Okay. When it comes to planning and zoning, I support allowing gradual and incremental change everywhere. I support a broad increase of freedom for citizens to build the city that suits their needs. As far as I'm aware, I support broader and more extensive upzonings, stronger property rights for every citizen than anyone else on council. I'm pretty sure I'm way out in left field on this one. I recognize those views make me an outlier, but I would rather see Castroville's growth built a little at a time by its current citizens in its current city limits and distributed across the whole city instead of bulldozing farm fields. Just like historic Castroville was built by lots of people building what they wanted or needed, we, the current citizens of Castroville, know what this city needs and what works here or what doesn't fit here far better than any developer ever could. And I think we should be free within broad guidelines to build that. When it comes to new developments, my biggest focus is making sure that we get something that over time can grow into full, natural, functional neighborhoods, just as beautiful as the ones we already have today. When it comes to traffic, I support efforts to try small and reversible solutions, not just make plans. I also support efforts to make walking and biking less miserable, because every person on foot is one less car on the road, and right now you have to be kind of crazy to cross that bridge on foot. As far as concerns, I don't believe Castroville can support its current infrastructure at current tax and utility rates with its current density. I am worried about whether my children will be able to find or afford housing in Castroville. And I am worried that families who have been here for 150 years might have to leave because they can't afford infrastructure that's falling apart anyway. I am worried about the fact that we are adding houses far faster than jobs, meaning that most new houses are new commutes going to San Antonio. And I'm worried that there aren't a whole lot of transportation solutions between here and San Antonio being offered or considered, other than more highway lanes. And I am scared that Castroville will one day be paved over. Again. As for specific goals, I want Castroville to have extreme long-term sustainability and self-sufficiency, both financial and water and otherwise. I want it to be a place my children, and if I'm so blessed, grandchildren, want to live and can afford to live. And ultimately, I believe that Castroville tomorrow can be an even better place to live, even more beautiful and even more Castroville than it is today. That's my manifesto.
Thank you. Councilman Key. Please sit to the microphone.
I'm thinking. And I don't think it's changed. My view is that I never wanted Castroville to grow big. I wanted Castroville to be similar to, let's say, Alamo Heights in San Antonio. Not a lot of industrial work in Alamo Heights. A lot of people live there, nice homes, nice schools. But in reality, it's very difficult for that dream to stay alive. Number one is that because of the laws of the state of Texas, developers can put in literally 1,000 mobile home parks right up to our city boundary. And therefore we have all the headaches of that very high density, but we have no say if they can come here or not. And very recent legislative action from the state that gave developers far more power to do that than they've ever had in the past. And it's uphill battle to fight these. So then and I believe this, that we need to somehow entice developers to come in that have our views of growth, that have our views of not putting in these high-density developments, but put in nice developments. I want you to ask Larry Sitter, how do you do it? Because you look at stuff now, yeah, I mean, everything's coming here. You can't stop it. But he's been very successful in putting in some nice, large developments, large tax base, compared to what could come here. And I'm talking about the stuff up in the Petrenko Road area. Now you look at the stuff that's happening down with a lot of the starter homes in the Silos area, and that's a disaster down there in my mind, but there's nothing we can do to stop it. So you can't force the developers to listen to us, but hopefully we can negotiate deals to make them want to do that. And there are some developers across this country that want to do that. So maybe, I think, and City Council is pretty much on this, is let's try to market ourselves to those developers to have the right type of developers come in. That's my view. Challenges, the biggest thing is our biggest traffic headaches, we don't create them. It's stuff north and west of us that's coming through us with our biggest traffic headache. And we don't really have any way of changing that or influencing that. Yes, we can talk to TxDOT, and TxDOT is looking at this. There's some things that have happened recently where we, with the mayor's discussions with groups that he's been in, we now are part of the Metro transportation funding, designing group that's part of the county, which is going to help us in the future and quickly try to alleviate some of these. But, you know, as much as we complain, go all around San Antonio, all of 35, every place you go, people are building highways with far more density increases than we have. So yes, we need it, but there's also those challenges going across our state. People are moving here, and we can't stop it. I keep thinking as an engineer, I look at how bad the traffic is now, knowing the state in the next 20 years is going to double our population, and just based on that, all the traffic is going to double. All the housing, all the buildings, everything's going to double. And how are we going to handle that? I mean, it's smart growths. Long-term objectives, like David, I would love for this town to keep its uniqueness. I'm very proud of people moving up to Potranco Ranch, and I'll ask them, where do you live? Oh, I live in Castroville. Well, where in Castroville? Oh, up on Potranco Ranch. and I'm actually, I like that when people anywhere in the area say they're Castrovillians, because there's this uniqueness about Castroville, and we're friendly to each other, and we meet each other at Filarella Fridays and things like that. And we also had this tremendous historical connection that many, many people across this community cherish that historic connection, and we do things and we're involved in things. And I think, again, if we don't, and I think everybody is focused on that, you know, we have this ability, we have these historic zoning ordinances that protect us in this infill. Unfortunately, we can't extend it across the whole city, but that and the individual buildings that we have and the city's ability to help fund these things to the little bit that they can do that, because funding is tight for this city and it's going to continue to be tight. So I think we do need to be very smart in how we spend our money. Hopefully that got my ideas across.
Councilman Carey?
Thank you. I want to agree with Councilman Dyer about the one of my all-time goals was to limit the impact that government has on personal property and personal rights. And that's always been a priority with me. So I hate telling other people what they can and cannot do on their own property. I agree with Councilman Mers in that I would like Castroville to look like Castroville, and I do believe that our attempts to rewrite our UDO are right down that lane. That is exactly what we are trying to do. I disagree with Councilman Dyer on the CZO. I have had personal, and my clients have had considerable conflicts with trying to negotiate their way through that CZO and build things or even homes that meet somebody's interpretation of the words in the CZO. It's not clear in many cases. I know that, and in the work that I do, like Councilman King, I have clients who want to develop things. So I don't do that kind of work generally. I'll do small developments. I've replatted a few lots in town so that people could build on them. But I don't do large development. And I've been there. I've done that for other companies over the years, and it's an area I don't want to go. I would much rather see this farmland and this ranch land around Castroville put under conservation easements and preserved indefinitely than see 500, 600 homes go in on that land. But when those property owners and generation after generation after generation have seen that property value quadruple and quintuple on top of itself, and that land is now worth 10 times what it was 10 years ago, it's hard for them to say no. They really have to be very motivated and interested in preserving it in order to take any action or to not turn it over to a developer. And I've seen a lot of the property, we've been told, most of the property around Castroville is already in the possession of developers. They already own it. They bought it years ago. And all we can do is try to work with them and get something out of that. Now, our CZO has in it, and I brought a copy of it with me, I brought it to the last council session as well, it has in it planned unit development ordinance. It's an ordinance, it's the law. And there are guidelines, and there are limitations, and there are opportunities. And when you offer somebody an opportunity and then jump on them for taking advantage of it, that's disingenuous. So we have to accept the plans that are brought to us that meet those guidelines. We can't tell them no, we'll get sued. So we're stuck, I agree. We're kind of in a helpless situation. We can only do what we can do to try to make it as good as we can make it. So that's all I've got. Good luck.
Are you ready now?
Oh, yeah, ready.
Please.
As far as my approach is, whenever I look at these development agreements or even future development that want to come in here, I look at what our ordinances say. When I moved out this way, when my husband and I were getting stationed here, we purposely looked for bigger lots. We saw what was in San Antonio, and if we wanted to reach out and touch our neighbor's house standing in our own yard, we would have moved into base housing. We purposely looked out here. We love that we have a yard. And yeah, we still interact with our neighbors and everything. We sit out and do neighborhood watch. It's wonderful. It really is. And so my methodology is maintaining Castroville. I've lived in the largest city land-wise. I've lived in the oldest city in North America. And it's doable. You can maintain the sizes of the lots and the hometown niceness and interactions and everything was still growing. However, we need to make sure we do it smartly. So that's what I look at. I also look at, I was medical readiness for 20 years in the military. So I look at egress, services that can make sure that if something happens, there's not just one entrance exit into the place that they can get in and out. That we have the support for PD and fire department. We also look at, I do flooding. We know we get those heavy rains, and if we could put them in low-lying areas and what have you, there's going to be flooding. I also ask the questions about if it's off of 90, what does TxDOT say? Because we know TxDOT doesn't want any more access onto 90 if they can avoid it directly. So that's the questions that I ask and what I look for in agreements. I love the 12,000 square foot lots. But when developers come to us and say, hey, we want this square foot lot, we have to do that dance. And this brings up concerns because thanks to the state of Texas, now if a developer under 50 acres or more property that want to do a development, they don't want to do what we want to do, by law they don't have to annex into our city, but we'll end up having to provide sewer and utilities and that kind of stuff. So like everybody said, it's a fine line we have to walk. And we do it as best we can. When they are working the agreements, we get briefed by the city attorney during executive sessions of what's going on, but we can't say anything because it's still being worked. So it's that fine line of what information we can get out to you as well. All we can say is it's being worked. When it comes to traffic, yes, all of us have that same concern, traffic. And the suggestions that TxDOT give us were like, oh, yeah, that's not going to work. We don't want that coming through Castroville. One of the suggestions that they had was doing the overpass that goes down middle of 90, connects to the hill. Well, they did that in Wichita Falls, and it killed downtown Wichita Falls if you have ever been there. So that's another concern that me and I know my other fellow council members, we look at because we have to walk that fine line with TxDOT. My goal is I want to help the city to go into the future without forgetting its past. Still have that tie-in, that wonderful family, developed families, no matter what age you are. You can go out and sit out with your neighbors and your friends and everything and enjoy your neighborhood, enjoy your city without it, being worried about people coming down and breaking into your homes and what have you. We understand, hey, they tried it at my house too. So that's what I'm looking at. And as far as quality of life, I've lived where they have, walkable to go and get stuff done, get stuff from your house and everything. That's great. However, it adds more traffic into the area and you really don't know everybody that's lives there because they tend to just go downstairs, get what they want, and go back upstairs. I feel it loses the quality of life. I purposely moved out here for the size. I have no problem, I can walk or drive a car and go get it. Other people will disagree with me, but I really wouldn't want like a Walmart, that kind of stuff right in my neighborhood. I see it bring problems sometimes. So I just try to make the city as safe as possible with meeting all of our needs. One of the things that I do also, when I ask the question, especially last year when we were in stage 3 water restrictions, I asked the question, okay, what is our watering plan? If we have homes being developed, what does our ordinance say? And our ordinance does say when we hit stage 4, any house, I think it's any house that's under construction or hasn't been approved or what have you, to connect, they cannot connect. So they cannot connect to our water until we are out of the stage 4 water restrictions, no matter what. So that we do look at those rules too to maintain our water, because I know water is a big concern right now. Same with our infrastructure. I know the roads need to develop TLC, drainage, all this sewer, water, electrical. It's all on our minds as well. We want to make sure that these new developments bring in the quality, not just the standard, but the good quality for our infrastructure for us to accept. They pay for it with their PUDs and all that stuff. That way we inherit a good quality stuff that won't be a burden to us right off the bat. So these are all things that we look at. I'm still going to be beat the drum of, all right, does it meet the sniff test? I'll leave it at that. But yeah, that's where I am.
All right, thank you. I need to clarify just one thing. One thing that Sheena had said about the TxDOT, about the bridge, that was on an old plan, and we had, the way that we had expressed it last time made it sound like that was their current plan. But when we looked at it, it was in a plan from 10 years ago. And so we did challenge them on that, and they're like, okay, so that was something that was put out 10 years ago. That is not, we're not actively pursuing that. But what we look at is if we've got 300 feet of right-of-way on this side of the town and 300 feet of right-of-way on the other side of the town, or 400 feet of right-of-way on the other side of town, and we always will only have 100 feet of right-of-way because they can't get any more, then what is the only alternative? And so that's what we're looking at. And we are addressing that with them. They are addressing that with us. We've actually been working pretty closely with them. And what they've said is find alternate routes around, not necessarily a one-shot pony, but make sure you've got interconnectivity. So we have been engaging with the county to make sure that they're doing that, where the city thoroughfare planning meets up with the county thoroughfare planning, and we're looking at every new development they're doing. Part of the issue that we have is that there's no interconnectivity with 211 or with 1604 from all of the development that's happening over off of Petranco in that area. Everything north of us, everything east of us, as Councilman King said, those are going to impact us, and it is a substantially greater amount of property. And so we're trying to do what is responsible within city limits, but also working outside of that. So I just wanted to make sure that everybody was aware of that. The way that we had been dealing with the development agreements, we told the developers this, we told people this, go back and look at the Alsatian Oaks development agreement. That was the first one that was done. That's the thing that went through a ton of public process. And as we initiated this, we said, okay, we're going to follow the public process that this already followed. And so these are the things that we're asking for. These are the standards that are going into the development agreements. And then we realized that, that happened a few years ago. And so we wanted to make sure that with this group that we engaged more openly, and that's when we pulled in planning and zoning to make sure that we are confirming the things that are going into there. Anything that we're asking that we can't ask for legally, that we can't require legally, it's trying to figure out what those are, and then having that open discussion about these are the things that we feel are important in these developments that should go into the development agreement. But that is happening joint between city council and planning and zoning, so please do engage in that process. That will be an open process. What comes out of that will go into our development agreement policy. So I think that is pretty much it. Okay. So I just wanted to make sure everybody was aware of, these things are incredibly important to us. Can you pass that back over? And we are being very thoughtful about it. Do we always get it right? No. Do we want to? Is it important to us? Absolutely. We represent you. Okay, next item is consent agenda. On the consent agenda, we have minutes for May 7th, 2024 special called council and P&Z joint work session meeting, minutes for May 14th, 2024 regular call meeting, and approve city natural gas system analysis and capacity study. Do I have a motion to approve?
Can I, question? Herb and I missed the council meeting, so I feel like I had to abstain from that one, but I don't mind voting approval on the others. How do I go about that?
Does somebody else want to make a motion to approve? Who is here?
I move that we approve the consent agenda with the exception of our absent members from the last council meeting.
I'll second it.
Okay.
I don't think that's the way that works.
How do we do that?
Yeah, you can,
Can we just separate it out?
yeah, you can pull some items off and then vote on them individually if you want to record your votes.
That's kind of where I was going.
But it's
You're
kind of
supposed
an
to keep
all
me
or
in line.
nothing. Yeah.
Okay, so which one, the regular called council meeting was the one?
That's the only one I did not attend.
Okay, that's,
So I'll amend the motion to approve items A and C of the consent agenda.
Okay.
I'll second that.
great. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes. The next item is the consent agenda for the minutes for May 14th, 2024 regular called meeting. Do I have a motion from somebody who attended?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Great. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes.
2 abstentions.
And two
And
abstentions.
2 abstentions, yes.
Thank you, sorry about that.
No worries.
Thank you. Next item is nomination and election of a mayor pro tem. Do I have a nomination for somebody to do mayor pro tem?
Herb Dyer. I make a motion for Herb Dyer to be mayor pro tem.
Okay. Anybody else? Okay, so
I nominate Phil.
Phil? Okay.
Yeah, first you have to, I think you have to take them one at a time. So if you have a motion for
Well-
Herb, then you have,
Yes, for the second, if there's no second.
There was a-
move on.
right, or you can open it up for discussion, like who wants to serve in that role.
Just going to look at Herb, see if he wants.
You can help us out if you want.
Yeah, so you can make a motion, and then do discussion, so that you can kind of just get a lay of the land.
Can you have a discussion without a second?
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
We don't
Because the
typically.
second is what gets you to the vote. So you have the motion, your discussion, you have the second, that will take you to a vote, and then you would carry on the vote.
Okay. Let's talk about, so are you okay with being nominated with Mayor Pro Tem? You've done it before.
Well, I appreciate the nomination, but I believe that there's other people on the board that have not had the opportunity to serve as mayor pro tem, that it would benefit them if they had that opportunity, but I'm honored that you asked. Thank
Okay.
you.
So are you saying that you are,
I do not want to have my name in nomination.
okay,
Oh, I withdraw my nomination.
great. All right, further discussion. So he had mentioned about somebody who hasn't served as Mayor Pro Tem. Phil has, Paul has, Sheena has not, and I look at him, he's like, I don't know.
Same reaction I'm getting down here.
Okay, so the other nomination was Phil. But for those of you who have not served as Mayor Pro Tem, is that something you would want to do? Is that something you're open to?
Yeah, I do it.
Okay,
I said that last year too.
all right,
I have no desire to be mayor.
okay, great. Do I have, how do you feel?
Can I second him and nominate her?
Okay, time out.
So I was just throwing that wheel in,
Well,
wrench in the wheel.
we did, I mean, you talked about Phil, but we didn't have a motion necessary, that's when we stopped it. So, as of, I guess, officially right now.
Yeah, so if you want to make a motion, Rashida? You second it, and you can take that vote. So make a new motion with your new nominee.
Well,
Then second.
I was asking if I could second Phil's nomination and then nominate Sheena. So,
Well, we don't have a motion on the table. We have two nominations, no motion.
okay, well, sorry.
Do I have a,
Then I will nominate Sheena as well.
do you make a motion?
I make that motion.
Okay, great. Any further discussion? Do I have a second?
I'll second it.
Great. All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? Motion passes. Congratulations, and I'm sorry, thank you.
I don't know how that worked.
All right.
I thought he
Right.
was going to get voted on too.
You just wanted me to put another strip on the back.
Yeah.
Everybody's got to hear it.
Sheena's Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. All right,
Congratulations.
sorry, I'll do better speaking up. Okay, next is appointment of city boards and commission board liaisons. So we did a little bit of mix-up, we mixed it up a little bit. So I think that the way that we have it now is with Herb on the library.
We do have in the council package the current list with Councilman Dyer at the library, yes.
Okay, and Councilman
David,
Mers at the park. We have Councilman King with the HLC. We have Councilman Carey with P&Z and ZBOA. And you're with the airport. Is everybody good? You want to stick with those? Anybody need to change that up?
I think our assets are being utilized very nicely.
I'm okay.
You good with that? Okay, so we will appoint all members to their existing boards. Do you need a motion on that?
you're appointing,
What's that?
you are appointing,
I can appoint them. I don't need a motion?
well, in our ordinances, the mayor is the one that appoints the liaisons.
It's not a council decision.
Oh,
Yeah, sorry.
no, that's okay.
Okay,
Yeah.
so we will appoint them to their existing positions.
It's an executive
Great.
decision. All right.
All right, next item is city administrator report. For this, we have Scott Dixon.
I'll start out by asking if you have any questions over the items that were submitted. I wanted to call particular attention just to a couple of them. But to start with, are there any questions?
Do we have any questions on the city administrator report?
Do we have any ETA on the fixing of our live stream?
On the which?
The
Live stream.
It should be up and working now.
The overall fix.
overall.
The overall fix, yes, but I don't remember the date. I have a group coming out in June. I want to say it's June 13th, so it'd be after our next council meeting, unfortunately, but that was their first available. But I'll double check that date, but I believe it's June 13th. And they'll look at our setup. In the meantime, I still have our three culprits, kind of our group that we get our website hosting through, which is Civic Plus, Vimeo, who bought out Livestream, and VC3, who's our IT tech, working on it simultaneously. I was working with each one of them independently, and I put them on a merged email and said, look, guys, I'm not IT. We pay you to do this. As I see it, there are three issues. The three issues are, one, we changed internet service providers, which changed our IP, which may have messed up the link on our website where these videos are hosted. If you go to it now, it says something about it needs the public IP address. And so I sent a little picture of that to them. The other two issues are Vimeo bought Livestream. So when they bought Livestream, it required us to create a new Vimeo account. And that was to be able to have permission to live stream as we had been. For whatever reason, that's not working, so we've reached out to support and have not got resolution on that. But there's a separate issue where we can record it. So, last meeting was recorded, same setup as we've been using, and posted after the fact. And then I had the Surface tablet at the last meeting going over there and recording it or live streaming it to Facebook and to YouTube. Unfortunately, tonight, for whatever reason, I don't know, it did not like that setup, so during your meeting, I've been setting it up over here, and we've caught the last 14 minutes. Now, the other meeting we'll have recorded on that camera and on the Surface. We'll probably use that camera's recording to put everything up, because it's not been broken or anything like that. It'll be one solid recording, one continuous recording. And then the third item, so that was Vimeo and live stream and the whole issue there. And then the third item, let's see, we had our website, Vimeo, and I think that if we,
it's
just a setup.
I think if we can
Or
cut.
ISP.
So we have 3 different issues that have not been able to be resolved. Scott has been here on the weekends trying to work it out with them, and so we've just engaged somebody that they do this. They do meetings, public meetings. They do all of the AV, electronic, everything, and so it's just taking a while to get them engaged. So if we are not able to get it fixed before that, then they will come out and fix it for us wholesale. And if we can get it fixed, then it'll be up before that. But this has been expressed as a very high priority because this is a part of how we communicate.
Yeah. And I apologize. It's equally frustrating to staff that it's just not working yet. Yeah. What else on, are any other questions from the report?
I had 2 small questions, hopefully small questions. On gas operations, you indicated that we think we might be able to cover most of our gas operations for our system with a collection of 2 to 4 contractors doing different parts. Right now, are we thinking that that would be our solution into the future, or more of a stopgap measure?
It depends on how long you gauge a stopgap. I think that could be. I think that could be something that would work, much like we did with CPS for many, many years, and we may have the benefit of training our staff in the process. And if we get to the point where we are willing, able, and feel like it's more profitable to take on some of those roles ourselves, we'll be able to do that. What staff did during the election, while the city was deciding whether or not we wanted to sell the system, leading up to that election and kind of during that time frame, we started reaching out to a number of different contractors to see what types of services they provided. And I'm going to back up just a little bit, so I apologize. When CPS first told us that they weren't going to be able to continue to service our account, which was about 1.5 years ago at most, I don't remember the exact date, they indicated that they weren't going to renew, they were only going to renew the contract for 1 year or what have you. And then we went to a 6-month extension and then another 6-month extension. Almost immediately, we began reaching out to find out, was there anybody else that'd be willing to do the entire scope of services that CPS would provide, basically act as our operator. And unfortunately, we're not able to find anybody that was willing to do that, do everything that CPS was doing. And we had very little luck finding contractors that would do various aspects of it. However, I think something about doing the project in December when we replaced that line, in doing that, a number of contractors came forward and said, we could probably do some of your break fix and some of these other things. So we haven't put out an official proposal. All we've done is have those conversations. The next step for us will be to put out an official proposal that would be approved by council, and then look at who we could hire to do what. Some of the groups they won't install meters, right? They don't do the installations and they don't do new capital, but they'll fix your lines when they break. Others will install meters and they'll fix the lines, but they don't want to do any of the, they won't do any of the reporting, et cetera. So I think it is going to create we are going to need to find a combination of contractors and consultants to do everything that CPS was doing. But we believe just initially from our conversations that we're going to be in the ballpark potentially of where we were on the CPS contract. That's the other kind of big unknown, is what is this going to cost us? And some of those things we couldn't just, I was asked several times, I really wanted to be able to weigh in on when people are asking which way should we vote. But the fact of the matter is, we're kind of limited to speaking to facts, And a lot of that requires me to speculate. It requires speculation on, well, what do we think the prices will be? What will happen to the rates, et cetera? And right now, we still, we don't know the answer to those questions until we really get into what our solution is going to end up being. So I do think it'll be probably an interim, but could turn into a long-term solution doing something like that. And more than likely, as is often the experience, we'll bring in a contractor and we'll test them out and see how they do, and we'll go from there, right?
In the agreement, to piggyback, because it just popped in my head, are we going to have it set up to where they have to talk to each other?
If I talk to each other, the different consultants.
Yeah, because,
Yeah.
we got one that do the break fix, another to do capital improvement and meter replacement, and a consultant to handle regulatory and reporting piece. So at least that one's going to need to know
Right.
what everybody else is doing, so are we going to have that built into our contract?
Yeah, I would expect so, and I think one of the big lessons learned from this whole process has been, kind of how asleep at the wheel the city was as an organization on the gas system, where we didn't have as much of the information as we really should have as the owner. I think we took for granted that CPS is this big company, and they do this every day, and they're managing our books, and they're doing everything, and really there should have been more oversight on that side of it. So that's definitely going to have to be something we'll get better, and we just have no choice about that. So yes.
Okay.
And that's a long answer to a short question.
Well, it's a big challenge. I like the fact that you've been hitting that head on. I know that Divine had already sold their gas system. Lytle just voted to sell their system. So people are having a struggle getting contractors to do this. I know it's put a ton of extra work on staff, so.
Well, and I'm
think
not
you made some
pleased with the outcome of the election. I think we would have been happy either way, frankly. It'll be more challenging to come up with this solution, but we're going to.
You're hitting it right on. Yeah, that's
we're going
good.
to do what we need to do to, like we've always done, to try and protect our ratepayers. I wanted to mention two other things that are in the report. So one's the elevated water tower. This is on the east side. I want to mention it because this is going to hit your plates pretty quickly. I'm hoping that I'll have some kind of agreement for you to discuss that will pertain to a utility service agreement with both Alsatian Oaks and Flat Creek. Those are the two major developers that will be reliant on this new water tower. And so we're trying to button them down on certain aspects and then be able to have some terms that we can bring to you all for you to discuss and potentially approve at a future meeting. So I wanted to put it in my report, so it didn't seem like it was just coming out of the blue. Of course, we've known that this is a requirement since Alsatian Oaks signed their agreement however many years ago, 5 years ago, whatever it was, that there was a phase 1 water plan which was executed. That's the Medina Valley well expansion. There were water rights that were delivered as part of that, additional water rights that need to be attained. And then there was a certain amount of water availability that was created as part of those improvements, but it's not enough to serve the whole system. And we knew that from the very beginning, and the contract actually that you all passed prior to me getting here contemplated that and required this phase 2 system. So this is something that's been in the works for 3 years. Of course, the market has been all over the place in that time period, and when you have an uncertain market, you're trying to nail someone down to terms. It gets it gets real slippery real fast. So we're hoping to get that ready for you, because we really need to get. We've already engineered the tower, and we need to get that project started as soon as possible so we can have water available for those subdivisions when they're at a point where they need them. So I'll be coming to you again, probably either in the next meeting, I would hope, or possibly the following meeting for a preliminary discussion about the kind of the first draft of that utility service agreement contract.
Well, and for the benefit of those that aren't as familiar with what's happening with this, if you think about the funny bubblegum blue water tower, I still don't like that color, but the new water tower that's over by Castroville State Bank, that was paid from the development agreement with Alsatian Oaks. And so what we're looking at is how do we, this is part of, as we have new developers that are coming on, they're paying for their share of the infrastructure that goes in, so the off-site and on-site improvements. These are the kinds of things that we're trying to work out. How do we not increase our own rates, making sure that the rates are covered by the people that are coming in and by the developers that are doing that. And so that's what staff has been working really hard to ensure that they're going through all of that to make sure that the new does pay for the new.
Yeah. And that, Yeah, so they absorbed all the risk. They built all that at their risk, didn't affect our rates whatsoever when those were built. And we're hoping we do the same thing with this water tower.
I got a question on this. You say it's the design is 99% complete.
Mhm.
Does that include the location?
Yes.
So the location is not an issue any longer?
Define not an issue. I mean, we're still working.
Agreement on the location.
We do have an agreement on location. We do not own that site, and that's part of what this utility service agreement that I'm going to bring to you that y'all will talk about as well. Okay, well, we're going to have to purchase that land that tower is going to sit on. The developer has a belief of what he believes that land's worth. We have a belief of what we believe it's worth, and that's part of what has stymied the discussion right now. Our next step is to lock that stuff in so that we can go to TCEQ with an application and get the ball rolling on the well site. It needs to be done, but yeah, this site, yes, it's 99.9% complete if you want to think about it that way. It's fully designed.
And I think that the other thing to point out, if we remember that with the development agreements, the things that need to be put in specifically to support that one development, if we can't service them off of our existing system, and off-site improvements have to be made, that's where we're putting in the development agreements to do that. For the ones that can be, if you look at Country Village Estates, the 35 acres right here, those are all paid back through impact fees. So we still get money back for them to go to the infrastructure, to do the improvements that are necessary, but those are more ongoing maintenance and kind of system-wide. As we grow, this goes into a bank that helps us increase that, but it's not something that we need specifically to service them. So everybody does pay their pro rata share of that infrastructure that serves them. Same thing as if you build on any lot, you have to pay the impact fees of connecting to the power, the sewer, the water. All right, anything else?
In regard to the water tower, it's going to be in that far back right corner of the property, right?
Well, it's going to be in the Flat Creek development. So it's Alsatian Oaks and Flat Creek share a property line as you go north. And at one point, it was discussed to be in the upper northwest corner of Alsatian Oaks. It is since about a year ago or so, a year and a half ago, due to FAA and some other issues, topographical challenges, our layout of our water lines, et cetera, it got moved to the Flat Creek portion, our development, and it's in the northwest corner of that development. There, you can kind of see on the topographic or on a map, a Google map, kind of a green line that cuts that corner. That's a drainage area. It'll be just north and east. I said northwest, north and east of that small drainage area. Yeah.
Because my question was regarding the FAA with the height and everything.
Yeah, that's all been approved. That was one of the things that's probably been 6 or 8 months ago that we went through that process to get that approved. It was about the time that David left, so however long ago that was. I did want to mention one other thing, and this will come up in the Regional Park Community Center project. So you're going to consider a bid tonight, and we'll get into that amount and what we've done to vet it. It's an excellent, Greco has an excellent reputation, good builder, good new builder. Unfortunately, they are about $700,000 over our budget for this project, and we didn't have any other bids. One of the things that y'all may want to consider is whether you want to rebid this. I have very mixed feelings about that because, number one, you have a bird in hand, so to speak. If you go back out for bid, number one, it'll be rushed because we have to have the funds committed by June 14th, according to USDA, who's overseeing the monies that we received from the Congress. So it'd be something that would be issued. We'd call the paper in the morning, they'd put it in the paper, and we'd ask for the people who have already looked at this to get their bids together. We heard from a couple of people after we received the bids, of course, that, man, I didn't get it in for this reason or this reason, and they had them ready, and they could have submitted them, but they didn't. And so it's a real roll of the dice if you wanted to try and rebid it. But that is something that we'll discuss when we get to that item. Something else. There is an item on tonight's, so if you look at your budget calendar, tonight was the first kind of shot at the general fund budget to take a look at that. You've received some slides, a presentation. The most up-to-date presentation is in your Surface links to your packets, so you'll see that there. And depending on the length of this meeting, we'll either go into that tonight, and y'all can ask as many questions as you like, or we can get into that at your workshops that will take place this Thursday and Friday. And I'm going to leave that up to the mayor and you all to decide how much time you want to spend on that this evening. I think that's it. We're working on an irrigation plan at the regional park. That is slower than I'd like. I really want to try to get something implemented as soon as possible, but we're still trying to piece together what that's going to cost. But it essentially would allow us to both irrigate the park regularly, have about a 5,000-gallon holding tank that would more or less be able to stay full all the time because we're processing that much water on a pretty consistent basis. And it also gives us the ability to sell the water. So if you have some of these folks, road crews and whatnot, that need non-potable water, presently we really don't have a way to sell them that. This solution will be able to do that. I don't really have a cost figure yet, but that's the next thing I'll bring to you is what that's going to cost to implement. But I'm hoping it's going to be within my purview. It won't be a whole lot, but we'll see. I think that's it. If you have any other questions, just let me know.
All right. Any other questions?
I'm going to save mine for the agenda items.
Okay, perfect. All right, next item is public hearing on a zone change request for approximately 35.168 acres located northeast of intersection at US Highway 90 East and 471 North. The current zoning of the property is RA, which is single-family dwelling district for approximately 35.168 acres. The proposed zoning for the property is a planned unit development district, a PUD, overlay with the underlying zoning CHE East, it's East Commercial District for approximately 2.75 acres, and RA Single-Family Dwelling District for approximately 32.443 acres. For this, we have Brianna Soto. I'm going to open up the public hearing at 7:23. And what I'd like to do is have Brianna present it, and then we'll have public comments after she's given the presentation so that you have some information for you. There will be public comments. We're going to have her give the presentation, and then we'll have public comments right after that. What we've gotten feedback from is people would rather hear about it first, make comments about it so that they can make more informed comments. So, Brianna?
No, it's not on. You'll have to turn it on.
It's on now.
Well,
I just want everybody to be able to hear me, but I'll try and project. Good evening, City Council. We have our first public hearing. I'm going to go through a few slides first just to kind of give, and I did this with planning and zoning too, just to give some background because we don't see these every day. First thing that I want to go through is city regulations applicable in the ETJ. So the only things that are applicable in our ETJ that we can regulate are our Chapter 24, our signs, subdivision and plating regulations, which is Chapter 100, and then utility regulations, which is Chapter 34 and 110. City regulations that are not applicable in the ETJ are comprehensive zoning, so lot sizes, density, land use, those are not applicable if they are not within our, if they're not within our city limits. Adopted building codes, ad valorem taxes, collection of those, specific construction standards that we have, like landscaping, building material, design elements, those are not applicable. Building permitting, inspections, approvals, and related fees. So any of those fees that we get, like right now from Alsatian Oaks, we get fees every time they build a house that go through plan review and inspections. We do not receive those if they are in our ETJ or if they are outside the city limits. So there's just one thing. Okay, and I've heard a lot, and so I just wanted to put this out there that the PUD or the plan unit developments is not a part of our ordinances, that it's outside of our ordinances, that it's not to ordinance. Just wanted to let everybody know that this is an ordinance, it's codified, it's on our ordinance website, Muni Code,
and it was ordinanced in 2002. You can see that yellow highlight, 2002-003. So it is an ordinance that is in our books that was adopted and passed, okay? We're going to be seeing the future land use map. I just want to give you kind of a briefing because we haven't really gone over this in a while. So future land use maps are advisory. They are not regulatory. So it's just like dreams. We think this is what we want there, but that's not what we might get there. But regulatory is our zoning ordinance. When we have zoning for our residences, those are regulatory. They have to abide by those zones, and there's only certain things that can go into those zones. I bring this up because you're going to see a future land use map where it's different than what's being planned there, but it's only because that was just a vision, but it didn't come to fruition. So. Okay, and then what is being reviewed during each stage? So here we have 3 different stages. We have the PUD plan, we have a plat, and then we have building. The first in the PUD plan dictates what's the lot size, lot width, setbacks, open space, land use, community associations. So all of those kinds of things, like almost a big picture, big scale, that we'd like to see within our developments. Plat, this is when we get down to make sure that those items that we spelled out in the PUD plan are actually being followed through with. So the plat also dictates where the sewer, the water, electric, gas, easements, traffic, drainage, street specifications. So everything that's included in the PUD plan, and then also some additional. And then building, same thing. It has to make sure that it's according to what was ever in the PUD plan and the plat, but now you're getting down to the actual structure that is going on the ground. So it's the actual home, the electrical, the mechanical, the energy, irrigation, landscaping, parking. So I just want to let you know that PUD plan is going to come up. That's what the request is for tonight, but that's only the very first step. Well, actually, the very first step was the development agreement. That's the second step. It still has to go through multiple phases before those houses or those commercial buildings are on the ground. So, and those platting does have to go through planning and zoning for recommendation to City Council as well. Okay, so now we're actually going to get into the first request. So this is going to be Black Creek, a zone change request. We have the applicant here, we have the property owner here.
That is not on this agenda item.
We have the 32.
Oh, I'm sorry, I'm out of order. Okay, we're just going to go real fast. Okay, Heights of Castroville. I apologize. Okay, so this is going to be a discussion on that 35 acres that's north of Napa. It's right off of 471. We have the applicant here, which is Rob Killen. This is going to be NP Homes. We also have the developer and the engineer here if y'all have any questions regarding things that I can't answer for them. And so right now, it is currently zoned as RA, single family dwelling district, so just single family housing. The proposed zoning, it's a little different because we're just used to RA. That's okay, but since it's a PUD, it does have to have an overlaying zoning of PUD. So it's going to be PUD, still with the underlying zoning of RA, single family dwelling district. Okay, so the development agreement has already been approved by City Council on March 31st, 2023. I do want to say that the PUD plan has been reviewed and meets meets either city code or the development agreement standards specified. So if it doesn't meet our standards, it's because it was agreed upon in the development agreement. So it meets both of those things. Some things that were outlined in the development agreement: lot sizes, open space, annexation. Some things that we don't have in our ordinances were also outlined, like buried utilities, dark skies lighting, quality street signage, and some residential construction standards that we are not allowed to dictate as a city.
Can you state, do you have the ones that, the construction, when we're talking about construction standards, it's the quality of the materials, the type of the materials, do you have that detailed out?
Not right in front of me.
Okay.
But yeah, it is quality materials. It has to be a certain percentage masonry, things of that sort. I'm sorry, I don't have it out in front of me. Some things that they're also doing, according to the development agreement, is drainage improvements. So I have a couple slides that show exactly what's being proposed or what's going to be improved according to the development agreement, and this was so in exchange for the lot sizes or other things. So right here we have the Country Village channel. I think, as we all know, and I'm sure as many people in this audience know, that there is a significant drainage issue over in Country Village. And so if you can see, that red line is where they're going to be improvements. the top cross-section is where the channel is, and if you can see that dotted line, that just shows silt that's throughout the channels. In some places, it's 1 to 2 feet deep. So the channel doesn't function as it needs to right now to carry that water downstream. As part of this PUD plan and development agreement, the contractor is going to remove 1 to 2 feet of silt from the channel to regrade with a minimum slope of 0.5%, just so it can function properly. So this is just one of the offsite drainage improvements. Okay.
So let's be clear, the off-site drainage improvement,
Mayor, if we can hold questions
Thank you.
for presentation until the hearing.
thank you.
Okay, and then this is another one. They're still working through this because the drainage outfall is in the TxDOT right-of-way, but there is going to be some improvements on the west side of Providence, where you see those pink lines, and there's a couple inlets, which are those green inlets right there. They are going to have to do some improvements. We don't know exactly what those are right now because the engineer's still working with TxDOT on what those improvements need to be to make it efficient. So. Okay, so, and they're also doing some on-site drainage improvements. So this is just from their drainage analysis. As you can see, the dotted line, it kind of shows where all the water goes right now on the current property. And so they're going to be capturing that water in channels, and they're going to be bringing it over to this detention pond that's shown at the bottom of the screen. It's lot 901. And so they're going to be bringing the water over there to detain that water, so hopefully it will reduce, because there's already a drainage issue right there on the back side of that 901 lot. So I have, if it all works like it's supposed to, this should decrease the drainage problems that they're having right there on the back side of those lots. So, but they're still going through the engineering on how deep that channel needs to be, how it needs to be positioned, all of those things. But that's done through the platting process and the civil engineering phase of this project. All right, so this property was already annexed into the city. It was adopted on September 12, 2023. So I just want to let you know that this has already been annexed into the city. Because it's under the 50 acres, it cannot de-annex from the city, from what I know. And yeah, and so this was annexed into the city as of September 12, 2023. Okay, and then here's just the location, so I probably should have started off with this. The location of this property is north of Napa. It's kind of like across the street from Bill Miller's a little bit. And then on the north side of it is the where Country Village starts. Here's just an aerial location. You can see that there's that one house, the storage units on the east side of the property. Those aren't included in the property though. This right here is the future land use map. So as you can see, what was, I guess, envisioned in the 2016 plan that was provided by UTSA, about one third of the property, or maybe a quarter of the property, was supposed to be residential, and the remainder of that property was hopefully visioned for a park or open space. This is the current zoning of the property because it's already been annexed into the city. Any property that's annexed into the city automatically comes in as residential, single-family dwelling. If they want to go besides that or go beyond that, then they have to go ask for a zone change request, and so that's why they're here today. Okay? This right here is the proposed zoning. So the entire thing is in a PUD overlay, and then the underlying zones is 2.725 acres of commercial and 32.443 acres of RA single-family dwelling district.
Okay, Your Honor, I feel like we've gone a little bit past what the original public hearing was. Is that under here?
No, we're on the zone change first.
Okay.
Yeah. We did the zone change first and then the PUD after.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah. Okay. And then just the last thing that I want to hit on is Planning and Zoning did review this request, and they did recommend approval of this request. So, and that wraps up my presentation for this portion. And actually, and I don't know how this is supposed to happen, but I have all these notices. I read them a lot at Planning and Zoning, and it's just me, but I don't know who and when I'm supposed to read these aloud. These are the ones that go out to the 200 feet property owners. For the zone change request specifically, I got back 39 from the surrounding property owners. So.
Okay. Do we want to have, let's
Okay.
Yeah, let's open it up to public comments.
Sounds good.
I don't need to timestamp public comments, right? Okay. Perfect. All right. So we are now open for public comments. If anybody would like to comment, please come up. And please remember, state your name and address for the record.
My name is Bruce Alexander. I live at 516 Main Street. I want to make a couple comments. First off, I appreciate everybody's comments earlier about how you vision the ordinances and the developments and things like that. I do want to echo something from Councilman.
Bruce is on this question.
Okay, I do want to, from Mr. Carey, I do want to go ahead and say this. The PD, or plan development, is in the CZO. There's no question about it. And the plan unit development there. Plan unit development restricts, plan unit development's not available for, you got to have at least 3 acres in the city. We know that. We learned that from the folks who are going to do that next month. This property, 10 acres or 11, is in the city. The rest is in the ETJ, but it was less than 50 acres, and it was before the state law changed, so there was absolutely no threat or no reason that it was going to come out of that ETJ. They were fully subject to the CZO, period. While I understand you're making development agreements, I got it, but now sold here was here when that subdivision ordinance was written, except you're talking to the guy right here that participated in that. I know you have to go by what the rules say, and you can't go by interpretation, but the plan unit development was put in there as an option, not as a go-to for the city. The developer had to ask for it, and the developer had to give up things to get it. It wasn't an automatic, as if it appears as though the city is now using it as an automatic. The 12,000 square foot lots for a reason. This particular subdivision, 12,000 square foot lots, trickled with 8,000. He basically added 30 or 40 more lots at a value of whatever they market them at in the pockets of the developer. What did you get in exchange for that? You tell me underground electric, West Hunt, Country Village, built in 85, River Bluff, built in 86. They're all underground utilities because it sells the subdivision. Nobody forced them to do that. Nobody gave them anything to do that. The light, you're going to tell me $3 million in exchange for that to the developer's pocket? That's what it cost we got for the light. And the drainage. The drainage is in the CZO. They're required to address the drainage. It's already there. The street sides are there. It's in the CZO. The fact that the plan unit development gives different options, that's exactly what it was set up for, was options, not a go-to. Make the developer ask for it. Make them give up something. That lot that's green, looks like a park, as it was pointed out in the P&Z, it's a detention pond. That's not a park. The drainage going out, the lot the city bought, the citizens were told door to door it was going to be a park in the neighborhood. But yet Brianna says the city never represented as a park, but a council member did. And they sold it to the people that way. So there's not a lot of been, in my opinion, really upfront and straight stuff. And I believe that the city should stand behind the dimensions in the CZO and make the developer ask for things. Don't go to them and give them the way to farm. You're negotiating against yourself. That's my opinion. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, sir. Would anybody else like to speak for citizens' comment?
Well, it's a public hearing, so the council.
Oh, yeah.
We'll have the public hearing, the citizen comment will occur, and then we'll close public hearing, council will begin discussion and actions on that.
But a public hearing is not a two-way street. This is not citizen comments.
It's a public hearing for you to make heard your positions.
But okay, that's, it doesn't say citizen comments. We're confusing citizen comments with public hearing out for convenience of this council. A public hearing is a dialogue.
Okay, I'm gonna ask you to please remain with decorum. You're on. So the attorney.
Oh,
I take-
we're paying her, she's our client.
No, I take my instructions from the attorney because if I do things wrong, I go to jail, and I am not willing to do that. All right, I'm going to stand back. So, as I stated before, may I address this? Okay.
Now you can address it?
I am addressing the proper decorum during the meeting. You are absolutely able to contact city council before and after the meeting. You can state your comments during the meeting. We open it up at the beginning of the meeting to give you as much information as possible, but city council meetings are not a point of discussion. You have plenty of opportunity to do that outside of city council and have your concerns be known, have your interactions be known, but this is not the proper place.
Okay, so what is the difference between this and citizen comments?
You don't have a time limit. You can lay out and have a discussion. I mean, you get a problem when you have council going back and forth. They're unable to state specific positions. We can have maybe Brianna answer clarity points, but council cannot address questions as individuals throughout the hearing.
And why is
I you don't know.
That's what-
You don't know
that?
Okay.
We need to know that.
Okay. We can take a moment and I can call the city attorney.
Did state law?
That is state law. So if you would like to question that at another time, this is state law. All right?
No, at the end of the day, this is a city council meeting. At the end of the day, the council makes the rules of however you want to run the meeting. It does not need to be an open debate. That is your choice. Whether it's state law, it doesn't matter. You set the rules. I think the rules are understood. I think they're reasonable. So, I mean, I don't know why there's an argument here.
There's an argument because this is a shell game. You have public hearing, but then right.
Okay, we are outside the parameters of this discussion. We've talked about this before. We've gotten advice from the attorney. If you would like to get up and speak during the, that's fine.
I have trouble getting up, but I think I'm loud enough to project.
Understand. So again, the rules of the meeting stand. We follow the law as we understand that. We have had that expressed by our attorney multiple times. You are welcome to check with an attorney and challenge them on that, but I go by our attorney. We're not asking them to close down conversations. I do nothing but open up conversations, but in this situation, that is not appropriate. You can contact city council people and have that discussion outside of the city council meetings. But for now, you can express your concerns, your opinions, and then we will go through and do the discussion. That's the way it's always been. Thank you. Sorry, I didn't mean to hold you up. Okay, please. Sorry. No, that was not directed. I'm just trying to maintain, a meeting, so please.
Tammy Alexander, 516 Vienna. I just want the council to know, and Brianna can correct me, and Mr. Carey can, they were at the planning and zoning meeting, but we had 12 letters come in. When I started talking to people, and even some of the people that came and talked at the podium thought when they spoke, that counted as their opposition. So at the end of the meeting, I said, hey people, if you get 20% in, it's a supermajority. Well, guess what? There was multiple people at the meeting that did not understand these letters and how 20% would be supermajority. And multiple, you can tell tonight, she's got many more after that was explained to them. So if these people would have understood the importance of getting these letters in for opposition, it would have been a supermajority and it would have failed at the planning and zoning. Because it was a 3-2. So that would have failed at the planning and zoning if the people in that area would have understood the importance of getting the 20% in. We were short 2, or they were short 2. And now tonight you got 39. And I don't know how many are in opposition, but I bet it's much more than the 14 that was needed for the supermajority at the planning and zoning meeting. And I also want to point out, I do disagree with the 8,000 square foot lots. I think 12,000 is what it should be, especially when you're in the area that they couldn't get out of the ETJ. And so I think that's very important also. And I have to give it to Jim Welch because I think he did talk to you how the people were not really understanding the letters completely, and he asked Brianna if maybe we could do something to make it more clarified for the people that get these letters, that how important it is to get them back into the city or to Brianna, because if they would have understood that, it would have failed the planning and zoning. Thank you.
Great.
I appreciate it.
Thank you. All right, we are still open for public comments.
Don Lloyd, 207 Castro, Sunnyland. I'd like to ask if we can find out how many oppositions and for on the letters that were returned. I think the council needs to hear that.
Yeah, I was going to read
You-
them
you
aloud, but they're all in opposition, so all 39 are in opposition.
So all 39 out of how many?
Out of 68.
Out of 68 that were sent out. So I think that shows a pretty good consensus of opinion of what we're looking at. And then also, I proposed a question, and I'd like to know that answer at some point in time. Was there an agreement prior to the Planning and Zoning Committee? Or as the lawyer said, there is a contract? And if so, I don't understand why there was a contract before the Planning and Zoning Committee heard it. So maybe you can address that? Yeah.
Yeah, the development agreement for this one was September 12th, I think it's 2023, if I remember correctly. That was the development agreement on that one.
So I think that's something the council needs to discuss. I mean, obviously, if there is a contract that was entered into it, at some point, the council did discuss it and did bring it. Whether or not that, I'm sure that was in a closed session or addressed after a closed session.
So if you'd like us, we'll go ahead and answer that question. Yeah. Yeah, just clarify. So clarifying points as they're brought up or questions as they're asked. Yes, there is an agreement. It's called a development agreement. And for both this property and Flat Creek and Alsatian Oaks, and I think that's the three that we have. There might have been a much smaller development agreement for another property. There was one for a hotel in the time I've been here, but typically a developer comes forward. They basically announce their intention with staff, say this is what I'm looking at doing. What's available to us, what are your rules say we can and can't do, and that starts a process of a development agreement. And there's a lot of different steps to that, but essentially those, and I think the gentleman spoke about executive session meetings or closed session versus open session. No decisions can be formalized in a closed session, so all decisions are made in the open, if you will. And so yes, in both these cases, in both Flat Creek and the Heights of Castroville, there was a development agreement proposed that has different terms in it that the developer was asked to meet. And in exchange for that, the city made a contract with that developer about what it would do going forward. And part of that paves the way for the PUD, the zoning, these other aspects of it. Now, none of that, and the development agreement states this, and again, these are matters of public record, none of that relieves the developer from anything that's required by state law, nor does it prevent the city or oblige the city not to follow state law. So zoning, as you all are aware, or probably should be aware by now, is something that's laid out pretty clearly in state law as to what the steps are. And that's this public hearing we're having tonight. It's the public hearing we had before the Planning and Zoning Commission. Those are the steps that the city's following. So I know that you may have your own opinions as to what the order of operations is, but the orders of operations that the city follows are very typical. This is what cities do. This is how developers operate. This is the process, right? And that's what's being followed tonight.
Anybody else like to speak? Please.
Nathan Griggs, 109 Country Lane. You guys sitting up there earlier and saying we want to do what the city the citizens want to do. We're 39-0 against this. I think that behooves you guys to vote against it.
Thank you.
Can we back up to the earlier slide of what is and isn't permissible in an ETJ? Now, this wasn't a question, but I think it's more of a clarification, because I still think there's some misunderstanding about what the city can and can't allow, and what would or wouldn't happen. So this speaks to what's applicable. This speaks to what's applicable in the ETJ. Within the ETJ, the subdivision and plating regulations, that's that chapter 100. This is the chapter we've had a lot of discussion about in the past, being in conflict with the CZO. There are items in it that appear to work contrary to what the CZO laid out, and this is one of staff's major arguments as to why we believe a UDO is necessary. Let's rethink this. Let's revisit it. Obviously, there's some things in conflict, and let's make sure that what's in Chapter 100 reflects what the community wants, et cetera. And then the utility regulations in Chapter 3110. What's not applicable in the ETJ is the lot size, the density, the land use, the adopted building codes. I see you wagging your finger, but I mean, this is, go ahead. Well, if you want to invite people to speak again, but this is, I just want to, I mean, this is our legal position as far as what is applicable and isn't applicable. And from time to time, I've heard comments at the podiums that seem to indicate that there are things that are applicable in the ETJ that are not. Now, you could make the argument that there have been other developers who have done things without absent a development agreement, et cetera. I think those are all valid comments. It's history. It's a part of Castroville. And it's anybody's guess as to what a developer do absent some type of a development agreement, right? But the city responds to those requests, and that's kind of how we ended up where we are tonight. It's been a negotiated process. The winds, well, I'll get into that a little later. This is just about the zoning. I don't want to get too far afield. All right, back to comment.
So you're saying under Chapter 24, the city regulations does not apply to the ETJ is a state law?
Correct. What you see there, these bullet points, this is a summary of state law and how it applies to city limits versus ETJ. And again, there's this land, this particular parcel that we're talking about, the Heights of Castroville, not Flat Creek. Heights of Castroville is a little bit of an oddity because part of it was not in the city limits, but in the ETJ, and the other part was in the city limits, I believe. Is that right?
Yeah, about a third.
So it's a little goofy, and I admit that, but
So what part was in the city? Do we have an overlay of that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, a house.
So this is probably the best depiction of what was already in, do you see that? The yellow part was already in the city limits, and the green part is already what was up, was in the ETJ.
And so my next question is that, with the plat that they have, what is that yellow part going to do?
it's a little bit of both.
Commercial, or is that combination?
It's a combination of commercial and residential.
So it's a combination.
So.
Just really quickly, I want to get a quick point of clarification. Do we need, when they're coming back up for public discussion, do we need them to come up and state their name and address again? Or is it okay to? Okay, if you don't mind, just so that we can keep everything on the record. Thanks.
So.
Could you state your name and address
Don
again?
Lloyd, 207 Sunnyland.
Thank you.
So, the house forward was in the city,
This, yeah.
the old house.
The house was.
Okay, so then that track should come under city ordinances from the standpoint of development, not the PUD. It's not an ETG.
Yeah, but the green part was in the.
Right, so that one can be, but the one up front Should follow the regular city ordinance. There shouldn't be any question about
Yeah,
that
so
part.
they can both be.
They can what?
So it's a choice that you make when you're having that back and forth, right? How much of it goes in a PUD and how much of it isn't. And we recognize that there's a portion of this property that was in the city and that would therefore be subject to the city's CZO. That's pretty clear, no one's arguing that point. But when you decide to go for a PUD, a planned unit development, and when you decide to start having discussions about, well, what is it going to look like? Are you going to put in commercial there? Will you have residential, et cetera? The decision was made to put everything in a PUD to allow for the split with the commercial, the residential, and then to also put those additional requirements like the offsite improvements, et cetera.
So the decision was made by the council?
It is a negotiated decision, so it's both council and
The developer?
There was quite a bit of back and forth.
And do you have a date on that?
It's a matter of public record.
Well, she gave him a minute ago, I think, didn't you?
Yeah, it's a matter of public record. I don't have that.
March 31st, 2023.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Please.
Bruce Alexander, 516 Vienna. I don't want to get in an argument. I just want to read something. The following regulations shall control the subdivision of land within the corporate limits of the city of Castroville and within the executory jurisdiction thereof. That's your subdivision ordinance. That's your straight thing. And then you go farther down in there, it refers back to compliance with the CZO. So while I understand what Mr. Dixon said, I respectfully disagree with him. That your comprehensive there's only two ordinances you have that apply in ETJ, statutory ETJ, not the extended ETJ. And we're talking statutory right there. The CZO is the boss ordinance that controls development in the ETJ. Your subdivision ordinance was created in 2002, says specifically it controls development in ETJ, and it refers straight back to the CZO. So I respectfully disagree with the CZO not being a requirement, and the CZO requires lot size. So does your subdivision ordinance, requires lot size, unless you do a planned unit development. And I renew my issue that I believe the city has changed direction over the years and go straight to the planned unit development instead of trying to stay with the stringent ordinance first. I'm just renewing that, and I respectfully disagree with you, sir, based on the wording of your own ordinances.
Understood.
Can I speak to that?
Yeah, will you clarify that for him, please?
Yes. Okay, so I'm not here to argue either. You don't have to. No, it's okay. I'm here to speak to something. You don't have to argue with me.
I'm not.
Okay. Yeah, okay. So I want you to think about this. So he's right. It does refer back to the CZO. Your CZO pertains to zoning. But if something is in the ETJ, there is no zoning. So you can't say that it has a particular lot size in our subdivision ordinance because that pertains to zoning, but zoning is not established in the ETJ. Does that make sense? So there's no,
By state law.
That's correct, but it controls development. It does control development in ETJ in addition to the zoning. And that's, look up the local government code, chapter 211, please. Thank you.
My turn yet?
Yeah, Brianna, would you bring a microphone back to her?
No, I can talk loud.
I still need you to speak into the microphone so people can hear. We're trying to help you out. Remember, we still have people online. We want to make sure that they can hear as well.
Yes. Is this one working?
Yes.
Okay. All right, Karen Cargill, 805 Washington.
Thanks.
What I've seen and heard tonight is, first of all, the city, whether we have good information, bad information, or whatever, rushed into some sort of, or some level of agreement with the developer before anything was actually laid out, before it ever went before the people were ever introduced to this and told us what was happening. And being how something like this affects the entire city of Castroville and not those little letters that went out, they need to go to all of us. If we pay, if utility bills is the way you're sending it, then put it in everybody's utility bills, because we all have a right to speak. And what I'm reading on this agenda is there's 4 proposed public hearings, and very definitively say public hearings. And then you, immediately the next thing is a vote. So that tells me that it doesn't matter what we say, y'all have already made up your minds. So my wish, it would be for the council to table all of this until you go back to the public, whether it be via the utility bills and a form letter that's mailed in, or you set up with the high school and get the auditorium for a public meeting that everyone can attend. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any further clarification on the application of the
200 feet?
No, the zoning ordinance, the CZO being a zoning ordinance in the subdivision ordinance? I can't get too far. I just want to make sure that you.
So the application of the CZO in our ETJ, that's the question. So the statement was made again that, well, I'm reading in your ordinance, here's what it says, and I don't argue with that, but the fact of the matter is not everything in our ordinances is kosher with state law. And state law says zoning does not apply in your ETJ. Now, it can refer back to other aspects of the CZO. It can refer back to the elements that would apply. We understand that, right? But zoning is not one of those items that is controlled in the ETJ. So, right, CZO. Okay, we'll play it back later.
Play back. I didn't say zoning.
CZO.
CZO does not control
Yeah.
zoning.
Okay. I think the inference was made that your CZO, that your ETJ, that it refers to your subdivision ordinance, which then refers to the CZO. I don't know what. Maybe I misunderstood the point, but hopefully we're clarifying zoning doesn't apply. And I would like to further clarify that there are two. As far as the state looks at landowner rights, they're protecting both, or attempting to protect through this process, both the rights of the people who live next to this land and the rights of the people who develop the land. So when you look at those 200-foot letters, that's all prescribed by state law. If you venture beyond that, you open yourselves up to additional liability from the landowner who's going through this process, that you have somehow biased the process, et cetera. So we follow the state law when it comes to notification and involvement, et cetera.
So there's somewhere in state law that says you cannot go outside of the 200 foot. Is that what you're saying?
No, I don't know the law that well. I don't know if it says you cannot, but it says this is the prescriptive, this is what you shall do, and so we do that part.
What you shall do and what you should do as representatives and guardians of this city is 2 different things, apparently.
Not necessarily. Again, we are all liable as a community. If you take risks on behalf of the larger public, then you're liable for those. What? Right. Right.
The 200 feet relates to notice and the property owners that are required to be noticed for the public hearing. So that they receive personal invitation to attend the hearing. And so that's kind of how that does vary from common, because that is to put everyone impacted as per how state law defines impact on notice, so that they have the opportunity to attend and be heard.
But then it's those notices that are counted for majority. When you talk about supermajorities and requirement of supermajority, that's based on those notices. It doesn't matter how many people show up to the public hearing. It doesn't matter. It's whether or not they. Okay, yeah. Right.
I would get her point. The people within 200 feet are the ones who count. I get that. But there is also an impact to the whole community. And whether you get a letter, whether you put a big red block on Mayor's corner and say, hey, heads up, just letting you know, there's going to be debate and public hearings, controversy about this proposed thing. In other words, just let the people know, whatever form that may take, but let us all know.
We run it in the newspaper for 3 days.
Okay.
It's also on our website.
Yeah. So newspaper, website, but I hear what you're saying, which is we could do more. Could you put it on some special part of the newspaper or on the website? But, well, it's on the website and the newspaper already. But you're saying, can we put it in our bill stuffer? Can we do these other things? Possibly. All right. I apologize, Mickey. I stepped into your time.
No, you don't need to apologize. Now it's a public hearing. A while ago, it couldn't be. I'm interested in the answer the attorney has of what the difference is. But nevertheless, that's not why I'm here. Mickey Holzhaus. My official name is Michael Holzhaus, 514 Washington. You know, I'm stepping back, and my emotions have gone from frustration to, you know, being upset to calm and disillusioned. You know, I revert back to item 7, where we listened to the mayor do the clarification on the strategic planning and the city growth and that dog and pony show, and things that we've heard 4 or 5 times at different meetings. It's just ridiculous to bore us with the same details. And then we even go through each councilman has to give their statement. I feel sorry for you guys because, and ladies, for that exercise. But and I made a note to myself when everybody was giving their comments, and I agree with some of your comments and some I disagree with. That's not the point, but I didn't hear a single council person say that I'm here to serve my constituents. Not one. You can go back and review it all. I know y'all are you're real good about saying we can go back and read it. Go back and review it, because not a one said I'm here to serve my constituents. And I call it a dog and pony show because in March, according to the deal, there was a signed agreement, a development agreement with this developer, what they could do. And it's obvious that they've taken great lengths and great expense to put together the whole subdivision. And I suspect that if this whole thing doesn't go through like he's got it out, there's going to be one hell of a lawsuit against the city, because it's a done deal. And we all know that. Let's call a spade a spade. This is a done deal. Right or wrong, whether we like it or not, it's a done deal. You can see it from the proof of what the developer's done. And all this motion about sending this to planning and zoning and they having a meeting and it was approved and now you're going to approve it tonight, it's all putting the cart, you put the cart before the horse in March, and now you're trying to backfill, you're backfilling all this stuff. We're not stupid. You have to do it now because you got your butt in a crack. Okay? That's what it's all about. You sent out surveys to the citizens without 200 feet. Applaud them for filling it out, but it was a waste of paper, a waste of your time. It's a done deal. And the UDO that your simple city is trying to write to simplify everything, the first 2 paragraphs, in that one of those paragraphs, it says it's legal binding contract. It's legal and binding. What you've done is legal and binding already. You've already done it. So why are you wasting your time with a public hearing? Whether it's a public hearing or comments, you can pay her to tell us what it is. We all know what it is. And, you know, Mr. Mayor, buy yourself a Rogers Rule of Order at Walmart so you know how to run a meeting, because you don't. And it's a shame. I hope you take some of this to heart, and I hope the rest of you do. Good night, because y'all are going to be here a long time, and it's a waste of time.
All right. Do we have anybody else that would like to speak? Okay. Anybody else? Yeah, you can come up and speak, and they can do clarifications from staff. We can't have a discussion between council and individuals.
Don Lloyd, 207 Sunnyland. So I have a question. I don't know who can answer it. Maybe you can, Scott. So again, going back to the ETJ or whatever, lot size and things. So it also said that on construction, there is no guidelines on construction.
Oh, for what's applicable in the ETJ versus not? You want to bring that up again? Right, is it not in the same presentation?
I think it said something about materials.
It's in here, yep.
You're talking about this one?
Yeah.
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yeah,
Yeah.
so we can only, yeah, so according, I think it was House Bill 852, if I remember correctly, number 17, that may be wrong, or maybe 2314. The state does not allow municipality to regulate building materials. And what we mean by building materials is the outside, like siding, roofing. There's certain materials that if they're allowed by our international building code, this city cannot say that they're not allowed. So basically,
Wow.
yeah.
So you're telling me that someone could go over there and throw up a tin box?
Yeah, no, yes. There's also,
And the city of Castroville has no recourse on that?
That's correct.
That's correct.
By state law?
By state law.
No exceptions, no nothing?
Yeah, so,
They're allowed to plywood. That's an acceptable building material.
I understand,
International
huh?
Building code. So
Yeah.
if they put that up as the outside of their exterior of their home, they are allowed to do so.
Brianna, what material?
Plywood.
Plywood.
Yeah.
well, plywood, anyway, there's anything that's approved under IBC,
Cardboard
International
box?
Building Code.
I think that one's not allowed.
That one's not allowed?
Yeah, I don't think that one's allowed.
It's International Building Code, and it's part of state law, so you can, I mean, this is all
So,
searchable.
Let me take that a step further with that. So on my house, or the house behind me, on May Street, lady passed away. And it's one of the bigger lots in the old part of Country Village. So if I was to buy that, could I take that lot, tear that house down, and build 3 houses?
No, because it would have to be 12,000 square feet.
You're in the city limits.
Well, the same thing on this developments in the city.
A part of it
You're saying one
was.
thing and talking outside of your mouth. I'm
No,
trying to figure
no, a
out-
part of it, to be fair, a part of it was in the city limits, a part of it was in the ETJ. So that's what made the difference. Because the portion that was in the ETJ, we really couldn't prescribe anything as far as the developer is concerned. That was what we were limited to prescribing.
If they
Signage.
right there, they could have put a mobile home park or,
Yeah.
really, yeah, or industrial, whatever they really
So the front part is commercial. Can we not regulate commercial building?
not the design aesthetics of it, no.
Well, and the commercial aspect of it is only commercial, that's only platted commercial, because that was a request that the city made. It was originally planned to be all residential.
Okay.
The city requested that there be a portion of it to be dedicated to commercial, and that's in keeping with what we've done in pretty much all these development agreements. They all have some portion of that community that's dedicated to commercial. And one of the major reasons for that is, when you look at the continuity and the financial viability of the city, it's dependent upon a mix of commercial and residential.
Right.
If you become all bedroom, it's a sad state of affairs because your taxes are incredible and you still can't fix streets. So that's what we were trying to avoid by, or that's what the city council was trying to avoid by including commercial in that development.
So in that, and was not traffic patterns addressed in this plat planning?
Yes, if you pull up the plat, again, the plat itself offers very limited mobility options.
Right.
A big challenge of that is the drainage that's in that area. And you don't want to exacerbate the drainage, and there's just, requiring the on-site drainage is also something that we pushed upon this developer, right? So in addition to the off-site development. But that's why, if you looked at their original plat versus their plat today, the original plat was one big kind of cul-de-sac with one entrance and exit. That was it. And again, this was part of the negotiated back and forth, was to get the gridded pattern so that all those streets that are on the south side of that development would connect through. Now, if we were doing master planning and had a thoroughfare plan that the city enforced over time, then ideally, you would have seen some type of gridded network that was applied to the Country Village subdivision as it was developed, but it really wasn't. Because those streets are cul-de-sac, they're cul-de-sac in some places, they don't allow for this type of further development. But I think we took it about as far as we could with the developer as far as trying to provide additional traffic patterns within that development by requiring the gridded plan. And by doing that, they lost, I don't know, how many lots? 17 or 18 lots or so.
So correct me wrong, is the traffic pattern only coming out on 471? Or
No,
those side streets going to go exit on Providence at some point?
Yeah, no, so they all go to Providence, and then the streets that come through, we'll bring it up so you can see it.
So there's 3 exits towards Providence, so 1, 2, 3, and then there's 1 exit on the side.
Well, just on the copy that got sent out, there was a line there, so, my limited architectural.
Yeah, sorry, there is an exit on the 471 side, and then there's those other exits that go this way. And the 471 side, I'm fairly certain they were limited to 1 exit, because that is a state-controlled.
And then those commercial properties will come out in that 1 exit and entrance as well?
No, the commercial, you can see, they have access to 471. They also have access to go through on Providence. They can cut through the community.
Go back.
Right. But we recognize, traffic's a problem. I know the city council has had a lot of discussion about what we're trying to do about traffic, and this was, I think, the lesser of 2 evils.
Well, I know y'all don't have an easy job by any stretch of the imagination, but I will want to point out one thing on the things that you put up there, Mayor, and maybe I misunderstood it, but on that Simple City or whatever that thing was talking about you have a place to sleep and you have a place to live. Well, I live where I sleep. And, I don't want to sleep in some place. This is my life and we live here. So I don't really agree with, if that's how I interpreted that concept that was up there. And I don't know, maybe I'm wrong, maybe I'm right, but, I think it's not that everybody's against it. We're just trying to figure out what's the best way to go about approaching this to make things work. So, again, I live and I don't sleep, just here. Thanks.
Thank you. Just a clarification again, if you need my number or City Council's number, they are on there, and we would be happy to have that discussion with you. You would ask some questions about what was meant by that. Even though I can't address it here, I'd be happy to address that with you. Sure. Staff can give you, I'm sorry, I know it's confusing. Staff can give you clarifications. When you speak during the public hearing, staff can give clarifications. City Council can't have interaction with that. But staff can give clarifications. If you... You don't. You have it before... Yeah. Well, yeah. No, you can't do it during the workshop either. We had asked for that. We had asked for public hearings where we could have back and forth like that, and we have not found a legal way to do that. And so just trying to keep that open. Again, you can have the conversation all day long with us outside of the meetings. Individually, you can't collectively because that creates a walking quorum, but you can. But if you have concerns, you can address them here. Staff can give you clarifications.
Valerie Youngman, 218 Alvena Street. I also own a home here on 512 Paris Street. That's another story for another day, and I will come back to that. You and I, Mr. Mayor, have had discussions. I'm waiting for you to get back to me. It's been probably since you're mayor. Am I right? Can't answer, right? Okay. All right, let's talk about transparency for a minute. I'm not going to say it tonight, but I am going to bring it up another night of a discussion the mayor and I had, and how some things went on between council people that were extremely unethical, and you know what I'm talking about. And I'm not going to say it tonight because I'm going to make sure that live stream camera is working when I say it, because what's going on is very sad to me. It's very sad. It's an emotional issue to me because I'm glad I don't have just 3 minutes. I'm sorry if I'm going to get lengthy. As you know, Mr. King, you probably know, and the rest of you know if I've said it before, my dad was Mayor Pro Tem and City Councilman, Mr. Dyer, you probably know, my dad, Guy Holthouse. Many years on council, prided himself on everything. If he's no longer with us, if he would see what is going on, he would just, that's why my brother can't take it. And I'll tell you this, and maybe I've said this before, on my dad's deathbed, he made my brother Mickey promise him he would never run for council because he knows how this crap goes and he can't take it, and he did not want my brother to do that. And it's really sad because the transparency that you pretend to give us is not there, and you know it. We've had a discussion, and you know it, right, Ms. Martinez? She knows what I'm talking about, and I am going to bring it up at another meeting. This whole charade with this land property, what's the purpose of sending those 68 letters that came back? Why do we do that?
We're following state law.
Okay, protocol. So it serves no purpose. You know what? I've done things like that. It takes a lot of people's time, and people are busy, and so it serves no purpose. Really.
It's required by state law.
I
We're
heard
following
you.
state law. Okay.
I heard you.
Okay.
It's purposeless. So why don't you put on there, we don't really care what you think, but it's required by state law, because that's what you just told me. Another thing, and I've never been on a council, but I've told you guys before, my husband served on school board and as president for 10, 12 years, and I lived the life of that. I know what it's like, and I had little kids at the time, and it wasn't pleasant for him to be gone all the time. And it's not fun making hard decisions, so I know what you guys are doing. But the best thing you can do is have our best interest in mind, not a developer. I don't care who's a lawyer. I don't give a darn. You are not having our best interest in mind, and I think you're well aware of that. And I don't appreciate it. I bet they don't either. And another thing, I was going to save this for another time. There's a couple of you, one in particular, that have said, oh, the mob is coming again tonight, or the tribe, the group. You know what? I want to tell you, a couple of years ago, when the Tardy Hotel fiasco started, that organically got a group of people together. It was organic. We didn't say, oh, let's all have a texting group and get together. No, it organically happened. Some of these people I did not even know. I knew faces. I got to know them now. We happen to be on the same page. That's why we happen to be here. There. We're not a group, okay? Got it, Mr. Mers? Thank you. Appreciate that. And thank you, Mr. Dyer, for being a voice of reason and common sense. We need wisdom. We need an older person with wisdom on this board. Thank you for that. And one more thing.
To the public
One more
hearing.
thing.
Yes.
Your body language when we're sitting out here means a lot to us. It means a lot. You can pretend you're listening, but you sure don't look like it. And you know what? I've never been involved in politics in my life. I just started coming to this stuff when the Tardy Hotel thing began because my mom lived across the street. We've had to call the law several times. That finally got straightened out.
Can we please keep the comments to the public hearing at, I'm sorry, this is a public hearing on a very specific topic. So
I understand.
Let's keep our comments to that,
You're
please.
correct. I've gotten off topic. You're right. And I apologize for that. But let's remember why we're here as council people. I wouldn't want your job, and my brother sure as hell don't want your job. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anybody else that would like to speak during the public hearing? Please.
Hello, my name is Liz Rubio. I live at 232 May Street. I've been living here for 14 years, and I've enjoyed the empty property lot. I know that's not your fault that they sold it or anything like that. But I just want to say, I hope y'all overlooked or did not overlook the security. Making a neighborhood like that has a higher percentage of crime rate and drugs. And that is my concern because I'm single. I have great neighbors. I'm not going to enjoy the new neighborhood coming into my backyard. And so I hope y'all are prepared for drugs and crime in the future. Maybe it might be in 10 years. I heard Councilman David Mertz about your children. So in the future, I hope you take a good look of having a developer bringing in homes really close like that. I mean, I can't believe how many homes are going to be built in a 35 acres. I just, all I'm seeing is crime. That's what I'm seeing. And I think it's going to bring the value down of the city, a city that I moved to that I really appreciated. I really love being here. And I know, yes, we have to go with the growth and a gradual growth, a slow growth. But to have somebody build homes like that is just, yeah, I'm not going to feel as safe as I used to. But that's all I got to say for right now. Thank you.
Will you give clarification on the types of homes
Yeah,
and
I
the
will a
standards?
little bit. So, to my knowledge, there's no linkage between crime and density. There is linkage between crime and socioeconomic status and education. The houses that are being proposed, it's going to be a custom home builder. His entry-level home was $350. The top end's $650, $750 range. Does that sound about right? So respectfully, I don't believe that this development is going to bring crime. The concern, that no more or less than we experience today in that regard. Now, we are concerned as a community, I think, and staff and everyone else about just the growth of Bexar County this direction. We know our school district's dealing with more incidents of other issues. I won't call them crime issues, but just behavioral related issues, et cetera, as they grow. And as the community, I think, loses that rural identity, and it sucks. It's no fun at all. What we've done with this development agreement is try to ensure that the developer is making a significant enough contribution that they are incentivized to continue to improve the homes and the type of homes they're putting on the ground, because they're going to be out of pocket a considerable amount of money just to do the off-site drainage, let alone what's going to be required on the property itself, and that's all the streets and the giving up the lots, et cetera. As I stated, this was not the city just accepting what the developer brought forward. There was a lot of negotiation that went back and forth to end up where we are, and I think, hearing the concerns we've heard tonight, it's good to have that input. Also, hopefully, one of the things that's being taken away by those who are listening is that there are certain rights that the developer has. There's certain rights that a landowner has that put the city at risk as far as the development, the quality of that development, and what could have happened versus what we have caused to happen through this agreement. I think that's as much as I should elaborate at that point.
Thank you.
Anybody else?
One more time. Don Lloyd, 207 Sunnyland. Speaking about the drainage, Scott, am I understanding that they're going to come on the back side of Country Village where, is that Alsatian Oaks, or what is that?
No, we'll pull it up right here. So there's 2 drainage improvements. There's really 3 that are planned as part of this development. There are 2 off-site, or actually, I'm going to actually say 4 because there's 2 different ports. So the first one is this one. This is the Country Village drainage that was put in, I think, about 20 years ago, and it's silted in.
So
Yeah.
is that the drainage towards the development or back towards what I would
No, it's
call the Luby House?
It's back towards Luby House, so it's in between. It runs behind most of Country Village, in between the new one and the old one,
Right.
the estates and the old one. So that will be improved at the developer's cost. Then, if you want to move to the second one, this kind of has 2 components. So there's the Provident Avenue improvements. So there'll be stormwater collection improvements along Provident Avenue. And then I kind of break this up in two because there's another improvement that will take place across the street across 471. That'll have to be improved. And then there's the on-site improvements. And there's one in that corner where the green dot is, where the Provident kind of, that will be the southwest corner of the development. There'll be some drainage improvements in that area. And then there's on-site drainage, and that's that big kind of, we're trying to make it look park-like, but it's in the north, now I'm talking about the north east corner. And that's just an attempt to improve what's there. It has to be drainage, but if we're going to have drainage there, then the council is like, let's make it pretty, or as pretty as possible. So that's why you see some benches and trees and whatnot.
So with that, I brought this up in the planning committee. Our drainage in Castroville, according to even the guys that redid the streets in Country Village, it's non-existent because the sediment, just like what we're saying, has gotten higher than the streets, so there's no drainage. So if we don't do something to control erosion going, if they're just going to come in and grade it and bulldoze it, we're going to be in the same problem that we're at now in 20 years. So I'm proposing that we make sure that there's some type of hard surface drainage to slow that erosion down, that carries it on down, not just dirt. Because that's where we're at right now in some of the drainages in Country Village. The drainage is filled in with sediment, so it doesn't drain, so all the streets go there. And if we don't do it correctly,
You're going to back where you are 20 years from now. And it's just a fact of the matter. We've got a lot of bar ditches that have to be maintained now. That final design hasn't been approved, submitted, any of it, so it's still being worked on.
I just want to be on record and get it on point that we need to make sure if this thing passes, as it seems going to happen possibly, that we make sure that that drainage isn't just bulldozed out and, we go on down the road in 20 years, he's somewhere else building another subdivision and we're stuck with what we got again. So.
Yeah, I hear you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
What I'm still not clear about, and maybe Brianna, you can answer this. What did we gain, or what was the back and forth between the developer? What did we give up, and what did we gain?
Well, they got,
Go back to this slide, please.
And I'm still not clear as to why we had to agree to 8,000 square foot lots. I don't understand that.
well, so it's part of our, that's where I keep kind of coming back to, it's part of our ordinances. You're right, Bruce was right earlier, when it does have to be something that's brought up, it's something that can be asked for. But it is in our ordinance to be allowed to be asked for. And in our PUD ordinance, we do allow for lot sizes smaller than 12,000 square feet.
But some of that land was in Castroville city limits.
That's correct, yes.
So why couldn't we have dealt with that differently?
Because that land that was in city limits was residential land. We wanted that, the city requested for that frontage to be commercial, so we were already having.
Why would you do that?
Because the taxes that you gain from having commercial up front.
So it's about the money, I got it.
Well, it's about reducing your tax. It's about reducing your tax burden. You understand?
Oh, come on. No, don't give me that.
Well, Valerie, it's true.
It's true. So the taxes that you.
Can you imagine the traffic trying to get in and out of whatever, I'm sorry, don't mean to interrupt you. Trying to get out of whatever commercial that will be onto 471. And I didn't quite understand when you brought up the slide with the Providence Street and how they can get out through on Providence. Where do they go from Providence?
Well, Providence exits out to 90.
And 471. And where on 90?
Well, there's limited, I said earlier, it's the lesser of two evils. There's really limited, transportation planning you can do with that plot of land. That's what that looks like. How are you going to get them out? What are we going to do? Look at Country Village and how it's built and all the backyards back up to it. Ideally, there would be a north-south road. If there had been more planning in the past when Country Village went in, and there had been the allowance, if you will, for the continuation of a north-south road, that would have been ideal. That would have been great, because that would have been an alternate route to 471
Well, we're
and
talking
all
about the
that.
past now.
But yeah, you can't do that. So what are we stuck with? Well, you've got that drainage lot, and I know that there's at least one person that kind of talked about, well, we could try to put a road on the drainage lot. I don't think that works. It's something, I just don't think that's going to work. But what does work, or what we could do, is require this gridded pattern, which is in the proposed plat that's in the yellow down below, a couple slides down below, but it connects. So initially, it was just going to be one road, came off of 471 and went in and made a loop. That's what the developer wanted to put in. What the city went back with was, no, we want you to create a gridded pattern that's similar to what you see elsewhere in Castroville, but also allows for more in and out. Now, again, that's not, what sells are cul-de-sac houses. That's what developers will tell you. Like, everybody wants to live on a quiet cul-de-sac street, but that's not what's best for transportation. So traffic was in mind. It's not a great solution, but it's the best solution we could come up with, given the property, its location, and all the other constraints around it, including topography, drainage, and the existing development, the existing built environment around it.
So if I'm reading the agenda correctly, are y'all voting on this tonight?
Yes.
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 So, you've got all these letters, and I don't expect anybody to sit and read through them, unfortunately, all the time they put into it, to take into account. Is there a way you can vote no?
Yes. It is all a process. There is nothing that is a done deal. It is all a process. I'm sorry, was I allowed to? Actually,
Yeah,
I should have clarified that.
Yeah, it's a vote. So
Okay.
votes, you have yeses and nos, and,
Okay,
yeah.
all right.
Can I ask a question from my Scott on that?
If we can,
So, Don Lloyd again, 207 Sunnyland. So, coming out from Providence, going on to Highway 90, is there some way that we have an idea what that traffic pattern is going to look if they're trying to come out on Highway 90? The safety issues?
So whenever they do the plat, that plat has to also go through TxDOT, and TxDOT controls Highway 90.
Yep.
And they also control 471.
Correct.
So TxDOT will be able to see these traffic patterns coming out of this neighborhood and make requests upon that. So if there's a reason why, I'm not sure what that looks like, and if they think that there's a higher standard that needs to be met to safely get those people across, that's TxDOT's call. Those aren't our roadways, so we have to rely on TxDOT to get
they
that.
don't need TxDOT. They do need it for 471, but not for Provident.
Yeah, but Providence, but I think that they asked for the traffic patterns that go out on 90s, though. Not-
Yeah, because it's going, Provident connects directly to 471.
Yeah, I know they do.
Do they have control over that? I'm sorry,
I don't know how much control they have, but anyway, the short answer was yes. That all gets looked at. Now, how much planning and engineering can go into that tract of land when it comes to traffic? You're very, very limited.
Well, the thing that I look at is the safety aspect. I mean, you already know that 471's a wreck when they come from that way, and it's a wreck once a week. And then they try to come across the traffic pattern in Highway 90. That's a wreck. So, I mean, we're kind of creating a monster for ourselves if we don't do something to control.
There's already, so TxDOT's well aware of that. There's already improvements planned, and they've been in the works for about 2.5 years. I've been here about 3.5, so about from a year after I got here, they started working on the 471 and 90 intersection. So that's pretty well planned at this stage. I don't know when it's actually going to let and be built, but I think TxDOT, that's all in TxDOT's purview. All right.
can you clarify for him the difference between what could happen, what we have control over, and what we don't? So doing the juxtaposition of what is allowed in the county?
Well, if we're talking about TxDOT and TxDOT roadways, TxDOT controls access to their roadways.
He was asking about traffic.
And we're kind of getting away from the zoning part of this. That's more back to the PUD request. That's the next request.
So yeah, we're getting away from the zoning part, but I still think the big picture there is safety and concern as we as citizens and potential citizens trying to come across there, you know, and so now so I'm going to add to that, so now they come through Country Village hauling butt, because they stop at that light, and this is probably some of it, and the cops have been doing a good job. So they stop at the light and they sit there and traffic's all the way backed up past the out 471, and so they turn down Alvena, they turn down Breeden, they turn down May, and they run those stop signs, and then they go fast down Country Village and make a right. They're unimpeded. They're not slowed down anywhere. So you're going to add more traffic pattern to that as I see that.
You're right. And that's all stuff that's being considered by TxDOT. That's all, we're trying to figure out what the best way to handle that. But what goes into the balance of all of this is, again, what's permissible, what would have just happened on its own, versus what we can do to try and control the growth and ensure that it is quality development, that you do have nice houses, that you do have an area that people are, it doesn't hurt your home values, that sort of thing. So that's what this, we hope reflects. That's what, we tried to shoot for the best outcome possible. And that's, I understand. There's,
well, I'm, you know, and
the best way to control is someone to buy it.
But we're just trying to look and see here. You know, to me, I think people have, and I don't know the name of the subdivision, but the subdivision that's over there back behind Sammy's that's fairly new. To me, that's a subdivision that mixes in with our culture, our everything that we have. And I think what people are in their minds thinking is these are going to be very small houses, although they may be big, but they're on a small lot size from a standpoint, and you don't have anything that right now other than what's being built on the other side of Walmart within the city limits.
Yeah.
And I think that's the shock, you know, that you've got a house or a subdivision that's going in right next to me that looks like that compared to one that is 12,000 square feet. So that's a hard pill to swallow.
Understood.
You know.
Understood.
Okay, I'm going to ask for any further comment. We stick to testimony, which is the point of the public hearing. I do understand that we've engaged in some commentary and clarification with city staff, but the purpose of this is testimony, not a
dialogue.
let me get all of my questions answered situation. It's to give commentary to council so that they can make an informed decision on the item.
My question is, what happens if you vote no, if the council votes no? What happens with the developer?
Some of that we don't know. I mean, honestly, some of that I don't know where it would lead. They've already annexed in, so that locks them in to certain things. But
you, as I understand, you can vote no tonight. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I ask you. I live in that area. I live on Alvena Street. I ask you to please vote no. Live by the golden rule. Do unto others that you would want them to do to you. Thank you.
Do you want me to start? Oh, sorry. When you're ready.
Anybody else for the public hearing?
Yeah, no. We're going to read the comments before you close the...
Please.
All right. Is that all right? Do you want me to read them? You sure?
These are comments that came...
These are comments that came through the notice that was sent out that people responded back? Okay. And you have the other email comments that were sent in as well?
Just the ones that were sent to me, so yeah.
Perfect.
Mr. Mayor, it seems like much of this discussion has really been about items 14 and 15.
Right.
As opposed to the items 11 or 12 and 13, which is basically the question, do we want to change these two lots that are on 471 from residential to commercial? That's what we're supposed to be discussing. But it seems like we're discussing the next items, which is the PUD overlay.
That's true.
Which we haven't even gotten to yet.
That's right.
So I'm.
My apologies, I've let us go off track with that.
Simple.
Okay.
Thank you.
But the one that was sent out, we sent out for both zoning request and PUDs, correct? Okay.
Correct, and this is just for the zoning, because that's the
Okay.
public hearing we're on. And there was a question, or people were confused about sending the letters back to the planning and zoning meeting. They did state, like, in order to be on record, please complete and return this form, but I understand that it was not clear, that they didn't understand that in order to be on record. And that's just so I can verify that it is within that 200-foot radius, because that's what qualifies the supermajority. So that's why we asked for the meeting return prior to the start of the meeting, because I do have to verify that it's within those 200 feet, and not just somebody from the county sending a letter in.
Great.
So just wanted to clarify that. Okay, Groff Lane Enterprises in opposition, 2 small lots, will sewer handle flow, drainage issues, road congestion. Groff Land Enterprises in opposition.
Growth.
Sorry. Growth Land Enterprises, 2 small lots, will sewer handle flow, drainage issue, road congestion. Growth Land Enterprises in opposition, 2 small lots, will sewer handle flow, drainage issues, road congestion. Growth Land Enterprises in opposition, 2 small lots, will sewer handle flow, drainage issues, road congestion. Let's see, Leon Jr. and Kathy Shearhart in opposition. Okay. We would like to start off by saying that we are not opposed to a subdivision being developed on the proposed property, but we do have concerns in regards to what has been approved to this point and would appreciate your consideration in this matter before final approval. Listed below are our concerns. Main concern is the lot size. We understood that the proposed lots on are an average of 8,000 square feet, which is 4,000 square feet less than any minimum lot size in Country Village and other subdivisions in Castroville. We have done the math in allowing 8,000 versus 12,000 square foot lots for a difference of approximately 40 more homes in this subdivision, which means that they are very dense and close together with minimal side setbacks, which is very concerning. Drainage easement. According to the plat we received, there is a 10-foot drainage easement on the north side of Block A, which will run directly behind some of the southern lots to include ours. We were wondering how this will affect the lots in the area and who will be maintaining that easement. Traffic on 471 North and Providence Street. How will this be resolved with all the new homes and commercial property? Water. We are already in stage 3 and it's only May. How will approximately 120 more homes plus commercial property not affect us even more? Electrical. The plat points out the existing 10-foot wide utility easement along the southern edge of Country Village. This will be used by the new subdivision for their electrical, etc. And if so, how will this work? And will our lots that border this end up with transformers in our backyards? As children of one of the original developers of Country Village, and knowing all the restrictions that were non-negotiable for them, we are amazed to say that at least what the city of Castroville negotiated and approved thus far. Is this really the precedence we want to set going forward? Carl Schumann and Michelle Schumann in opposition. Our property backs up to this development, and I completely disagree having 3 homes between our property line. These homes will decrease the value of my property. Carl Schumann and Michelle Schumann in opposition. Our property backs up to the development, and I completely disagree having 3 homes between our property line. Those homes will decrease our property value. Shelley Inn in opposition. Small lots will decrease the value of my home and other Country Village homes. Finley Cartwright in opposition. Ralph and Linda Weimer in opposition. I'm sorry? Wynn, I'm sorry. Wynn. Lots are too small. Family housing should have ample room for activities. Troy Malden in opposition. Harold and Mary Alice Owens in opposition. Too small of space for 120 homes, too close together, no privacy. Where are the roadways to accommodate at least 200 extra vehicles? Will these have already reside in village subdivision, be able to entry to handle the extra traffic? With these 120 homes, please plus all of the others yet to come, do we really have the adequate resources, water, sewage, etc.? Vincent and Donna Paredes in opposition. Desi and Yvette Gonzalez in opposition. Kenneth DeFrias in opposition. The city should maintain current ordinance. Traffic on 471 and people cutting through on Village Path is bad enough now. Chuck and Estella Kears in opposition. Concerns. How are the people in the home going to access from their homes 120 to Highway 471 and Highway 90? 2. Our street, Village Path, is now being used as a thoroughfare each morning and evening off of 471 and as a bypass to Highway 90. 3. There are no speed limits on Village Path, so speed is a factor. 4. We currently have Medina Valley School buses picking up students on Village Path. Thank you for your consideration. Linda and John Green in opposition. Traffic concerns on 471 and Highway 90. Drainage concerns. Lot sizes for houses too small. Should be 12,000 square foot. Nathan Griggs in opposition. Lot size is against subdivision regulations. Increased demand on water and sewage. Traffic increase cannot be handled by existing roadways. KW Griggs in opposition. This will devalue all existing surrounding residents due to the out-of-ordinance lot sizes. The city of Cashville has had lot size ordinance of 12,000 square feet, and everyone here has had to work hard and follow all ordinances. Now the city is letting any developer come in and do what they want and ruin all existing residences, land, and properties. Hard-earned properties, sorry. KW Griggs in opposition. The city should stick to the original lot ordinance of 12,500 square foot lots, just as all existing residents have done. Stop letting big money developers come in and push you around. Diana Balsadna, in opposition. Kylie Jean in opposition. Against decreasing minimum lot size for new development. Also do not want roads to connect to Country Village. Don
Lloyd.
Is that?
No,
it looks longer. Salon Blanc? It's 128 Village Path. In opposition. Sorry, I can't read the last name. Salon Blanc? Yeah. Don Lloyd in opposition. 1, traffic. 2, lot size, not for city ordinance. 3, drainage. Kelsey Zotyka in opposition. I'm not in agreement for these homes being built. That is a prime lot for Cashville and should be used for other amenities for the locals. Please keep the Country Village community in mind when making decisions. Elizabeth Rubio in opposition. Too many homes in the area, too much traffic. Maybe you should consider bringing major corporations that pay money so the some do not have to drive into San Antonio. This building homes is making Cashville not a small town feel. I had moved here 15 years ago for that reason, and now this big fat no. Cord and Kelsey, Mummy, in opposition. We are not in favor because the lot sizes are smaller than traditional size Cashville lots. Debbie Rice, in opposition. Lot sizes are too small. Houses would be only a few feet apart. Lot sizes of 12,000 minimum to match surrounding area would be more appropriate. Mary Avant, in opposition. No room for emergency vehicles to access. 2, need bypass to accommodate congestion already for Highway 90 and FM 471. Can't handle current congestion at peak hours. Notes written on May 21st, 5:45. Needs slower speed zone already on 471 North. Currently is 40 miles per hour into town to Highway 90 light. When congestion is not present, speeding is already a problem on 471 to and from the light at Highway 90. As I'm writing this, a red happened in front of our house in 471 interest to Bill Motors. A month occurrence. Need to reroute large 18-wheeler truck traffic to allow for 200 feet car, the 200 cars that will be added to the small congested area with not enough access already or room on the road. Noise level from these trucks and increased traffic and constant horn honking is already too high. 5, where will the work/construction vehicles, materials park while on the months of building is going on? Again, if there is an emergency, how will the emergency vehicles get through? They already can't get down 471 at peak times. Maryland Cherry, in opposition. I wonder how many city council member or mayor would like this subdivision with small lots and houses in their backyard. What happened to cashable restrictions? Absolutely no commercial property should be allowed. Major traffic problem already. Trevor and Courtney Mangold, in opposition. Claire Tondre, in opposition. I believe it is too many houses in one small area. My house alone would have 3 houses in my backyard. There are already a huge increase of traffic on 471, and adding to that would be problematic for many people. I am not in favor of this addition. Tracy Hole, in opposition. Traffic on Highway 90 and 471 North is already congested. With more businesses planned at these commercial lots, it would be terrible and dangerous. Francis J. and Helen Lutz, in opposition. Francis J. and Helen Lutz, in opposition. Francis J. Lutz and Helen Lutz, in opposition. Francis J. and Helen Lutz, in opposition. Francis J. Lutz, in opposition. This is the last one. Francis J. Helen Lutz, in opposition.
They own quite a few lots.
Yeah, okay, and then,
Real quick, how many were in opposition at the P&Z meeting?
12.
12. So we received an additional 26. You said 38 total now?
No, this one had, I think it's 39.
39. So no additional 27 that P&Z didn't have, but we have tonight.
For this one.
All right, I just want to clarify that for you all.
Okay, and then I have, it's one letter, but multiple people signed it, so I'm gonna read the letter and then I'll read the signatures at the end. Okay, RE public hearing notice for zone change for planned unit development. As citizens living in Country Village adjacent to the intended subdivision, we are opposed to a zoning change for the planned unit development PUD for this subdivision. There are multiple reasons. 1, traffic is already terribly congested on 471. Adding more traffic coming into this already congested, dangerous situation will not be good for the citizens of Castroville and the neighborhoods. The traffic on Main Street in front of our home of people heading through the neighborhood because of frustration and waiting is already terrible. Vehicles pass through at higher rates of speed. This development adding to the increased traffic problem will only increase the amount of traffic in front of our home. 3, further intensifying the traffic issue is the extreme density currently proposed for the subdivision with lot sizes of 8,000 square feet. At the very least, lot size of 12,000 square feet per the current City of Castroville code would help reduce density and create more favorable living environments for the residents of that neighborhood and the surrounding neighborhood. While traffic will still be adversely affected, a lot size of 12,000 square feet and fewer homes would be better than the proposed 8,000 square feet. Drainage is not good and will only be exacerbated by the density of the subdivision. The poor drainage affects the 471 traffic conditions as well as homeowners and businesses across from 471. Drainage within and through the Country Village subdivision will also be adversely affected. The homes and roads around the area of drainage within the subdivision will feel the effect from increased water adding to an already poor drainage situation. 5, green space needs to be appropriate in type and amount to create a healthy living environment for the community itself and surrounding it. A retaining pond with the primary purpose of trying to help the drainage problem is not an appropriate green space for the enjoyment of the community. 6, over the past few years, there have been a noticeable difference in reduction in water pressure in Country Village. Adding an additional subdivision at the proposed density will only aggravate a problem that is already developing. 7, the recent community meetings regarding the vision of Castroville and supporting growth in a positive way are exciting. Is a subdivision at this density truly supporting that vision for the entirety of Castroville? Is the new vision only for the historic district or all of Castroville? We do not support a zone change for the planned unit development for this subdivision and feel more thoughtful consideration needs to be given to what is planned for this area. And it says, thank you, Mickey and Jackie Anderson. Thank you, Hal and Polly McCormick. Thank you, Norman and Angie Watson. And thank you, Alice Bain. And then I have one more. This is from Robert Lee. The development between Country Village and commercial strip fronting 90 is going to create a forever trouble spot in the mornings as there is no convenient way to go east on 90. You either stack up on one of the streets that connects Providence to 90 and try to cross to the center lane and to go east, or you try to enter the stream coming down 471 to the 90 light by the bridge. That intersection is already backed up in the morning for people wanting to turn left onto 90. The only other option is to exit on 471 to the right and turn back through Country Village to go to the light at Country Lane and 90. You already have complaints of cars going through Country Village to avoid the 471 and 90 intersection. Want to add that? There's an empty lot that fronts Village Path to the northeast corner of this proposed development that might be used as an entry exit and take vehicles to the light at 90. And would make an orderly flow and keep traffic out of the majority of Country Village. Otherwise, approval of this development would create a sore spot from now on, said property. That's it.
Did you read the final recommendation that he sent also?
Let me see if I can find it.
Oh.
You can send it after that.
Say after that.
Give me 1 second.
I may not make a copy on it.
No, actually, I think it's just lower than this. His recommendation was to do a,
Appears to be the only route to handle this. I wasn't aware that the city owned this until a few minutes ago. Really should be a requirement for the developer to solve or help pay for solving.
yeah, he was saying, wait. He was saying that the drainage easement, using the drainage easement road to Country Path was his recommendation.
Yes. Yeah, it was stated in there.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, sorry. Great. All right. So we're going to close the public hearing. We have nothing else to cover in the public hearing, right? Okay, we'll close the public hearing at 9:03.
Mayor, I'm going to ask for a brief recess.
Okay. We'll take a recess at 9:03. Need some water. Is it storming out there?
It is.
Now you want the trees. Oh my gosh.
All that stuff's for sale now.
This is going to be soccer.
Got you.
Oh, now they're for sale.
It was free when we was doing the other day, it's for sale.
Thank you.
You know what? Wrong, you're wrong. Own it, move on. That's all part of it. Good, bad, or otherwise. There were problems. Usually, comment to it. You're right. There's no question. My district. I don't know how you
Something like that. Been looking at the big red thing. That's why I texted Joanne. I said, go enjoy the storm. I won't see you until tomorrow. Round two. Well, you know, I haven't had a chance because I can't respond, but we didn't write this ordinance. But basically, it says something like this. So there's nothing nefarious going on here. He followed the ordinance. And he should have the right to. I was looking, and I'm going to ask the attorney, because in some changes, if you don't get 80% of the area, or you don't even get to vote. So for instance, if the historic district, for instance, say we established the historic district for the entire HE zone instead of 96 homes, 400 homes. None of those people were notified there's no public hearing. But if we have a public hearing, then we don't get 80% of those we get 21% who oppose it. I think it's true of this. 21% of people oppose it. It's great. I have one, sir, but I appreciate it. You may need it for the next one. I may need it, yeah. Reinforcements. We have more than 50% at this point of the people who got voted. So, it may be a real point. I'm going to ask the attorney. Because if more than 20% of the people oppose it, oh, it's gonna, oh yeah, it's, pardon the phrase,
Just told me I would run.
Some of this is really.
250, huh?
It's really a very neat piece of artwork. Really is. And a lot of those are very good.
You have your favorite? This is a big That's in my sister's house, which is this big, which is the administration building.
And remind me of this one, what that building is. Oh, just but the other wing.
No, it's when there used to be trees on top, and then they.
Right, yeah, they're paying height.
There's the stairs.
Yeah, there's height the other wing over there.
Brother Cletus was Marian's, St. Mary's University, he's one of the DOTs.
Was he the one who also did woodwork? Like, there was somebody there, we hired him to do the altar and podium and everything.
I want to say Jim Jacob.
Maybe he was a brother. But Mickey Conrad, I think, anyway, LPA was our architect. I think his name came from.
Well, when I was
it came from Buddy Holly.
When I was a student, I was friendly with Brother Jim.
Okay.
The basement of this Boston building was a shop.
That was it. Yeah.
They had a 20-foot lathe in that shop.
Oh, gee.
Yeah. And they had mills, they had lathes, they had table saws, they had a foundry.
One more. Keep me going.
They had a foundry.
I brought in 6.
I didn't get to learn all this stuff, and I got to play with some of the mills and lathes.
That was neat.
Yeah, it was. I never got to the big one, but they could turn a two-story workforce to that. Round 4?
Oh, sure. Keep it away.
Good. Bring it. I got my carport bill.
Do what?
Thanks, Pat. Yeah, thanks. Oh, that was her.
Or Herbert's, all right.
I figured I could use 2.
They got an attorney here. You can talk to them.
Are we waiting for the attorney?
There's a, grab it.
So how many milliliters?
Go to the bathroom.
About 500, 550.
No, sure.
Or 18 fluid ounces.
I like that gauge.
Do we have to have her here?
Oh, I did?
You're going to damage this fine furniture.
I appreciate that. I don't want to be damaging the property of the city of Casterville.
Yeah. That's true.
I still love that.
That thing you asked me to represent, because you were going to be gone, to make sure you asked Gina.
Which one was that?
I hope that if
Oh, that was the Aggie
City Hall
Mom.
gets remodeled and we get new council chambers, that the new one will also be the city of Casterville.
Is there one that says Castor?
The stickers here that say the.
Okay, let me figure out what that was.
There's a little sticker here that says that the dais is the property
You got
of
the
the
Aggie
city of
Mom.
Casterville. O-R.
Let me figure out what that was. I'll let you know.
I love it.
Thanks for looking out for that. Okay, we're ready? Okay, we are going to reconvene at 9:14. Next item is consider and take appropriate action on a zone change request for approximately 35.168 acres located, northeast of intersection at US Highway 90 East and 471 North. The current zoning of the property is RA, single-family dwelling district, for approximately 35.168 acres. The proposed zoning for the property is a planned unit development district, PUD overlay, with the underlying zoning CH-E, East Commercial District, for approximately 2.725 acres, and RA, single-family dwelling district, for approximately 32.443 acres. Okay, so let's open this up to a little bit of, I want to open this up to questions from council. I feel like we really need to talk this through in listening to the people that have spoken for us, and I want to make sure that we get some clarifications from the developer. I think it'd be prudent to have them discuss what the purpose of the planned unit development would be,
We are just on the zoning.
Sorry.
Because the plan is next.
Oh, yeah, thank you. Sorry. Getting all messed up. So, on the zoning change, why we'd asked for the commercial versus the residential, and what was the purpose for that?
Well, at the time, again, we were working on several different development agreements, and the back and forth with the council. You asked me to clarify this?
Just clarify that.
At the time, kind of the direction was, as we look at these developments, we really need to make sure that a portion of it, some 10 to 20% of that should be commercial. And the reason for that was to ensure that we had a mix of property tax payers, understanding that, I can't remember, Mayor, your last kind of analysis of property tax, but between property and sales tax.
67%.
Yes, close to 70%, well over 60, or 65% minimum. When you look at the split between residential and commercial, it's coming from commercial. So residential, no matter how much emphasis you put on making sure that there's a high design in the beginning and that they're nice homes, et cetera, over time, nationally, on average, they do not keep up with the cost of inflation. And so what you have to do is to create a mixed economy. And primarily here, we're a retail city, so there's just not a lot of industrial or light industrial or any of that. So in these developments, I think that was at least that's staff, if you will, interpretation of the policy that council was setting forth at the initiation of not just this discussion, but multiple discussions that were happening around the same time period.
Okay. Excuse me. And there was a question about, well, I want to address this. There's a question about follow the money. We're trying to be responsible with the citizens' money. So anything that we're looking at, regardless of what it is, we're trying to make sure that we're doing the right thing financially for the city. And sorry, I shouldn't have gone for the chips. Sorry, there was a question about following the money. The money doesn't come to us. We don't get any benefit out of this. We get challenges, and so we are trying to follow the money and trying to be very responsible. The reason that we've looked at smaller lots is the cost of maintaining the streets. We have looked at that, absolutely. I'll hit that straight on. We have looked at trying to create a higher degree of, I'm getting too far off track. It's hard to talk about these separately, because it is one thing. Okay, so for the zoning specifically, we had asked them, they had proposed to us one entrance right there with a thing around about the, just one big cul-de-sac. All of it would come out on 471. We said, we'd like you to take a look at it, doing it slightly different, and part of that was the commercial at the front, additional entrances and exits, and that was a part of it. That's why the zoning is coming up to requests like that.
So the feedback that I think I heard, at least tonight, was, well, commercial is going to be a problem. I mean, it's going to, think about all those cars going in and out of that commercial onto 471. I don't know, we haven't seen a traffic impact analysis or study, and we don't know what type of commercial will be there and how, what is the volume? Is it similar to, what hours are they open, that sort of thing? Because all that impacts how much traffic you're going to actually see. But I think.
But they have to do that anyway, because that is a TxDOT road. They have to pass that through TxDOT.
There will be there'll be a traffic impact analysis, I believe, as part of that entrance.
Yeah,
I believe.
any curb cuts onto the highway system, they've said.
Yeah, the issue is there is an existing driveway there, and it's because it was a residential house that was more or less situated at that location. I don't know if we overlay it, if it's again, that's a TxDOT process I'm not that familiar with. Is you can see it's kind of off center, so maybe because they're going to move it, et cetera, TxDOT will have some additional leeway. But either way, there probably will be a traffic impact analysis. But be that as it may, I think those concerns are valid. It's just which trumps, would you rather have all residential, which is what the developer wanted originally, which has its own traffic issues and concerns, or do you want to have the tax benefit and that balanced, revenue stream, thinking 20, 30 years from now, if you make it commercial? And I think that's what this zoning request boils down to.
Gotcha.
Without oversimplifying it.
Were we also hoping that they would put in some service type commercial and therefore people could walk?
Excuse me, my recollection is that I think we were also hoping, because this is about cobblestone time, and we were hoping that there'd be some additional commercial that people could walk to. There'd be service type commercial versus just all residential in there. Therefore, instead of people having to drive somewhere, they could just walk to those. And realize we can't dictate what goes in there, but that's, at least in my mind, I thought that was some of the discussion back then. But am I making that up?
No, but that's been part of what becomes a challenge is once you zone something commercial, it opens it up to all of the categories that are in commercial.
Right.
Unless you get kind of cutesy with it in the development agreement and you specify these businesses, these industries. We didn't do that in part because it's just very difficult for someone to agree to a specific business when they really didn't want commercial to begin with. It's a residential developer, so tying them to some specific type of commercial would have been probably a request too far, right? But certainly the other policy that has been discussed is this concept, and when we looked at the larger developments like Alsatian Oaks, and we looked at the northern route, and where it was going to go, the Alsatian, it ties to Alsatian Boulevard and all that, was proximity of services and other types of retail and commercial spaces that would be within walking distance, and trying to create not just a sea of houses, but intermixed commercial in there. And that was met with a lot of resistance, as you all recall. And I don't even, to this point, when I think separately about those other development agreements, ultimately the best we did was we worked with a traffic plan, we got some other concessions, but we never got the commercial as embedded into those developments as we wanted to, because again, primarily we're dealing with residential developers. So what we kind of compromised on was block breaks, length of blocks, walkability, trails, that kind of stuff.
So my other question is, one of the reasons that I'm getting so messed up on this is that we're talking about zoning it as a PUD before we talk about approving the PUD. Would it be appropriate for us to table this and talk about the PUD?
It's not about appropriateness. It's order of operations, I think. It's whatever you want to do. If you want to open up another public hearing that talks about PUD and examine the PUD and then come back and approve zoning and then the PUD, you can do that. It's up to you. Yeah, it still has to be an order of operations where when you approve it, you approve the zoning and then the PUD. But
Only because there's a question if there's prohibited uses, and so we found in the development agreement that the prohibited uses for that commercial area is one, sexually oriented business, two, shops dedicated primarily to the sale of drug or tobacco paraphernalia, including vape shops, three, unlicensed massage parlors, four, flea markets, five, bingo halls, six, pawn shops, seven, payday lenders, and six, payday lenders, seven, check cashing centers. So there is some prohibited uses right there laid out in the development agreement.
Thank you.
Well, the nightmare also, you gotta look at, say if Domino's goes in there or something, tractor trailers that pull in and do delivery. Not gonna be very easy on 471 with all the delivery trucks. And even if you get like a medical office there, a doctor's office or what have you, you're still gonna have big delivery trucks coming in. There's gonna be packed 471 and that insurance big time.
well, the nice thing is you have that.
Sorry, Herb had waited to be recognized, so thank you for waiting for that. That's all right. So Herb, please.
Just talking about item number 13. only the question of, do we approve rezoning the 2 lots that are on 471 from residential to commercial? To me, the issue is, if you look at Country Village, it comes right up to 471. Once you get to May Street, all the way around, houses are on 471, no commercial, except till you get around to the other side where the Iron House is.
Fitwell.
So,
Well, there's commercial up to it.
well, that's my point. I think the question that we're grappling with is, do we want to consider the distance from the houses on May Street back to the Napa store? Are we going to let that become commercial? Or are we going to say it should be consistent with Country Village, which is no commercial, it's houses right up to the highway? But the argument that Scott put out there about tax base is a valid argument. But we have some controls about what can go in there that would stop a lot of undesirable things. But this is not a new idea. When we considered the development agreement last September and the request for annexation, they were very clear that their intention was to make the 2 lots on 471, to ask for them to be changed to commercial. They couldn't do it then because we had to annex them first. But they knew that they were going to submit them, and that's why it's the first item. And then the next thing is going to be the PUD overlay, which I think we spent all night talking about. But this issue of 13, I only heard one letter that Brianna read where I thought I heard you say they were in opposition to any commercial on the front. I heard one letter out of the 39 that you read. I didn't hear it in any of the others.
Are those in response to, it looks like you have 2 sets of letters. So what are the 2 sets of letters in relation to?
This one's specifically the zone change. and
Because
this
remember
one's
the-
specifically the planning and development.
Okay.
So the zone changes both the commercial and the planned unit development that goes behind it, of course.
No, I don't believe so. And we're only talking about these 2 lots.
No, the item is,
And the Planning and Zoning Board recommended approval to us. There's only one letter of opposition that I heard. So I would be inclined to support the request to change these from RA to commercial for just those 2 lots. And then that has nothing to do with the next item on the agenda.
I just want to be clear, the item that they're responding to on the letter, the 39, it says 39 objections to the proposed zone change. The proposed zone change is identical to the language that you just read to introduce this item. So you can look at it as only one person mentioned commercial, but for whatever their reasons or what other bases were, all 39 of these objections were objecting to the language of the zone change, whether that's the 2 acres that they're objecting to, or the 2 acres plus all this residential. We can't speculate.
The letter says that.
Unless it says directly, but all of them.
I would change my opinion. If the letter says that it's talking about zoning change, then we got a lot of people in opposition, and I don't think I could support it.
Yeah,
Scott's point, if I may, just to summarize, Scott's point is that they may not have realized that there was an option to look at both, and so they may have been in opposition of both parts of it and just commented on the things that they were the most concerned about. So I think that if we would do something like that, it would be best to send it back out, if that,
We have to
do it together.
Again, it's
That's
notice with the exact same notice you read. That notice, are you for it or against it? 39 people responded. Only 12 responded by the time of the P&Z meeting. An additional 27 responded afterwards in opposition to that rezone request.
If the letter states that it's talking about the zoning change, then I'm in opposition to changing the zone.
It's 39 out of how many?
It's 39 people.
Out of
were
68.
not in favor of that. So that would be my position.
okay.
I just want to clarify one thing. So the zone change is for a PUD overlay.
Right.
You have to do a
The
PUD
whole
overlay.
thing.
And then the underlying zoning is also almost 3 acres for commercial and the remainder of residential. So the zoning is also for the PUD. It's a PUD overlay for the zoning with the underlying zonings of each, the commercial and the residential.
So we don't know what.
And I got a question for you. You stated earlier, when we annexed the 36 acres in September, we annexed them as RA.
Yes.
So everything's RA
Yes.
from that date on.
Yes.
So we're not talking about changing the other lots. They're already RA. We're just talking about changing the two.
The commercial, but then also applying the PUD overlay to those RAs, which would give them the,
Smaller lots.
It allows for the
Smaller
PUD plan to take effect.
yes, for the PUD plan to take into effect, yes.
The streets, the sidewalks, all the other aspects.
Yeah.
The thing that, that gets me is if those were in response specifically to the PUD itself instead of the zoning change, then that would say, we don't want a PUD there at all. But what I heard in the responses was, it's the details of that PUD that they had an issue with. But that's speculation, and that's the problem.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We've
So,
heard that
but
all night.
I don't know that you could separate out the zoning from the PUD details because we don't have full information on that.
Oh, yeah, I agree. 'Cause if we're going to talk about the next two items, I'm in opposition to the PUD too, based on the fact that there's massive opposition from all the people around there. Nobody's in favor of that.
Well,
But that's not
But
what we're
that's not,
talking
yeah,
about.
that's not on this item. Councilman Carey.
When we were talking about the historic district overlay a while back, I do believe that there was evidence that if you did not get an 80%, or if you had more than 20% disapproval of the affected parties, that we could not make that an effective ordinance.
Okay.
And I don't know, that's a legal question, so I don't know if that applies to all ordinance changes or all zoning changes.
So, specifically in our ordinance, it specified that if there's more of a 20% or more protest, so the letters, that's
Yes.
considered a protest, then it requires a supermajority. Not that it wouldn't go into
Okay,
effect at all,
so it
but
goes
it
to-
requires a supermajority.
Thank you
vote.
for clarifying that. I knew there was a trigger there, I just
that's
didn't remember what it
four
was.
or five.
4 or 5,
Right.
yeah.
Yeah. The other thing, it's just, again, try to walk the line carefully between policy, which is your side, and providing factual information. The challenge with dealing with this type of policy and approval or disapproval is a lot of times when you kind of listen to the comments that are made, many of the people that are in opposition wouldn't have approved, appears, any development of that property. Like, the best thing would have been for the city to have bought that as a park, potentially, but of course, I don't know that that was ever an option either. What they sold that property for was, my understanding, the millions of dollars, or $1 million plus, and I don't think the city could have afforded to buy that for that purpose, right? But that's...
And I remember we did discuss this. What is the possibility of doing that and acquiring it for over $1 million? And we looked at the finances, and we had specifically looked at that, and we didn't feel like we had the support. We didn't feel like we had the money for it.
I don't recall that, but maybe.
I was going to say, I think that is a fair bit of speculation. I think we only heard 2 or 3 people explicitly say that this needs to be a park or similar.
That's true. That's what I'm saying. But my point is, you don't know what...
Whether they would have approved any development at all is speculation.
Right.
Just as much as, well, maybe they would approve some other PUD plan.
Right.
Mayor, I wanted to also point out, we heard several times tonight and at the Planning and Zoning Commission that this was a done deal, that the contract was signed and they were just, rubber stamping it. But I wanted to point out that the process is very clearly laid out in this ordinance in 2002, so none of us voted on it. And the process is that the applicant will have a pre-application conference with the city administrator and present a concept plan, and the plan will include a map of the site drawn to scale, topography for considerations on the site, a general layout proposal, the total acreage of the site, the total number of residential units proposed, At the pre-application conference, the city administrator and staff will offer initial comments and merits to the proposal. Then he is required to submit a change of zoning. And then the PUD must also be accompanied by the total number of dwelling units, total acreage, the character and size of recreational facilities, the minimum number or minimum total area of community open space, and then when the PUD plan is accepted as complete by the city, the Planning and Zoning Commission will hold a hearing. So that is specified by ordinance. The process is completely drawn out by ordinance. Nothing was done ahead of time. The contract that was signed was a contract between the developer and the city. You do this and we'll do that. That's it. And so I just wanted to clear that up because, we were all being stared at as if we were running around behind people's backs, and that's not the way it works. This is specifically laid out step by step by step in this ordinance, and we have followed it.
So the beginning part of that with the development agreement, I believe that the way that we approach that is if anybody wants to do a PUD, they have to do a development agreement. And part of that development agreement is annexation into the city.
That's you do this and I'll do that.
Right.
That's the give and take that we were talking about earlier.
Yep.
Right.
And so this is the final portion of that in that process, correct?
Right.
Right. So we've gone through the proper process the way that we were supposed to. The question, is that exactly, that's the way that I remember it, but do we have that, the first portion of that detailed out, like what the timeframe are? Because we looked at this a year ago with what do you call it? Development agreement. It's really just trying to figure out what that process looks like, because that's a long process.
Mm-hmm. And that's part of the purpose of that development agreement policy that y'all are working on.
Right.
Phil has a comment.
Councilor King?
Going back in recollection, as this was brought to us and discussed, if you had this at 12,500 acres, 12,500 square feet per lot, you'd have about 86. I'm just talking about the residential, not the commercial. I did a quick math thing, and I think it's 86 houses versus the 120. I remember at the time, I had this thought process that big lots mean nice homes, except that's not the case in Castroville because we have some big lots that have no really nice homes on them. And then at the time, our daughter bought a house up in Austin that's like on 1/10 of an acre that cost $1 million. And I realized the size of the lot isn't what made it. What I remember asking about this and you telling us that this particular developer, and again, the numbers we were looking at, 350 to 600,000.
Yeah, well, and I think those have gone up, but yes.
Yeah, but they were like, these are going to be some pretty nice homes. And then also we were being told by many advisors that a lot of people don't want these big yards. They want nice homes, but not big yards. They want smaller yards, but nice homes. And so this was all floating through my mind as we were looking at this, the fact that you're going from 120 to excuse me, not 120, 120 to 86 homes. And I remember the original design was really screwed up. I mean, as far as getting traffic out, it's a single point, all of this. So these were the things, somebody asked the audience, well, what did the city get? Well, we were told at the time someone could go in there and put in mobile homes, literally. And there's nothing we could have done to stop it. And nobody wanted that. And I think that's what kind of, now, no, not the third part or the fourth part that belonged to the city, but the rest of it, they could have put what they wanted to in there. And this is the Zinsmeyer property, right?
No, it's the Habe Shearhart.
Shearhart, excuse me. Sorry, Zinsmeyer, Shearhart's, Habe's. So this is their land. They had a right to sell it, and they had somebody come to them, and they said, listen, I can afford to do this if you guys can make this, and I can make it work, and we're going to put in these really nice homes. And that's kind of what was floating through my mind when we voted on this contract back a year plus ago. Because in my mind, I thought it was the best for the city to try to, again, work with a developer who is willing to work with us to give us a nice return on what we have. And that was kind of, again, you look at that, mobile homes versus something nice, a little bit increase in density, but it's not a big increase in density. You have a different option for people that want smaller lots versus larger lots. You have some really nice, expensive homes going in there. I mean, all in all, it just, and that's, again, that was what was floating through my mind back there a year ago when we voted on this.
Yeah, this is it's a real struggle, because the reason that we went through these community meetings, these community processes, is to verify some of those. People talk about density, and this is just an open conversation. Again, this is not a done deal, but we need to have this conversation. What does density mean? Does it mean number of homes? Does it mean number of people per home? Does it mean number of trips per home? The way that the school district looks at it is they look at the price of the home and the size of the home, and this is what they use for the demographics for additional schools. For elementary schools, for middle schools, for high schools, they use the demographics of who's going to be there. And so we haven't fully defined that, and that's the problem. 12,000 square foot lot, you can look in Castroville, around Castroville, all up and down. 12,000 square feet does not guarantee quality, but it's the unit of measure that people are comfortable with. And I have less of a struggle saying further east, where people aren't already behind it, that they haven't come on board with this. The biggest fear that I have is taking somebody that's lived there for years, decades. They haven't been there generations, because Country Village was a new development a couple of decades ago. River Bluff was a new development a couple of decades ago. And so, but putting that right up against people that are already there, changing the standard completely before coming up with that agreement, it's really kind of difficult. So I think it's a tough spot to be in. But,
And something, by the way, also, the other thing that went through my mind is some of the developments that were approved before I came on council. Westheim Village, there were lots in Westheim Village that are less than 12,000 square feet. There are lots, and of course, we know that the Alsatian Oaks, there are lots there that are less. So it seemed like we were willing, previous councils were willing to put quality in front of these minimum lot sizes. And so that's kind of, again, what was going through my mind when we had these discussions a year ago.
Yep.
And I want to get something clear,
Yep.
because I know this is going around, and the mayor and I discussed this the other day. The city does not dictate right off the bat the size of the lot. We do not. The developer comes to us and says, we want this size lots, because it's going around, especially with this property, that the city said, this amount is 4,000 square feet. And the Shearharts and that are like, oh, why is the city making decisions? And so we're having to do the, misinformation that's out there, we're having to clarify. We do not dictate, yes, this will be this size and everything. So we got to clear up a lot of misinformation. As far as the commercial on the front side, I see problems getting in and out of there, knowing how narrow that road is. And I don't know, it doesn't give me a warm fuzzy. And then on the back side where we say retention pond, I remember the discussion saying, oh, it was going to be a park with a connecting trail into Country Village. So,
Well,
because I see the retention pond as health hazard, with all flies, mosquitoes, and eat after snakes.
no, we need to keep with the zoning portion of it right
Okay.
now. I know, I keep giving
Well,
that
it's
stuff
all
on the
part
tip.
of the zoning, because then it's with the size of the lots and what we're wanting to do, what they want to do with this PUD and everything. I have concerns.
Yes. Yeah. Well, and that's true, we all do. And I didn't respond to anybody in the audience, I responded to her. We do have concerns about these. We want to make sure that we're doing the right thing, that we're making the right considerations, that we're making the right trade-offs. Councilman Mercer.
I had a few comments on
Yes,
that.
please.
Do we have a general idea of whether the commercial would be accessed from in the neighborhood or from 471?
It could be both. They can come off of, I mean, the way you've designed the street grid, people can be coming off of 90 to get to that commercial, right? They can drive, and that's not desirable for that developer, right? But that's exactly what's happening to Country Village today. Customers are, people coming off of 90 and turning through Country Village to get over to whatever shopping is on that El Rincon in that area, the haircut place, or they're just trying to get to further up 90. The same thing can happen in reverse. If they want to skip that turn, they can come and turn down one of these roads, get into that subdivision, and then go out that commercial drive that's right there. So it's going to be difficult to predict until it's on the ground and you see how it's being used. And I think some of that will be driven by what is there. Is it something that people are likely to walk to, as Phil alluded to earlier? That's going to depend on the type of establishment, right? Is it a dentist and a professional practice of some kind? If so, less likely to have people walk up. That's not really a walk-up type business usually. Not to say you can't, but not typical.
Okay. Well, I wanted to say that, kind of to Herb's point, a lot of this is already zoned residential. We're adding the PUD overlay, and then we're changing this piece over here to commercial. I think changing that piece over there to commercial makes a lot of sense. As opposed to more homes, commercial has different traffic patterns. It might generate more trips in a day, but most of those trips aren't at rush hour. Most people don't try to go buy eggs or go out to dinner during rush hour. They're going to wait. So you can take some of those trips that land will generate anyway and move it to other parts of the day or spread it out, and you get less impact during the parts where we're most snarled up. I live right across the street from some commercial. Now, I don't know if that's going to be a karate studio and a meat market, or a construction company, but we've never really noticed the difference in traffic of the houses to our left or the businesses to our right.
You didn't mention the daycare.
I have a sore spot about that daycare. I was on the wait list for a year, and then I got into a different daycare first.
I'm sorry.
Sore subject here.
I'll admit there's traffic to get to the daycare, but that's all at rush hour as well. I feel like most of the complaints or concerns that we heard about this have more to do with the details of the PUD plan proposed rather than the existence of a PUD plan at all, the ability to put one on there. So I would be prepared to approve just the zoning change for sure tonight. Because most of what it's doing is putting in the ability to do the PUD plan and then changing that part to commercial, and I think both of those are good. And the details and concerns people have, some of those concerns we already know the answers to. Some of them, it would be a conversation about whether we want to try to negotiate differently. But I think that at least just the zoning part is solid.
So if the zoning is approved conceptually and the PUD is not approved, what happens?
I don't know. Again, I don't know what happens if you don't approve some of this. I'll just...
From the attorney?
Sure. So yeah, you can go ahead. The PUD would be approved because that is the zone. It's a zoned PUD with the underlaying residential and commercial. So if you kind of think about it as a triangle with, or a pyramid really, with PUD at the top and your kind of underlaying relation is the commercial with the residential. So then your question is, if we approve the PUD, which is the zone,
Well, his question is, if he approves the zoning...
Yes, so if you approve that, you can change, you don't have to approve the plan. But I was clarifying that you said if we don't approve the PUD, you would approve the PUD, you could have disapproved the PUD plan.
Right. And so what I was asking is, let's say the zoning, two different scenarios. One, the zoning is denied, then the PUD plan just goes away. If the zoning is approved, the PUD plan is denied, there would be two...
Not approved yet.
What's that?
It's not denied, it's just not approved.
No, I'm saying if it is, if the zoning is approved, and the PUD plan itself, that we've heard so much of opposition against, if that was denied, then they would have two options. Either come back with another PUD plan that would go through the same process, that would either get approved or denied, or or they could come back and say, we're not going to do this, we're not going to do a PUD, then reversing out of that because of all of the agreements that led up to that, I'm assuming, based on what I know about state law, that then they would disannex because that was contingent on getting a PUD plan, and then they would be back in the county, and then we would have a lack of control. Is that correct, or am I making an assumption?
The specifics of what occur for violation of the development agreement, I can't speak to at this exact moment, but there are consequences to violating a contract, of which the development agreement is. So, I mean, there's consequence to it.
No, I understand that.
And can they disannex, I don't know if disannexation is immediate upon violation of the agreement. There are several moving parts that are dictated by that, and the context of which that was set up to have that exact resolution. So, in the event, speaking hypothetically, that it is disannexed, then yeah, you go back to its ETJ lack regulation
But
over.
I'm just asking, and if you don't know the answer to this, I think that's acceptable.
Yeah.
If it is denied and they don't come back and request it again, then I guess I want to confirm an assumption.
How many times they can do a plan? Or
No,
okay.
I'm saying if they say, we're not going to do this, we're going to, this was based on an agreement and we can't do the agreement the other way, so then my assumption based on my knowledge of the law, which I'm not a lawyer, is that they would probably be able to go back and disannex, file for
They're less than
disannexation.
50 acres.
But I think that based on,
That's going to be dictated by the specifics of the development agreement, of which I don't have intimate enough knowledge to give you an affirmative
Okay.
answer as to the consequence of.
it's a potential consequence. Okay, I just want to make sure that we've got everything out on the table and not trying to convince one way or the other, but I just want to make sure that we're clear. Yes, I'm sorry.
Shouldn't we find that answer out before we vote?
Yes. We can take a recess and I can call Cindy and see what Cindy is.
Okay, let's take a recess at, 9:53.
That's the $10 question.
$10?
I
think $10.
See, but we're not voting on the plan tonight, we're just voting on the zoning. Planning to build, plan, yes, that's not this item. Yeah, but, I know, it's a win.
Okay, yes, I'm eating my second fruit thing.
Please, raise your hand. Oh, I'm good with them tonight.
That's a,
You're the one that made $1 million on it.
Anybody want a second?
strawberry shortcake, that's what that is. No, I'm gonna stay away.
We had a lot of cupcakes left. We probably had 2 dozen left. We had a lot.
Well, congratulations, Mayor Pro Tem.
Yeah.
I know you
It's
volunteered
red, white, and
last time
blue.
around.
It's very patriotic.
You asked who? Oh. I think she could. Check your calendar.
The city cannot contractually agree to the zoning designation of the property shall receive, however, the city recognizes Phil's rights under chapter 245.
Just a second.
We got more coming in.
Send it up the hill to the Indiana River Drainage Basin.
Oh, God. Park over Lima Lake. Let it sit there.
Bandera County, it'll all get there.
Well, it wasn't raining in Bandera.
Oh, man.
It wasn't?
No.
Okay, so far,
I'm so sad. My husband, I called him a while ago and he's like, no, I'm here with thunder. And I'm like, no.
it's rained more than 1/10 of an inch. It's rained 0.13 inches.
Where'd
you find that?
You have an electronic rain gauge?
Yes, at the house.
You got that at Amazon?
Huh?
You got that on Amazon?
No, that's on the rain gauge at our house.
I know, but you get the rain gauge on Amazon.
Yeah.
Probably.
Well, it actually comes with the,
My son, my 5-year-old, we got him like just the one that you stick in the ground, but since we got it, there hasn't been no rain. He's like, I couldn't get a chance to see the rain.
it's actually, if you go to,
He's just like, he loves the rain. Like, he loves the rain.
Yeah.
Where did you see that?
Brianna, this is, we have a sprinkler system
Scientific Supply Company.
based
Have
on,
test tubes of various sizes. I graduated cylinders.
so it's called,
Scientific Supply Company.
Based on zones.
well, it's, the sprinkler system
Yes.
is Rancho.
All of my surveyor supplies are drone stores too, but they're in the $20,000 to $30,000 range. So
It's this one right here. Rancho, and they're the ones that sold the rain gauge. But the rain gauge does temperature,
the thing about the survey we ran is like
humidity.
so
it does all of this stuff, plus it gives you
Yeah, I don't, there's none of that right now.
but
Yes.
it will turn on or off the sprinkler system based on the projected proposed rain.
That's my husband, because we have a sprinkler
Yeah.
system that does the same thing, but it
I
didn't
know,
give
because
the rain gauge.
I dealt with an email about it today. They think, the electric department tried to tell me that, oh, it's not their, it's the street contractor. Says, no. We looked at this back when the street contractor, and they said, no, it's not ours, it's the electric one, and that was confirmed. So the electric contractor has to take care of it. I don't know where it went from there. That was an email this morning at like 9:30, so.
It's just this thing sitting there and it's.
No, I battled that one back. Put that one back on the other side of the net. I need to take care of that.
Wind speed, direction, wind, lights, how much the light is.
It's a little mini weather station.
It's a mini weather station.
I'm gonna have to find that for you, 'cause he just loves.
Well, no, this is, so like this one here, oh, this is lightning.
Guess you're pulling up.
So those are all lightning strikes,
How much did it rain
0.13 inches, a
already?
little over 1/10 of an inch.
We were out of town for 3 days. I pulled up and we just got a dirt road that runs in front of our house, and my husband's been running the park next to garden and getting grass. And my
Oh, those are
It is on YouTube.
that was like, he's good at grass.
Probably in the morning or sometime tomorrow.
The rain gauge or the, oh. Well, see, this tells you, and when you get a really nasty lightning storm come across, it is.
Yeah, it's
Because it's doing this one. So this is.
yeah. You're on camera right now, actually, asking that question.
So this is the distance from you, how intense the lightning are, what times.
How do I tell you? No, this
Well,
is like his schedule.
this is from my house. So from my house, 2 blocks away. So the closest lightning that hit our house.
It hit your house?
No, hit near our house. It got within, no lightning was closer than 3 miles. So the closest lightning strike was 3 miles away. But now, no, and then here, so this is the,
Mayor, I don't know what Cindy's going to say, but I'm going to recommend that you go into executive session to hear what she has to say. So when I come back out, it's probably
0113 at King Residence. King Residence.
Not even a walk. So it didn't do nothing.
It hadn't done nothing yet, although
Now you go to the other app, which is the Weather Channel. But see, this is what, these are the intensity of the rain that's going to, from now to there. But then you can also go, and it shows you what's going through, so we have a good shot getting through. No,
that's the future. This is
right now we are now. So it's going to rain until what time?
I'm down here. Looks like it's gonna
Yeah.
It's hit. This is the dark.
The reds are the best.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. That's it.
I mean, we have a shot at getting half an inch or something like that. Hey, are you happy with the Castro house? Because we were in Europe. And first off, why did we? It's not my property.
I know, but.
And by the way, Brianna, yeah, I give that to you.
I'm not cutting horse in
Oh, that's right. You turn away from me. But the funny thing is, Carl put this on. On the Castro house, which is owned by our son's foundation. But there's no power, no utilities. It's a vacant building, and you put this on the door instead of calling the people or contacting them. Because the first thing you do is you call the utility department and say, hey, what's your contact information? Oh man, they're not hooked up. So then you go to the appraisal district and you see who owns the property, and then you send the next. It was me. But what now?
Find a different way to find like the fire, the doorkeeper is on the door like a week or two later.
Yeah.
It's like you need to find a different avenue. That means they're not there.
They're not there.
Yeah.
Or you just call the utility department and say, shit, they don't have utilities turned on.
But you should have thought about that in the beginning.
First off, Bill King should have thought about it. Our son should have thought about it.
What did you fuss at him? He's not here for us to fuss at.
I told him what you said. It's, I know you all, this is a big foundation and you guys are doing good work around the world and this is, they just did it for historical preservation, but you said, yeah, but we're Castro.
I told you that might be that foundation's non-priority, but it's not mine. What are they gonna do for us?
Preserve it.
They were worried that someone was gonna buy it and turn it into a commercial, but not because it's Castro's, but because it's Early Stebbins office.
Is A&M is what it is today because of that one
Like a
individual.
gathering place or like for the.
They're maybe going to make a museum later, just Early Stebbins. Right now, have you heard about the new students coming here for 2 months? That's where they're staying. They let him, he's offered the house on there, so they're going to.
How many students?
4 to 5.
Okay,
That's
that'd be
it.
good. Yeah, that'd be perfect. Did she furnish it at all, or did you?
He's got, have you ever heard of a person named Briscoe? Dolph Briscoe, former governor of the state of Texas, UT person. Anyway, his daughter was
Pretty long agenda.
She died some years ago. So anyway, it's furnished with antique stuff. Long way to go, Mr. Dixon. You get an answer? Let's go. You don't tell me. Don't tell me. Or is he going to get it?
Okay, we're going to reconvene at 10:05. And I think we have a recommendation from staff or attorney? Both. Okay.
Yes, we're going to recommend going into executive session under section 551071, consultation with attorney on consequences of series of events hypothesized.
Okay. So we're going to go into executive session at 10:05.
Can we kind of tell people
Yes. Camera's still going. We're not going to be gone for a long time. We just are going to consult with the attorney and we'll be back.
We can't talk to our attorneys in front of the other attorneys.
I don't remember.
Yeah, I'm visiting for the week. Yeah, so I'm actually, yes, the semester ended for school in December, I'm starting next week. I want to get an assistant, yeah, like, all those things that big band here is Otter Keys, and no one really, we don't see it. So the water tower stuff on D2, no pool team. And so the location is
Let me do some thinking on that, because I don't, right here, because of the topography. The family engineer's not there. So that's what took me out. The only, that's a 5.5. They might have, because so that's what's expected. Water towers, school sites. There's always something. There's always something. Yeah, we'd like to get this to you, or concentrate here, we'd like, is this water tower, it wasn't part of the overall water system? I don't know, I think it probably should, but it's part of the system. It's part of the 5,000. So, Dover says it's worth $10 million. They get a pressure off their pressure. Can you tell?
More gray hair, more gray, they're not
You know, these tax exemptions, is there one on site? Did you start, did you stand up and you just start popping off? Just start popping off? I did, I applied last year, the year you turned, I was out there immediately. That's before, but you have to apply. I did before. It's a city document. I wanted to make sure. Yeah.
So
Well, because
what happens
it
is,
could be years
all of us are
before.
also on
Yes, I
that.
did.
All contribute to the meeting. And so respect is the one. And so this team are designing
I know nothing. You know what? I will tell you, I talked softly, she said, probably seems like the big question is, the structure, and then give us some information on their side. And then anything else that comes up to development. I see. You guys pretty much said on how they are. Because I know the layout. Yes. If I go first, what do you believe you got in exchange for certain things? See, that's the question. That's what I should be. That's what right, all of it.
That's probably the easy one. In fact, I was in Universal City a few weeks ago. And University is like, part of the same thing. And so something's covered that. But that was her first meeting in Universal City. For someone else, Megan was seeing who works in her firm, is out of Austin office, and going back to stuck in Austin. Which is weird because Megan's also but he got the same Antonio area. Because one part of the Austin area, they live in the office. I guess my point is, we got here, but they've been rotating this for the associates. So I well, the exam's exhausted. And other than this person, so just a question, something we'll be in contact.
Yeah, so that's gonna be
At least I'll say Chef's style is unbelievable. You know, speaking of these conferences, she's also three times in the last, well, no, I understand. So it's right. They someone here at Stage or stop at Stage Road to take some pictures. Interest rates on the trust, Bring it in, build the standards, sometimes I'll talk about both components. Texas conference. That helps us once we get using both. We spend so many hours at the Coventry Airport, back there, and there, but then it's like 50%, 75%, and Will Martin's have this kind of enormous position. Norman and Bill Miles here for Katie Holmes. And so, sometimes you need materials, still basic. We can't do this. But it's a good process. That's interesting. I'll be retired by then. And some things happen overnight. We did a corporate headquarters call, contracts, and they were, so if you're in San Antonio, you're going out 935 for Boston. So 35 and 60 and 4. So big new corporate campus. So we got that approved of this stuff. It's been approved with city council. They were the next day. We just did like a couple years ago. It's like everything landscaping, people working there. It looks beautiful. So far, not all. I was just with some this morning. I mean, it's a big thing. I'm not very. That you have to go for it. Zachary. Oh, yeah. I was listening to Zachary this morning. So there's two Zacharys. There's Zachary Construction and Zachary Philadelphia Hotel. That's all. So So the construction side is doing well.
Okay.
The other side was water.
Yeah.
Is he a contractor?
Yeah, yeah.
I'm the rule that
Okay.
I actually serve everything.
Exactly, yeah. There's one, two, exactly.
My brother told me this was going to be a long one. We can hit buttons.
So, yeah, there's two sides. They're gonna figure out how to share. I'm gonna take mine over.
We worked with him for a while when he was at Sarah.
Well, technically, this is the second.
My son.
That is a really bad
Oh, we got it. So, if it's not part of the overlay, so does that. Also, it's for sale.
So the biggest,
The city of shirts, the people that purchase our shirts. I'm here on this, but since I'm here. Everything's wrong. Well, we do a lot of stuff. Yeah, it's here. And it's so extended. So, you're hearing like this, right? You have zoning commissioners, and our zoning commissioner is the same thing, each councilman appoints a zoning commissioner. So we've got one mayor, city councilman, and zoning commissioner. And so they all let their districts. Not 150,000. So, it's 10
Yes.
it all comes out.
Oh, okay. Who do you report to? Okay. Okay, our dogs now, used to now be water service, there's now, cutting our stormwater, this is hydraulics. So,
I work for him, and then he works for me.
Mike went to the private sector, he's wrong. Henry Garza was there, he went to the private sector. City of Smyrna, you know, you guys used to talk about City of Smyrna all the time.
Yeah, that's good.
Yeah. I still see Robert once in a while. He's changed a couple times. You know, my name's Rob, his name's Rob. We always, you gotta be able to sit together. You go, Rob, Rob.
Yeah.
And then, he does some drainage
I was according to Libby.
Our office, I started practice law downtown City 19 years.
Yeah.
And then 4 years ago, COVID, I started downtown, so much construction. The streets are always closed, no flying, everyone's come down here. It used to be convenient because zoning commission, planning commission, city council were all right there. But then they created one stop. Once one stop was built, like, you gotta drive anyway.
Yeah.
So one and a half office, it's less expensive, more square footage, free parking, and the other two went for them because we don't really deal with other lawyers, we deal with lots of engineers. So pick across all the hotels, DC is 281. Kim Hortons is our building. We do a lot of traffic. A few others on well, Saws is, I had to go to Saws last week. Less than 5 minutes.
Yeah.
Straight shot. Hey, we're at Ice Cemetery one. So we're just outside of the
Yes, okay.
and Saws is there. Well,
yeah, it's just like,
hard to say age, right? Rush hour. Just going university or live over somewhere, church or similar. Or you just start to involve us in St. Marcos. And that's just, yeah, that much traffic. Oh, really? That's why spot glass is a I guess from here, that's.
I mean,
Have you ever been to the White House City Council? Did you go to it? Yeah. It's a pretty small event. And it's crowded and, yeah, everything. The council's got different levels of cities. They're just, they don't get a lot of stuff. And the funny thing is, is the mayor of Von Army. Von Army is the neighboring town's election. So it's weird. Here's the mayor of the neighboring town, but represented on his private property. But if you deny his one, they're war. I'll say next. We'll get a special bill back for us. City of Barn has a type C discussion layout. Talking about public council. So they've got the board of commissioners. Some of them are called board of commissioners. So they have one mayor. Two commissioners, two or three. Well, the mayor, yeah, the mayor votes on the tie. It's a joke, it's a tie. You need a tie for the office. So mayor, so we almost all do it. It's a weird system. And so someone resigns, like 2 people. Think about that. Two people on 64. They can't have a party lots. They couldn't write good about lots of police officers. Now, sure. Type C So they have classified themselves as called Liberty City, the first Liberty City in the United States. And so by that they don't so my wife was on city council on 1 square mile of medical center. But she was city council. And so it was on But if you work here long enough, I mean, other than long as it's part-time. Albert Resta, who's now the tax assessor. Albert was their city manager, and my wife was their city attorney. Never got paid. I was just So they don't collect water. So, you know, there's that little diner, cafe, or gas station. They get sales tax. And all those cops, should we take these guys to sort of everything? Oh, yeah. No, the mayor is quiet. Slow down. What they're going to be next, they're going to change the train on the speed limit sign, lower to 40, make the train stop. Did you see the sign?
Oh, did I leave my glasses?
I don't have them. That's because that's the... They will follow on my 2, 3,
All right, Deborah, just let me know when you're ready to come back. 13. Okay, we're going to return from executive session at 10:45. All right, coming out of executive session, we're going to table item number 13 and open the public hearing so that we can have a discussion about the PUD itself, because we've been getting mixed up between the two, so we're going to move on to that one. We're going to open the public hearing on a request for an approval for the planned unit development plan for approximately 35.168 acres located northeast of intersection at US Highway 90 East and 471 North. The current zoning of the property is a planned unit development district overlay with the underlying zoning CHE. East Commercial District.
Mayor,
No.
let's amend that to the current zoning, or the zoning would be, since we didn't approve the zoning.
Okay, so how do I restate that? The proposed zoning?
Properties for,
I think instead of the current zoning, the proposed zoning.
There you go.
Okay, so the proposed zoning of the property is a planned unit development district PUD overlay with the underlying zoning CHE, East Commercial District for approximately 2.725 acres, and RA Single Family Dwelling District for approximately 32.443 acres. Okay, we're going to open this at 10:47. Okay, so Scott, how do you want to proceed with this? Would you like to have do you have the presentation for this? Would you like to have the attorney for the development do the presentation on?
No, well, do you have a separate presentation for the PUD?
It's just a few more slides.
All right, let's cover yours, and then I know, Mr. Killen, you wanted to speak, and I thought this would be a good opportunity for you to speak to the PUD. Okay.
And then we'll open it up for comments after that.
So this is going to be the planned unit development request for the MP Homes development, also known as Heights of Cashville. Let's see. So this is the flood plan that they are requesting. As you can see, it's going to be 120 lots. The approximate water price that should be transferred to the city is 73 acre-feet based off the 0.612 water right, or LUE requirement per home. So at 120, that's about 73 acre-feet. Let me see here. As we've already kind of spoken to, if you can look at the west side of the property, that's the two commercial lots. There's an entrance off 471, and then there's 120 residential lots behind that, and then there's 3 exits to the south to Providence. Okay, so some things that the PUD plan speaks to is land use, the amount of open space that's required, setbacks, minor street cross-sections of those sorts. So for this, they have requested, that have already been knocked out in the development agreement, is the setbacks is for 20 feet in the front, 20 in the rear, 5 feet on the side, unless they're adjacent to a right-of-way, then it's 15. And that's standard, that's what's in Alsatian notes right now. So the provided open space for this parcel is 1.275 acres. The requirement should have been higher. As you can see right there, it says the requirement should have been 6.761 acres, but because of the drainage improvements that are being provided during the development agreement, they were negotiated down to this amount of open space, and that open space is consistent with the drainage detention pond on the property. Okay, and then the last slide that I have is the Planning and Zoning Commission recommended approval contingent on zoning being approved. So they said that they would recommend approval as long as the zoning was approved as well. So, and that's all I got for that one.
Great. And can we hear from Mr. Killen?
Thank you, Mayor, council members. My name is Rob Killen. I'm an attorney with the law firm Killen, Griffin, and Fairmont. Our address is 10101 Union Place in the city of San Antonio. Our firm specializes in land use, special districts. We do a lot of annexation and zoning work and deal with a lot of these special districts and, in particular, development agreements as part of the development process for properties that are outside city limits.
And so what I thought I would do is provide a little bit of comment, keep my comments brief. I will be done by midnight, I promise you. But, and Councilman King, you did a very, very good job in describing the history of this piece of property. But I want to provide a little bit of context. So a couple of years ago, the Habees and Shearharts, who own this piece of property, said, we want to sell this property. We're going to put it on the market. We're going to sell this property. This is, I do this a lot. I've done lots of these development agreements in lots of cities. This property is unique in that it is a donut hole. In other words, it is completely surrounded by the city of Castroville, but outside city limits. We very, very rarely see that. We very rarely see a situation where you have a developed neighborhood right next door. The reason these development agreements typically go so smoothly is because there isn't already a pre-existing neighborhood already built out and folks living there. And so this is at least in my experience, I've been doing this a long time, a unique situation. I think the Habees and Shearharts recognized it. Our client, Imping Homes, Nader, raise your hand. Nader's still here. And our project engineer's here too. Raise your hand. Thank you. So we've got the team here. They're still awake and they're still willing to answer questions. But we have this unique situation where they said we want to develop the property. We came to the city and said we'd like to develop the property. We're outside city limits. Now, I'm not going to talk about zoning because this was outside city limits at the time and not subject to zoning. And I know someone earlier this evening quoted Chapter 211 of the Texas Local Government Code. That's not the appropriate section. 211 is a zoning statute. 212 is the subdivision statute. And what Chapter 212 says specifically is that cities cannot regulate uses. They cannot regulate density. They cannot regulate lot size in the ETJ. To come to the city and say, this is what we'd like to do. We'd like to bring this into the city because we're not paying tax. We're not subject to any land use controls. But we'd like to put in some infrastructure. We'd like to work with the city. And we negotiated this agreement out. So we started that negotiation almost 2 years ago. Came to council March of 2023. So we spent months and months and months, many months, right? Working on all the details. And Mr. Dixon talked about that, about, hey, we came in with a plan with no access point, with limited access points, with more lots on the ground, greater density, less green space, all of that. And ultimately what we agreed to was this development agreement. And I think we've heard commentary throughout the evening that the legislature, for better or worse, has consistently drawn back a city's ability to regulate outside city limits. The 212 provisions are not being able to regulate density and uses. Those have been on the books for years. But platting regulations, building material regulations, things like that, those have all come into play. And in 2017, this was specific to San Antonio and Bexar County, Senate Bill 6, the city of San Antonio tried to aggressively annex. Legislature came back next session and said, you know what, we're not going to let you do it. 2019, legislature came back and said, look, no cities in Texas can annex unless it's voluntary. So the law of land in 2019 was you didn't have the power to annex. We could do, the Habees and Shearharts could sell to whoever, apartment developer, manufactured housing developer, industrial, whatever. And so that was the state of the law in 2019. Certainly was the state of the law when we started having this conversation with the city in 2022. And so, as Mr. Dixon has described, we've had this long process. Y'all asked for a lot, and this was also, Mary, you talked about this in your opening comments, this is also the time when you were developing your new plan, right? What did Merritt agree to at Alsatian Oaks, and can we do better? What did the last developer agree to, and can we incrementally improve on it? And so the legislature, while stripping away cities' powers, has said, we have this tool. It's a Chapter 212 agreement. What it says is that the city and the owner of property and the city's ETJ can enter into what they now call a contract, and there's lots of references to contract. They weren't called contracts until a few years ago. Now they're considered contracts because they're enforceable by both parties. The city can enforce it. Brianna talked about the list of prohibited uses, vape shops and SOB, sexually oriented business and things like that. It means you have the right to enforce it outside of zoning. You have a valid contract that you can enforce against the developer. The developer has a valid contract that they can enforce against you. And so the legislature gave cities these tools, the 212 agreements, so that when someone wants to develop in the ETJ, you have a mechanism to say, hey, let's enter into an agreement. Let's control uses. You know what we can put in there? We can't do Normally, as a city, we can put building materials. We've got 4 pages of building standards in here, and Brianna's got a copy. I think Scott has this copy up as well. Four pages, just a 75% masonry requirement, which you can't require but for this development agreement, the lot size, things like that. So the legislature said, here's a tool that allows you to, this also allows you to agree to what land uses are permitted. It serves as a permit for purposes of development under Chapter 245 of the Local Government Code, which is the vested rights statute, basically grandfathers you from new regulations. It gives you rights to develop upon annexation. And so that's the one tool that the legislature has left you as a municipality for dealing with development in your ETJ. So came to you, we said, okay, we're going to do all this, we'll develop the standards. You said, okay, well, you guys are going to be on our streets, so we want to bring you into the city. Didn't have to bring us into the city, but we'd like to bring you into the city. So your residents are paying taxes and paying their fair share for development. We'd like to make off-site improvements and do all of that. So those are all wrapped up into the development agreement, including the planned unit development. There's a reference in there that says we prepare, the developer prepares a planned unit development and submits it to the city accepts it. And I think that is part of what has gotten lost in the conversation tonight, is the folks who are speaking in opposition to the planned unit development see that as giving the developer extra rights. All the rights for development are in this agreement. You've already agreed to how the development's going to look. What the planned unit development does, though, is it gives you additional tools to regulate the development. So there are fine details that are in the PUD that are not in the development agreement. So what the PUD does, it allows you to fine-tune what's in here, and that becomes the governing document. Without the planned unit development, we just default to this, and it says, I mean, you've got a land plan on the screen. That's what we could build under the development agreement today. But what the PUD does is allows you to get into those kinds of details. And so, again, we don't need or necessarily want the PUD, but it's something that you wanted. You asked for in this contract and said, please submit this. You said there, we're not going to guarantee zoning. Of course, we've moved past the zoning portion of seeding, but you've got a PUD plan that, again, takes all the things in the development agreement and fine-tunes it so you get a little more granular in the actual development, which helps when someone submits that next permit, the plat, and ultimately the building permit. So again, just want to provide a little bit of context as to why we're here requesting the PUD. Again, it's part of the agreement, and we'd love to have the PUD. We'd love to have that fine-tuned. If not, we're going to have to find another way through the development process to fine-tune those points. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'm going to open it up to public comments now. Is this one right?
Bruce Alexander, 516 Vienna. I'm sorry I didn't get you, Mr. Killen. I just learned more from Mr. Killen than I've ever learned from any member of this city council. Okay, and I appreciate your comments. Okay, because it gives me a better understanding. I still have a concern about the city making a contractual agreement before they went through the process of getting any approvals from either P&Z or this stuff. But I understand more about that, and I appreciate the fact that I think you made a comment that y'all didn't necessarily need the PUD or want the PUD. It was the city driving the PUD, so the city made a contractual agreement with you for a PUD that wasn't approved. That's what I'm hearing. Maybe I'm wrong in that, but I appreciate your comments, and that's just my outlook on it. So I'm not necessarily against it. I do have a question specifically, and I asked this question to Brianna when we did the planning and zoning. I know the next process would be a plat, but and the layout here is that the layout it's going to be? And Brianna's answer was, there's no guarantee on that. Because when they come back with a plat, it may not look like that. So my comment is, if it changes, I guess P&Z will have to look at it in council. But, so I'm just curious about that. That's all and I do that. Okay, thank you.
Can you clarify that process?
Yeah, so we don't expect it to change a lot. I think the reason, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but yeah, I mean, I would hedge too. I'd say, well, it's not guaranteed it'll be exactly that. because there are minor changes as you start to have conversations about, well, we're going to put a sidewalk here, but then we saw this issue with drainage or whatever. So, but it should be, Bruce, it should be like substantially similar to that. We wouldn't expect major changes between the approved PUD and the approved plat, and just, clarifying, yeah, the city asked for the PUD, because the PUD is the legal instrument, and this is what I hope you heard from Mr. Killen, it's the legal instrument that allows us to put in all of those granular requirements that we couldn't require otherwise. Now, some of that will be in here. You won't see the buildings and what they have to be, the materials they have to be made out of, and that kind of thing. That's not going to show up in the PUD, but that's in the agreement.
May I make one more comment about that?
Yes,
Yeah.
I got it, and I understand it. And
Yeah.
I appreciate the comment. My whole thing boils down to is the contractual agreement was the city agreed to a PUD before a PUD was approved. So that's my whole issue. So, Mr. Carey, when you say I hate to use that term, which say it's already been a done deal or decided on, it pretty much has, because the city signed an agreement, contractual agreement with the developer for a PUD at the city's request, not the developer's request, as would be, in my opinion, how the ordinance should be done.
May I respond with a factual?
But that's just my comment on that. Because the subdivision ordinance, and I'm not faulting what they're doing, the subdivision ordinance that we have, generally, it allows a PUD. I got it, I understand that. I'm just back to what was historic and what it is now. And if that's the avenue the city chooses to go, well, the city chooses to go there. I just wanted to bring that point.
Thanks.
Don Lloyd, 207 Sunland. I'll make it short. All my comments that I made on the agenda item 12,
Ditto.
ditto. So I don't have to go through them all and save us all a lot of time.
Thank you, sir.
Okay.
All right, anybody else?
I'll say it again, but I just want to
Please.
reiterate that, Tammy, 516 Vienna, thank you, Mr. King. I want to reiterate that the people did not know the understanding of the letters of the planning and zoning. So when she says it passed, it did pass, but if they would have understood the meaning of the letters, just like you see tonight, it was a 3-2 vote and it would not have passed. So I just want to reiterate that again, which I was disappointed a little bit when Mr. Carey gave the presentation to you all last meeting, that he did not bring that up, because he heard people that were confused, and I brought it out. So I was very disappointed as you, as my council member and as for all the citizens, that you weren't real transparent about that. You said it passed, it was 3-2, but I really wish you to come out and said, but it passed, with people not understanding the letters. Because you heard people at the podium say, I thought if I spoke that would counter my opposition. So I'm really disappointed in you, Mr. Carey, that you did not be transparent with your other members up here. Thank you.
All right. No, I think that we are we closing we're going to close the public hearing? I'm sorry.
did you want to read
Please. Thank you. It's so late, I forget.
Okay, so for the ones that have multiple, I'm gonna say their name, how many they have, and what their comments are, instead of trying to read them off. Okay. So Groveland Enterprises in opposition to small lots, sewer handle flow, drainage issues, growth congestion, and they have 1, 2, 3, 4. Leon Jr. and Kathy Shearhart in opposition, please see attached. Do you want me to reread the comments? It's the same letter as was provided earlier.
Nope.
Okay, all right. In opposition. Michelle Schuman and Carl Schuman in opposition. Our property backs up to the property, and any adjoining subdivision should have a minimum 12,000 square foot lot. Otherwise, it will decrease our property value. Two for that one with the same comment. Robert and Marie Pursley in opposition. Ruben Limones in opposition. Nettie Cartwright in opposition. Rosalinda Nguyen in opposition. Commercial property in the residential area is not needed. Traffic is always backed up. Troy Malden in opposition. Harold and Mary Orens in opposition. And he has the same comments as the previous letter. So, Vincent and Donna Paredes in opposition. Desi and Yvette Gonzalez in opposition. Kenneth Zaviris in opposition. Chuck and Estella
Pierce.
One day I'll get it. In opposition. Jonathan O'Brien in opposition. Traffic concerns on FM 471 and Highway 90. Drainage concerns, small lot sizes, not to capital code. Nathan Griggs in opposition. Lot size not legal under city rules. Small lots and smaller houses which lower the value of surrounding homes. Area of roadways cannot handle traffic. Kate Griggs in opposition. This development will wreak havoc on all our existing utilities that existing residences are paying an arm and a leg for. We are already having issues with our water and sewer supply to existing residences. We have signs saying we are in a water shortage. So our solution is to shove a bunch of homes in. This is terrible. If approved, you should be ashamed of yourselves. Kate Griggs in opposition. This development will create even more problems to an already problematic traffic on 471 and 90. For one, to keep to the existing residences in mind on your vote. Diana Balsania in opposition. Francis J. Lutz and Helen Lutz. We have a few. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 in opposition. Clint and Janine Moglins in opposition. The city should enforce certain restrictions and not change for developers under these smaller plots are not good for the city.
That's moduling.
Modular. Donald Bull in opposition. The better use of the proposed commercial district acreage would be to plant in trees as a buffer on FM 471 traffic. No large traffic continues to increase. Trees would also offset the resident with privacy and make entering the subdivision more inviting. The whole plan development devalues our property. Marilyn Cherry in opposition. What happened with the green belt behind Country Village was supposed to be 10 feet behind Country Village subdivision. Now they say it will be drainage against commercial property. Major traffic problems and accidents, also move water. We are already on the water shortage. Trevor and Courtney Mangold in opposition. Sandra Advent in opposition. Please see attached. It's a long one, and I don't know if you read this one before. Oh yeah, we already read this one. Okay, so in opposition. Cody Tondre in opposition. Comment small lots. Ben Jean in opposition. I'm against increasing the minimum lot size for this development. Also infrastructure, additional lights on Highway 90 and widening of 471 should be done before this development. I also oppose any access through Country Village for this development. Don, and I can't remember the last name again, in opposition. Don Lloyd in opposition. 1, traffic congestion. 2, drainage water. 3, lot size not big enough per city. Elizabeth Rubio in opposition. Too many homes being built in the area which develops into more traffic, crime, and pollution. Not sure who's getting greedy here. The city or the county cash flow is moving away from a small town feel too fast. We have enough crime here. Do not need these homes here built in it San Antonio. Big fat no. Laggy, Zotyylka. In opposition, I disapprove building homes in that location. Cashville needs more local spots to hang out, enjoy with family and friends. Parks, food truck, park, town hangout with shops, just like the town square on Fiorella. Need to be more creative than just filling spaces with homes, car washes, storage facilities, and other pointless things. And then I have 4 more letters. They're the same as the ones presented before. And this is Hal and Polly McCormick, in opposition, Maddie and Jackie Anderson in opposition, Alice Bain in opposition, and Norman and Angie Watson in opposition.
How many altogether?
For this stack, it was 40.
40?
Yes.
I'm sorry, you said it was 69 cent out?
68.
68.
Okay, anything else for the public hearing? All right, we're going to close the public hearing at 11:11. I think that we had decided to table the next item. Yes. So the next item is consider and take appropriate action on a request for approval of the planned unit development plan for approximately 35.168 acres located northeast of intersection at US 90 East and 471 North. The current zoning of the property is a planned unit development district overlay, with the underlying district CHE East Commercial District for approximately 2.725 acres and RA Single Family Dwelling District for approximately 32.433 acres.
We did change the wording to be proposed.
Oh, sorry, the proposed, yes. The proposed zoning. I forgot to change that one as well. And the reason I'm okay for, the reason that we want to table this is we want to bring it back. There's some additional details that we need to get through. We will make sure that notice is sent out again so that people can come and join in this. We're not deferring it to hide from it. We're deferring it to do what's right. And so we're going to table this or defer this for another time. Do we need a motion to do that, or we can just table it? I can just... Okay, tabled. Perfect. All right. And the struggle that we have with this, honestly, is, this is right next to people, and this is one of those things that we are struggling with all over the place, is impacting people that have lived there. We're trying to do things that are responsible for the city, trying to make those judgment calls. We have been inviting people to our public meetings. Please, if you haven't attended them, please attend them. If you have been, please continue to attend them so that we can find these details and shape them properly. Our goal here is truly to do what is best for Castroville, to create quality developments, and we are doing everything in our power to do that. And so we will have this conversation again. The next item is a public hearing on a request for zone change request for approximately 254.69 acres located north of US Highway 90 East and to the east of Alsatian Oaks. The current zoning of the property is RA, Single Family Dwelling District, for approximately 254.69 acres. The proposed zoning for the property is a Planned Unit Development District, PUD overlay, and the underlying zoning RA, Single Family Dwelling District, for approximately 254.69 acres. We're going to open the public hearing at 11:14.
This is the Black Creek Development subdivision. The applicants here, Rock Hillen. We also have the Mary, who's the engineer for this development. So if you have any questions for that. So the current zoning for this is already single family dwelling, and they are requesting a zone change for the PUD overlay with the underlying zoning for already single family dwelling district. Okay. So this, the development agreement was approved by City Council on September 21st, 2023. Some of the standards in the development agreement were lot sizes, open space, annexation, masonry. Things that are specific to this one is the water tower site. This is the lot where they do have the water tower site for the phase 2 improvements for our water system. They still have dark space lighting, quality street signage, other architectural details like front doors, design elements, landscaping, fencing. The PUD plan has been reviewed and either meets the city code or meets the development agreement that's been approved. All right, annexation. This property has been annexed into the city, and that annexation was adopted on January 9th, 2024. So this is already completely within the city limits of Castroville. The location of this property is right next to, it's east of Alsatian Oaks, and it's north of Highway 90. If everybody knows where all that dirt work was done by Terry Dickerson, This is located north of that, so. And this just shows how many parcels are included, so it's not just one, there's multiple parcels, and so you can see all the parcel numbers right there. You can see where Alsatian Oaks is kind of being built out right there to the west of this. And it's directly behind the Chevy dealership too. So for the future land use, this one's pretty spot on. The future land use for this property is single family residential, and then the frontage part is commercial. They're not touching the commercial. That's a completely different developer, a completely different property owner. So it is only what's encompassed in that green area. Okay, as I said earlier, everything that comes in as RA single family dwelling. So right now it is RA. So they're not requesting any commercial on this property. The only one that probably needs to be cut out, because eventually we're going to buy that, is that top corner, the top northeast corner. That's going to be where the water tower site, and eventually the city will probably own a portion of that for the water tower. Let's see, the proposed zoning is, just because you have to do the PUD overlay, so it's still single-family residential as the underlining zoning, but the overlay will be planned unit development. Let's see. And then the Planning and Zoning Commission recommended approval of this item. So that's all I have for that.
Did you already announce how many, whether we have letters in opposition or any of that?
No, 24 letters were sent out and we didn't receive any back. So.
All right. And the other elements that were, this is just talking about, forget it, zoning.
I know it's zoning. I know it's weird, but you have to do zoning first.
Okay, so the proposed zoning is residential RA single-family dwelling district for the entire thing. Gotcha, okay. Any discussion on that?
Public comment.
Oh, I'm sorry, I'm in the wrong place. Public comments.
Of course.
Hey, no, I'm not frustrated at you. I'm frustrated because I'm like losing track. Say your address again.
Bruce Alexander, 516 Vienna. I only have a couple of comments. The first one obviously is going to be a question, and it's more posed to y'all, but I'll just cut to the chase. In this development agreement, did the city also ask for them to do a PUD, or did they come to the city and ask for the PUD? That's one. Because I'm going to, part of me wants to believe that it probably follows the same path, that the city is setting that up for these. So basically getting contractual agreements ahead of time, which kind of makes this all moot points. Second thing, and probably most important, is, Mr. Mayor, when we were talking with Simple City, you were pretty clear that some of these new development agreements and things like that would apply for properties that not historically in the city, new properties, new developments. I supported that then, I support that now. So go from there. Thank you.
All right. Any other public comments? All right. We will close the public hearing and move at, 11:19. Next item is consider and take appropriate action on a request for approval for a zone change request for approximately 254.69 acres located north of US Highway 90 East and to the east of Alsatian Oaks. The current zoning of the property is RA, Single Family Dwelling District, for approximately 254.69 acres. The proposed zoning for the property is a Planned Unit Development District, a PUD, overlay with the underlying zoning RA, Single Family Dwelling District, for approximately 254.69 acres. Okay, so on this item, do we have, I think we've already heard everything through the public hearing. Do you have any questions or comments on the zoning portion? Councilman Carey?
Yes, I do. We have heard twice that the city pursued the PUD agreement, and Section B of Section 100-79B says, if any part of the proposed subdivision is located inside the city limits, the subdivider must submit to the city administrator an application for a change of zoning to establish a PUD overlay zoning district. Just make that clear.
I'm sorry, was that part of an ordinance or part of a
This is part
development
of the planned unit development ordinance.
Okay. Any other comments or questions? Entertain a motion.
I make a motion to approve this item as so read.
Great. Do I have a second?
Second.
Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries. Next item is public hearing on a request for approval of the planned unit development plan for approximately 254.69 acres located north of US Highway 90 East and to the east of Alsatian Oaks. The current zoning of the property is a planned unit development district, a PUD overlay, with the underlying zoning RA, single-family dwelling district for approximately 254.69 acres. We'll open the public hearing at 11:22. Do we have any further?
And so right here, this is the flood plan, this is what you can, this is what they're requesting. A few things to point out, the green is what's going to be parkway / floodplain. They are gonna have the large blue spot in the middle of the amenity center, and like I said earlier, the northeast point of this flood plan is going to be the proposed water tower site. The water rights transfer system.
Can we clarify the orientation? Sorry, north is to the left.
The purple area?
To the left of the screen.
Yeah, apologize, I should have put the north arrow on there.
It's up on there, but I just wanted to clarify. Last time it was up, and this time it's on the side, so it took me a second to orient.
Upside down like chestnut plants.
And then, so the water rights transferred to the city, because it's going from, I believe it's 673 homes, at 0.6% OUEs would be approximately 411 acres. This just shows some of the things on the flood plan, which is going to be the building setbacks. For this development, it's front 20, the rear would be 20 feet, and the side would be 5 unless, on the regular lot, so I'm assuming that would be like a cul-de-sac. That means the front setback on a cul-de-sac would be 15. There, like I said earlier, there's 673 homes in this PUD and in this development. And so the required open space is 41.26, and that's what they are providing for this. But that does include the floodplain. That's included in that park / open space. They are creating a trail network through it, so it's going to be a usable floodplain. So it's not going to just be floodplain.
It's like a linear park.
Yeah. And then, these are just going to be the typical collector streets that you'll see throughout the subdivision, with the 50-foot right of way and the 60-foot right of way. And the planning and zoning recommended approval contingent is on the zoning being approved for this one as well.
Okay. All right, there were some details that we didn't have in here. We'll go into them after the public hearing. Okay, great. Did we have anything else for that?
I sent about 24 letters for this one as well, and I did not receive a letter back.
Sounds good. And did the attorney want to state anything about this one as well?
Bob Killian, 10101 Reunion Place. Thank you for your consideration. I mentioned on the last one that was unique. This is more typically what we see with development agreements. It's the edge of town, single-family development. You've seen it all, but it's pretty much what you would typically see. They're similar to what you saw with Alsatian Oaks other developments. Really appreciate your consideration. I know it's been a long evening. You have other things on your agenda, so I'll keep my comments brief.
Okay, thank you. All right. Would anybody like to speak for this item? Public comments. Come on, Bruce.
Sure.
Don't give up on me now.
Sure. I only have one, and I don't know, obviously, we're not privy to the negotiations, but I heard the city administrator talk earlier about the city's going to have to, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I thought I heard him say the city's going to have to buy that property for that water tower. You know, I'm disappointed in the negotiation abilities of the city if they couldn't get the developer to dedicate a couple acres for a water tower. I'm really disappointed in that, because I think a little better negotiations would have got that from them, especially possibly on property that may not be suitable for houses. That's just my thought.
Thank you. Do you want to clarify on the?
We did our best. It wasn't in this development to start with, so that part of what kind of hurt that negotiation. It originally was to the west on Alsatian Oaks. But we still haven't given up there. We're still negotiating with the developer about that land and what it's worth and how developable it is. So.
Great. Thank you. Any other comments? All right. We will close the public hearing then at 11:26. Okay. Next item is consider and take appropriate action on a request for approval of the planned unit development plan for approximately 254.69 acres located north of US Highway 90 East and to the east of Alsatian Oaks. The current zoning of the property is a planned unit development district, a PUD, overlay with the underlying zoning RA, single-family dwelling district for approximately 254.69 acres. So I'm going to open it up to council for questions, comments in a second. I wanted to make sure that we covered a couple of other things that weren't covered during the public hearing. So the thing that you see, that big arterial that's going this way, that is a part of the northern route. So that's the other thing. That's 120 feet of right-of-way. And that is that portion as it connects to Alsatian Oaks. It connects in through here. And this is one of the reasons that we did seek a PUD with a development agreement because of a bunch of different reasons. One was we need the northern route as we work through that with the county to make sure that we're connecting Highway 90 and 471. You talk about relief to getting people to stop cutting through Country Village. It'll be a long process, but each development that comes along, we're asking them to dedicate right-of-way. That's a full 120 feet of right-of-way. If you think about the right-of-way through existing Castroville, that's only 100 feet, so it's actually 20 feet wider than going through existing Castroville, and that is to help alleviate some of the traffic, a lot of the traffic that's coming in from the north. I tell you, I'm terrified of what is going to develop between here and Petranco, because they right now have no other way except coming straight down 471 and through Country Village. I mean,
We didn't pay for that.
We didn't pay for that.
Bruce wasn't listening. But.
Bruce wasn't listening that we didn't pay for the 120.
We didn't pay for the 120 50. I don't know how many acres it is. No, I'm just letting you know. So this was early on. It's one of the things that we knew we needed. And Alsatian Oaks had already been platted at that point. They had not dedicated for the northern route. So we're in negotiations with them about trying to acquire the 120 feet or 80 or whatever it's going to be. But with this, because they were early on in the process, we said, no, you got to give us 120 feet of right-of-way. So it didn't cost us anything, and yeah, I think that is a big win. But it's a matter of, well, what did you know when you started versus now? So anyway.
And they had made some other concessions about some of the interconnectivity. If you look at the way that they stub out against Alsatian Oaks, as long as Alsatian Oaks connects to those, then we can have interconnection so that if somebody from one of these developments wants to go over to something over in Alsatian Oaks, they can still make it. We're trying to create, this is kind of a broken grid because there's a lot of topographical things that cause challenges. They just love their, what do they call them, loops and lollipops. Mm-hmm. So we had negotiated with them to create, even where they put the cul-de-sacs, they still provide a walking, biking path through there.
Do you remember when they removed? They removed something like 8, I want to say they removed 8 cul-de-sacs during the process of plan. This is Plan M, I believe. So that they started on Plan A, and they ended up on Plan M. That's how many revisions there were, back and forth, hammering things out. Anyway.
So this is a lot of time and effort that's going into this. And I believe that as we're talking about the water tower, that's part of the Phase 2 water development, just as Alsatian Oaks had paid for the big bubble gum blue. I had the chance to choose the color on that, and I didn't.
Well, they're out of
failed.
Pepto paints.
Oh my gosh. Anyway, so Alsatian Oaks paid for that. So this will be, staff is working on how we have that paid upfront by the developers, reduce the risk on the existing citizens. Again, it's about new paying for new. So there was a lot of time and effort that went into this to try and make sure that there was plenty of open space, that one of the things where I used to live, we had this great green space that was a great place to have like a linear park, great big oak trees, and access to every one of those was completely blocked off by a big drainage gate. And so it's creating these places where people can get through if they want to go on their bikes or if they want to go walking, to create some of that connectivity.
To get from one half to the other.
To get from one half to the other, yeah. So, okay, so those are the things I wanted to make sure that we called out on this. I will start on, how about we start on Sheena's side this time? Okay,
No
Councilman
comments,
Carey?
no questions.
Councilman King? Councilman Murray?
I just wanted to comment, this was the difference I noticed between the two PUD plans that came before us today. In the NP home, or in the Heights of Castroville one, they had the sidewalk adjacent to the street and then 5 feet of grass. In this one, they have 5 feet of grass and then the sidewalks. That is way better. As someone who lives in Country Village, we have the sidewalks adjacent to the street and you can't use them because they are full of mailboxes. So having that green space between the street and the sidewalks is actually huge in terms of making usable sidewalks. So someone did a good job, whether it was on purpose or accident, they're getting the credit anyway on that one.
No, that has been very purposeful as we've gone through this, understanding where those little things matter. If you think about trying to cross Highway 90 on that bridge, having the traffic right up next to you, and so many other places where you've got the sidewalks right up next to the street, creating that small little buffer that also allows for street trees and some kind of shade in there. Councilman Dyer?
Can I make a motion?
Yes, please.
I make a motion to approve as so read.
Great. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes. Great. Thank you.
Thank you for your time this evening.
Great. Thank you very much.
Drive safe.
And I think that this is a good point of differentiation of being very respectful to people right next to their homes, right next to where they live, trying to be very careful about that. And if we're going to experiment, we experiment on the outskirts. Thank you, sir. All right, next item. Discussion and appropriate action on awarding the lighting project at Lions Park Multi-Purpose Field to Integrity LED in an amount not to exceed $35,220. And Jonah, you stuck around.
$220? Did you say?
I'm sorry.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
$35,220.
Yeah, $35,220.
All I heard was 220, sorry.
Man, we got a good deal on that.
Aye.
All right, John.
Please.
Sorry, man.
We'll go to the blood samples when we go to the store tomorrow.
It's his fault. We just rely on the
Still there, yeah. Hopefully he'll elaborate. Yeah. Oh,
Good night, Brown. Be safe.
Good night, Brianna.
Those were taller than the last. I thought those were 40 feet.
Okay, good evening. Not morning yet, but.
Not yet.
Get out here. So before, in front of you, I have, it's just a condensed file on the comparison for all of the different contractors that we went out for quotes at Lions Park. We got 5 total quotes, 2 of them from the same company. The different prices are there. The only difference, the one that I did not get to add in there just because I got that number just before council had started, was that for Voss's, that $78,000 quote was for a 40-foot light pole. I did ask Integrity to give us a quote for a 40-foot light pole because theirs was a 30-foot light pole, and that price would increase to $43,000. It's about an $8,200 increase for 2 40-foot light poles. That was going to be the only change in there. We did go send some notices to to the neighboring residents. 2 of the 3, right off the bat, I explained to them the project, gave them the notices. 2 of them had no objections. One of them said, go ahead and light her up, is what she had said. The other one I did just get to the resident, left my information on there, so if they had any questions about it, they didn't reach out to me, so I assume there were no questions.
Great.
But outside of that, that's pretty much all I have. I know we had brought this to council 2 weeks ago. Wanted to get a little bit better comparison, some references. We got a good amount of references from Boss, Techline, and Musco Integrity. They were trying to get us some references. They got us one, so I will be contacting them just as a dot our I's, cross our T's. But yeah.
Well, I commend you on going and getting some more of the information. We try and be really careful about this stuff, and I think that the 3 things that we look at, honestly, are always impact to existing residents.
Absolutely.
So thank you for reaching out to them. I like the fact you went out to them personally to hand it out. That's the right way to do it.
No, absolutely.
Treat people like neighbors.
I think in all reality, this is kind of one of the things that Scott's been trying to get me to be a little bit more productive in, is kind of putting myself in your position and then also in the citizen's position. You know, if I was one of those citizens, I would rather have somebody come up to my door, knock, and leave me something. That way I can either talk to them face to face, or at least have an avenue to go ahead and reach out to whoever is going to be doing this. So
Yeah.
I think it's definitely dotting our I's and crossing our T's.
It's the right way to do it. If you think about it, if I lived right there, and this is what we've got to go through every single time, every single thing. And so I appreciate your willingness to learn and to grow. I think it's a good thing. I think it'll be a great thing for the city, and always with a great attitude. So some of the things that I notice about here, so the 3 things that I'm always concerned about: 1, impact to existing residents; 2, cost; 3 is functionality. And so I know that Scott also spoke with the person that was matching this in terms of functionality, and they were very pleased with it for the what do you call it, the club soccer. Mm-hmm. They were very pleased with it. I like the fact that it's lower light poles, less wattage. It's low, medium, and high versus LMH, so that makes it way better. I'm just kidding.
It's actually got it's one of the higher wattage options, but it's because it's lower, the poles are lower, and there's 3 of them. You know, we're going to be able to get better coverage without, and they are shielded. All of them are shielded. Anyway.
And I can speak. I live right next to the regional park, and how those things are shielded, I can definitely see the light that's there, but it doesn't shine at me, and it doesn't create the light island effect either. So with that much light, and that's a lot of light out there, it doesn't mess up the night skies. So that's really nice. From council, did you have any further questions on this? Concerns? Nope. Do we have a motion?
And well, the one question, this is a fee, this is a check, but council required you feedback from surrounding property owners. There's only 3, in your definition of that, there's only 3 property owners that touch.
That are going to be neighboring the specific property.
There's the 2 that back up to it, and the 1 that's across the street.
Yeah. So. Yeah.
So nobody else is close to it at all.
Well, you've got the
Nobody in the front
mobile
part?
homes that are across the road the other direction.
Yeah.
And then the elementary school's there, so that's.
I'm not worried. Yeah.
Yeah. So it's basically
That answers the question.
Yeah, so the
those 3
the
now.
3 property owners that I went to were going to be these 3 right here, Vienna and Berlin. This block right here. These are the 3 that I went to. Just because the light would be on this corner here, and then it would be shining this direction, and then the light would be on this other opposite, diagonally across, shining this direction.
Sounds good.
The other thing that council had also asked was a letter, or just something in writing, from Integrity about the adjustment of the lights if we are not satisfied. So Integrity will take the responsibility of the cost if they want, or if we want them to come back out and readjust the lights, so that way, you know, if that light pollution is getting a little bit too high or too far, they can always adjust that fixture, or the fixtures.
All right. And the controls on them, do they turn them off automatically? Can you set them?
Yes, so I didn't get specifics on I know that we will have the connectivity, just like we have the Musco lights in Regional Park. I'm not quite sure their system, but Chris did say that it was going to be a connectivity system. We could do Bluetooth remote in, and then also have a schedule.
Okay. Great. Any other questions from council or comments? All right. Do I have a motion to approve?
So moved.
Great. Second?
I'll second that.
All right. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes. Thank you.
We're leaving them at 30 foot, right?
Yeah, from what I gathered, I think we're
Yeah.
on that 30 foot.
Who made the motion?
Sorry.
Gina?
Dave, second.
All right. Next item is consider and take appropriate action on awarding the bid and contract to Greco Construction Incorporated for the construction of the community center building in an amount not to exceed $2.491 million. And for this, we have Jonah Chang and Scott Dixon.
So we can get into our process and what we're bidding, but I wanted to be clear on the amount and what would happen. So as I stated earlier, this is what we told the bidders is, what our budget was, which was $1.7 billion. This is considerably higher than that. You have $450 that you'd set aside in your bond funds. That's still available to put towards the project. You also have about $150,000 of unspent in your bond funds, but there's still another $550 that we would have to go get. And really the only place to go get that is from our general fund cash reserves. So you'd be, if you approve this, part of the approval is approving the funding source, unless of course you wanted to go issue some more debt, which you could do, that would have a property tax implication. I don't want to act like that's the only thing. I mean, that you only can use your cash, but you do have about $4 million. I think it's 3.9. It's in the budget presentation you're given. That's available for your use.
Can we talk about the process of the bid? How long did the bidders have to respond?
4 weeks.
Was it 4 weeks?
Yeah, we extended it.
We extended it by 2 additional weeks.
Okay.
Yeah, and we reached out. I mean, there was a lot of inquiry. I think we had 45 folks that downloaded plans or inquired or what have you. We also reached out in that group, that same group. We reached out to Jack Upmore and people I had run across that are in this kind of area. We specifically aimed at residential builders because they would be closer to our price range. Unfortunately, we only received the one bid. There was, after the fact, there were 2 bidders that came forward and said that they missed it and didn't turn it in time, and they would turn it in if we rebid, but I don't think you can count on that, and I think you'd be kind of rolling the dice if you rebid, but it is possible. You could rebid it, and there is a chance that we'd get a better bid. And that's, whatever the delta is, that's money you don't have to spend out of your cash reserve. So it's kind of up to you which direction we go. Phil's.
Councilman Dean?
Yeah, Greco's a good company. They do a lot of government work at the bases and everything, so they're used to, higher bid because of the rigmarole they have to go with that. Did you all contact Griggs Construction?
Well,
Yes.
I know
believe so.
that there was, I talked to Lawrence today. He said that you had reached out to, but yeah, I think someone at Griggs said they had not been contacted, but yes, they were contacted.
I didn't reach out to him, so I don't know.
Troy, Derek, or Ray?
Who you said I'd reached out to him? No, Scott.
Lawrence, and I talked to Lawrence today
Who's Lawrence?
with LPA. He said that you'd spoken to
Mickey
Conrad, and had a discussion with him about who had been contacted and that sort of thing. And I thought I was given to understand that you reached out to one of the contractors that said they had.
No, the ones that helped them put together their cost estimate.
Yeah.
It was a company called Stone Construction who built.
That's right.
The
C.R.
bathrooms
Stone.
at the Living History Center.
Yeah.
And I've known him for 10 years or so, but he had indicated to me also, he didn't realize that, so again, Mickey was gonna go back and check internally if they actually had reached out to Colin, because Colin had indicated to me he'd be more than willing to bid on this. It was a beautiful project for you.
Right.
But he wasn't aware that it was on because it was on a different bid site than what he normally goes for. It was on a government bid site versus.
No, they put on a bunch of them though.
Well, they did, but they were in government, and that's just what he said, but he said he would have bid on it if he knew about it. But I have not talked to him since the bids came in. I guess right now, the problem is we're $740,000 over the money that we said a couple of months ago we were not going to go over that amount. And there's a lot of things that are in there. But usually when something like this happens, is you go and say, okay, what do we have to live with and what can we cut out very quickly? And there's some items in here, like you're talking about a security system of $174,000 when a $5,000 video camera system would work just as well. They wouldn't have the automatic locking door.
That's all the door controls, it's all the internet, it's all the cabling.
And a big chunk of that. But to me, I don't see any detriments to rebidding this thing, especially when you had two other people willing to come in. And yes, it's quick notice for the rebid, but you already had two additional people that said that they're willing to do it. The other option is try to negotiate, but we don't have time to negotiate with GETCO and saying, okay, listen, we need to shove, can we cut from the budget to get this thing?
There's not a lot to
If we had a
cut.
month to do that, we would be able to do that, but we don't. So really the only option we have now, in my mind, is rebid the thing. Let's see what these other two bids are, and then negotiate with the apparent low bidder there and see what can we cut out to get it back down to where we have to be. Because, wasn't that the last meeting before that when we had drainage and we were, apologizing to everybody because, we're trying to, but this $750,000 to me comes out of our drainage budget in reality, and we're telling people that no, we can't afford to do that because but here again, we're going and putting a lot of money in something that.
It impacts your ability to match grants and do all those things, sure.
Yeah.
But the drainage feed's already been tapped into for the Garcia Creek.
Yeah, we're not talking about drainage fee for
He's
the
just saying,
community center.
he's saying this
I
diminishes.
heard drainage fee.
Well, no, the drainage, what I said drainage fee is, yes, that's based on bonding that we're going out with, but I'm talking about the other thing, telling people, well, we can't do these drainage projects because we don't have money, and here we're $750,000 are willing to kick in there to do something. But I would say at the very least, we ought to rebid it and see what these other numbers
And
are.
it sounds like there's
Well,
a couple.
so-
of
When does it
others
have to be
that-
awarded?
Yeah, so it has to be obligated by, what are you saying?
The 14th of June?
Yeah, it has to be obligated by June 14th.
Okay.
And
you
that would
also
mean.
said you were checking on that just to verify.
Yeah,
that
but
even
I-
at that, you could do it.
That's the best answer I have right now, and I'm going
Yeah.
to stick with it for now. If that changes, I'll let you know, but I fully anticipate that we're going to have this thing approved by June 14th. If for no reason, USDA is already complex and complicated enough. If we start bending rules and asking for waivers that are last minute, I think you're just, I'd rather, they say June 14th, we'll have it done by June 14th. So what that would require, what that would require, and I've already checked into this aspect of it, is we would, in the morning by 9 a.m., whatever, I have to let this lady know, what? Yeah, we would have to put the ad in the paper. It would appear on Thursday, and it would be due next Tuesday, I think.
You already
or
have two
something.
other people said they're willing to bid.
If they submit them.
Yeah, if they.
They didn't submit them, yeah.
Sealed bid together.
Yeah.
Are you allowed to send it to them in advance?
Well, they already have it.
Okay.
And we would
I mean, the
call-
ones who have
You
it.
could call CR Stone, you could call
Okay.
some of these other groups that didn't, that says, we would need to make sure that everybody was contacted, that we were told we're contacted, and ensure that if they show an interest in bidding, that they bid. I know I personally reached out to two people who had expressed interest, and they kind of ghosted me, they didn't even text me back, I'm like.
Well, see,
So.
Yeah, and, but I would think in this town, Roots Construction would be the first one. And then I even, for instance, I don't mind calling them and saying, why didn't you bid on this? Because
Right.
it's just right up your alley.
Right.
I mean, it's what they do. And then again, the only reason that Colin Stone is, he was the one who looked at the early bids and gave cost estimates to
Right.
LPA about what they thought this was going to cost.
Right.
But I think the reason it got so high is it went to a government typical contractor versus a regular contractor.
He's doing a lot of I didn't see a lot of government work, but what I did see was a ton of kidney dialysis type places. He's built like 30 of them or something and remodeled a bunch. And
they have more money than we do.
But I know the W.R. Griggs, they did all the renovations and everything to the Moy Center.
Mhm.
They do a lot of renovations.
Oh, well, and the supplies and everything.
Yeah. So then.
Okay,
and then
again-
there's also NC Construction, they were sitting right up front here.
This is right.
What's that?
Kate Griggs and Nathan, so.
They were a part of the pre-bid conference. They
Yeah.
did not submit a bid, but we can reach out to Griggs again, C.R. Stone,
Mhm.
Colin Stone. And I'll check in with them.
If everybody can send, if you have people that you know can do this, especially
Yeah, I believe
local
so,
people,
yeah.
I had
I
reached
gotta
out to
rework.
Jack Upmore, because I heard that he hadn't bid, and I thought, this would be something different. And Andermatt.
What about, what did Jack say?
He said that he only had 2 weeks to respond, and he needed probably 3. That's why I was
And we
asking.
gave him 4, yeah.
Yeah, he may just not have seen it.
But yeah, it got extended so that it got extended. I just can't remember if we actually,
Okay.
anyway, yeah.
Well, I think it would be good if we put this out, I mean, if it comes back in 2 weeks.
I feel bad for Greco because I think they lived up their bargain, but at the same time, they admitted, I mean, they acknowledged, yeah, we're over your budget by a lot.
And they're over by square footage what this thing ought to cost. It's way over by
Yeah.
square footage what this thing, for this type of structure.
Right.
But again, they're used to doing government jobs. You have a bunch of layers of government oversight
Right.
on finances, and that may be something. But again, it's just so much above what the estimate is. It's just unreal.
Yep.
Yeah, so Upmore did download the plans, Bravo Country Homes, just a couple of them here that y'all, C.R. Stone. So they have downloaded plans. I guess it's just a matter of just getting.
Who are the ones that contacted you and said that they just missed the deadline?
I don't
Can we
want to get
actually-
into that.
I think it would be, just for the sake of time, can we just say, let's make sure that we get with Scott and Jonah about any additional recommendations, help them get in touch with them, let's see what we can do in the next couple of weeks, and we'll just bring it back.
Well, we need an motion to reject the bid
Okay?
and
Have a motion
to
reject the
instruct
bid.
the staff to rebid if that's what you want to do.
Okay.
So moved.
Second.
I got a motion by Councilman Martinez and a second by Councilman King. Any further discussion? All right, all in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes.
All right, we'll take care of that tonight.
Cool. Sorry for the extra work, but thanks for,
It's worth it for $700,000.
yeah.
And Scott, you all are still trying to find out if we can get a couple weeks of extension.
Yeah, I haven't, we had the holiday, I was having phone calls on Friday, but I haven't followed up since
Because the other
Monday.
thing, again, when something, I have been in many situations with this, and you sit down with the architect and you sit down with the apparent little contractor, and you say, guys, we need to cut money out.
Oh, I know, I
We
get,
need to make those hard choices and make those, because there
Yeah.
are things in this building that can be cut out. And I mean, I can cut out $250,000 just overnight, but stuff that's not needed in that building. But those may be hard choices, but I think it's disingenuous to tell our citizens that we want to kick in another $750,000 on something that we had a hard bid and we had to stay under this.
understood. Y'all had a vote, we're good.
Okay. Great. Next item is consider and to take appropriate action on purchase of a restroom trailer in an amount not to exceed $76,000. Can I you want to get background on this, or do you want me to?
I'm prepared to.
Please, go ahead.
So we'll see what I missed that you were thinking of, but I just want to clarify why this is coming forward, and this isn't coming with like a strong recommendation from staff. I think this thing might pay for itself in 10 years, but I can't guarantee that. We're spending about $8,000 to $9,000 a year on restrooms between us and the Castroville Special Events, Arnie's group, and the Chamber. That's the three of us combined. And we had talked and looked at this in the past, looking at a very similar trailer. Actually, I think the one we looked at was less expensive and not nearly as large. This is a good deal in the sense that it's a fairly new trailer with that would cost us, whatever it is, $25,000, $30,000 more if we were to buy it today. But the main reason we're bringing it together now, or bringing it to you now, is simply because, before we make the decision to close the pool for open swim, we thought this might be a workaround that would allow us to provide plenty of restrooms and running water to the users there at the pool. And it's something we looked at in the past, but I'm really kind of on the fence as to whether to recommend the purchase or not. I think it's.
This is not a replacement for the contractor's requirement
No.
to provide his own.
No. So I think that was brought up, like, why are we buying a restroom trailer for contractors? No. This is for patrons, and this would be for event use for the city, for the chamber, for these other organizations. It's just really whether or not you want to spend the money in this manner.
And this trailer has three, this bathroom has 3 toilets.
No.
It has 10. According to your picture,
It's got-
with the picture you had, and then going back, you had the 2 doors on the one side.
It's got 2 urinals, 3 toilets in the men's, right?
But it looked like it was only, again, I went by what they sent us. Yeah.
And it looked like it had 1 handicap stall?
Yeah.
Correct, yeah.
It's 10
The
plus,
back was a
it's 10 plus
10
1.
plus 1. So this here is the floor plan. It might get a little fuzzy, but I don't know if you can see.
Oh, it's 2 and 3, not 3 and 2. It's 2 toilets and 3 urinals in the male side.
So, yeah, so on the men's side, it would be 3 urinals, 2 toilets.
Now,
On the
I
women's
look at where those doors are, and now look at the photo that you have with the city's painting all over it. An earlier photo. And blow that up. Now you have the 2 doors in front of the wheels.
Yes, sir. And then the 188 on the backside.
And the 180, which is just a ramp, but it doesn't have the elevator on it, it doesn't look like. It just has a ramp.
Yes, it would have the elevator. Well, it's not an elevator, it's an actual just drop down toilet. So it just drops down to the ground and then it has a ramp.
Okay, so like the other photo you showed, it looked like there was a big box on the back of it.
Correct. Basically, that's what it is.
Okay.
This one might not be an exact representation of the one that Jacksonville has, but it's very similar to what it has.
Just move the
Or
women's door to the
I see
other
what you're
side.
saying is that the doors are on the opposite side than the pictures from
And
Jacksonville.
because later on, there was another example from their literature that showed one with 2 doors similar to ours, the one you all are proposing, but it only had 3 bathrooms in it.
This one here?
Yes.
88, but this one is an 88 plus 4.
Is that?
And then there's this one here, which is.
I think
88.
this is an example of what it would cost if you bought it new, right?
Correct, plus something similar in the, so an 88, which is similar to what the city of Jacksonville is trying to sell. It is a 2019, a new unit, 88 plus 10 poles is $117,680. If we're trying to go for something similar in price at the $76,000 price, we're looking at something between a 88 plus 2 or 88 plus 4. So we get almost.
So they told us ours, the ones they want to sell is an 88.
Plus 10.
Plus 10.
Yes, sir.
And this is the one they bought 5 years ago.
Yes, sir.
And they want to sell it now.
Yes, sir.
Have they said why they want to sell it?
They primarily purchased it for the tourism and development department, and they've only used it a handful of times, so they're just trying to recoup their costs. I think that, having said that, I think that the tourism and development department here in the city, in addition to parks and recs, events, outside businesses, if the city wants to try to recoup the cost, I think it could help everybody here in the city.
So then going back to the picture of it, I guess all that stickers and everything on it, we have to remove those?
Has been removed.
Oh, they've already been removed?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
So to be clear, this is not 100% needed. It is a quality of event. It's a whole lot better than porta potties. And we use porta potties for a lot of events, and even if it's a little bit more expensive, and I'm not recommending it, I'm saying that it could be a good idea to have something that's just upscaled a little bit for the events that we're doing, for Fiorella Friday, for the different things that we're doing at the park, for some of the games. Think about the
soccer games. They've got a lot of people over there. I think that we would have some opportunities to really leverage that in areas where we've got a lot of people and not a lot of restrooms. So,
Yeah, I'm going to mention something about the pool, because I think the mayor asked about this, and just reminding him. So ironically, we won't be better off providing these restrooms so the pool can stay open, because the truth of the matter is, when you have open swim, that's where we lose our money. We never make money on open swim. Because inevitably, you got to staff it as if it's going to be full, and there's going to be people there all the time, but that doesn't happen in open swim. They come, and it's very inefficient. The most efficient use is when someone schedules it and shows up and uses it for those 2 hours and leaves, and it's empty, right? So that would be your swim teams, your dive team, and any time it's rented for a party. That's where we get efficient use of the pool. And generally, if we're going to make any revenue in the pool, and I said this before, usually most cities, it is a subsidy. We accidentally made money last year or the year before. But if we were to do this, I don't want to give the false impression that we'll be able to recoup our funds by opening the pool. It's actually just the opposite. You'll provide these restrooms. It'll allow you to continue to have the amenity open for the public, the pool, but it's not going to translate into more dollars because you have these restrooms. It's more just about convenience and allowing the community to have a pool use during the summer when it's blazing hot. So yeah, I just want to make sure that y'all are aware of that.
And the intent is use this for Fiorella Gardens also.
Yeah, you could use it for Fiorella, you could use it, I mean, it would get a lot of use. I think if it were purchased.
July 4th?
Oh, sure.
Well, I guess with all those, you have to rent additional porta potties anyway, because you have 12 more than two. But this thing, because one of the problems with Fiorella Friday is people are always figuring out where to go to the bathroom. But I can really see this being used there as well as at the pool.
Sure.
Because at any big event, this is not going to handle it for us. We have to go rent.
You're going to have a few extras, but you want to spend the amount of money you were spending.
For everything.
What truck would be used to haul it?
I'd have to double check, but we could probably pull it with the Parks 2500. If not, Public Works should have a couple of different vehicles, and then also the streets has their Chevy 2500. So I'll just double check, see what the towing capacity is, and then just make sure that we have a vehicle for it.
how much does that weigh?
I have to double check.
Gotcha.
Empty tanks or full tanks?
Sure.
Empty tanks and full tanks.
Yeah.
And we have a place where we can dump it.
And we have a place to dump it, yeah.
Councilman Mersch?
So initially, this would be used primarily for the pool, but then once the pool has bathrooms again, this could be used for events. Am I understanding that correctly?
Correct, yes.
Okay.
And depending on how the pool schedule is, and if council decides to move forward with it, I know we have July 4th coming up, it might be used for July 4th event, whether it's just for the parade or whether it is for the concert down in the park, same thing for Old Fashioned Christmas. We usually don't have a full Old Fashioned Christmas, but it can be used there as well, in addition to a couple of other units. I don't think it would be here in time for citywide yard sale down at Houston Square, but again, it can be used.
How many flushes, how big is the holding tank? You know that?
Sorry, I'll get Councilman Mersch, who's been waiting for an acknowledgement.
I'm sorry, David. Answer his question first.
Two more quick questions. Do we know about how long these trailers last? How many years or how many uses?
That's not something that I
It really depends on how you keep them and maintain them. It's a lot on you.
My next question is, what kind of ongoing maintenance do we need aside from just cleaning it out? Do we need to get underneath and grease the wheels or repaint the undercarriage?
Yeah, that's definitely something that I can get with the city of Jacksonville on what they did. And near that, I can also reach out to Honey Bucket. We have a pretty good relationship with them. See how they maintain their units, and just kind of use that standard operating procedure for something for here.
Okay, that's all.
Great. Any other questions? Thoughts?
We're spending the money because, again, we're telling people we can't go through the drainage problems. And then we go and spend money on this. But at the same time, it's like there's a need for it for a bunch of different events.
Part of it,
you have the porta potties at the pool.
Correct.
So 188.
188 and one standard. And right now, we're renting them 275 every other week for the 88 and 126.50 every other week for the standard. And that's just for an every other week cleaning and pumping. Easter weekend solar eclipse toward Cashville, we spent about $2,500. I think it was for 10 units and 188 or 288s. We would recoup the cost if we did 34 of those. So if we did 34 monthly rentals for just non-AC, fancy trailers, we would recoup our cost for 34.
3 years.
Plus or minus. If we did trailer rentals, like we've used for July 4th, we're spending $3,400, $3,500. If we would do 22 rentals as that, and that unit itself, I think was only 6 holes, 3 and 3, we would make our money back in 22, so like 2 years if we did 10 rentals of that. So it kind of just depends. Also, I mean, the solar eclipse too, that was only last year. We're not going to be able to do that again this year, but there are other opportunities for us to use it at the schools. If they need something for their park days, there's a couple of different.
You're saying 22 rentals for the 4th of July?
No, if we rented it just for 4th of July.
So we'll pay it off in 22 years.
That's what I'm saying.
Well,
Like,
no,
we only rent that once a year.
Well, I'm just saying, I just use that as an example. But if Old Fashioned Christmas had one,
Right.
We would just
No,
have
and that was my
22
point earlier.
rentals.
I mean, but right now, we're spending, I thought, around $8,000 or $9,000 a year between the 3 organizations. So this is going from memory from a conversation about a year ago, but we looked at this. We looked at whether it makes sense to buy one, and there was a lot of interest from the chamber and the other group to do that. There were some concerns you'd be taken away from local businesses, but at the same time, we were getting hit every time we went to go rent them. It was a little bit more. Like every year, they went up by a little bit. And this would allow us to control our costs when we talk about those events. So I can see pros and cons. This isn't a super easy slam dunk decision, which is why y'all get to make it.
I think it might be beneficial to go back. Have we asked them if they might move on that number a little bit?
I can ask. I think the last conversation I had, they were going to go to 75,000, and then that would be in addition to like some type of interlocal agreement to sell the unit.
Okay. Why don't we look into total cost and do an actual comparison, and we can do the financial model on it and just see what kind of impact that is. Is that all right?
If they don't sell between now and then.
My concern is that they've been kind of holding on to it since everything's been up there, which was early February. So my concern is that if we could definitely do it. If they post it to Gov Deals and they get stolen, I know that they had their company up there was willing to buy it back. So.
All right. Well, why don't we put it on the next agenda item? I'm sure they'd hold on to it for 2 weeks. Let's look at it. I'm sorry.
I have one more comment.
Yeah, please. Go ahead.
I really appreciate that in here it says in lieu of porta potties, lieu, L-O-U, instead of L-I-E-U. I don't know whether that was intentional or.
I'm sure it was.
Autocorrect, but.
Nice spot, though.
I think bringing it back.
Okay. If you'll just let them know, we'll bring it back at the next council meeting. Let's go through some more financials so we understand the total cost of ownership. Have we already talked to, you said the chamber, us, and
Cashville special events.
Oh, special events. Have we talked to them about the rentals on that as well?
The cost that the city would charge to rent this unit out? No, we have not.
Okay. Let's have a conversation with them.
We talked about it a while back. I know they were good for it when we talked the last time we talked about it. It's been a while.
So we're looking about weight information, holding tank, the maintenance on it, and
Let's just got confirmation from the other entities, because, if we can drop it down to where, over the next couple of years, it's a lot less. I think it would be something that we should at least take a look at.
What would be a number?
I don't know.
To try to come back at?
Free. Anything between that and $75,000.
Well, he's definitely delivering it.
We would have to go through.
No, I'm going to make him deliver it. Definitely
All right.
bring it down.
So
Are we good with that?
Hey, it's Jacksonville, that's my hometown, you got a place to stay?
Yeah. So if we can get it to 75,000, is that the magic number there? Or,
I think we'd take a look at it.
Okay.
let's just see what it is. I mean, it is what it is. Just see if they were saying 75, just say, we're interested in it. Is that as low as you can go on it? And we'll talk to the chamber and the special events and just see what that ends up looking like. Let's look at our own events, and we'll just do, I think it'll be a good cost matrix exercise anyway.
Sure.
Make sense? All right. Cool.
One day you're going to bring us something and we're going to approve it in the same meeting. I promise.
Well, we're teaching you how to.
We approved the lighting.
Second time.
He was here to a similar late hour last year.
Okay.
Okay, thanks.
We're after midnight, come on.
Oh, good. Next item is consider and take appropriate action on application submitted for open full board position in the Park and Rec Advisory Board. For this, we have Deborah Howe.
And that's very easy.
So moved.
Well, let me speak for a moment. Now, Nicole,
Shiner.
I had to think for me, I'm sorry, she'd like to be put on the full board position. There will be another applicant, application that came in very late Friday. Y'all will review next week, next meeting, and then make a decision, the last meeting in June for another person that would like to be put on the Parks Board.
Okay. And what are the open positions that we have on there?
We have just the one full board position, and then with her going off, or being moved up if you so choose,
Then
we'll
we'd
have
have
an alternate position open. Also, the other, in general, the boards are fixing to come to you, the ones that are gonna come up, because it's gonna be in June. So, we'll see, and her, that anybody's not coming back.
Okay.
We'll be sending out letters and saying, put your application in, so that'll be
All right.
coming soon.
Sounds good.
Wasn't she submitted last meeting as a possible appointee?
For review.
For review.
For review.
Remember,
So I
yeah.
thought we'd
She's
move
an
this
alternate
meeting.
position, and then she would like to be moved up, is what y'all saw the last meeting.
So we saw her application the last meeting.
Right.
We vote on it this week. Right.
Right.
Yes.
Okay, that's what I thought.
Do I have a motion to approve her for the open position?
So moved.
Do we want to move it to 2 years, 1 year, or what? Because it says that.
With
Well,
the-
it's
That's the
2020.
only open position.
No, but it's
Well,
2024.
it runs out at the end of June, and so it's your choice, but as in the past, just go ahead and
Extend it.
give her a 2-year term.
Yes.
She did have
Okay.
this term and give it to the next meeting.
Yes, I would prefer to extend it for 2 years.
Okay.
And then 2026.
So I had a motion.
Yes.
Do we want to ask our Parks and Rec Advisory liaison for the second?
A second.
Great.
My
It's
understanding is
late.
they've been wanting to make her or vice chair of the board for a while now. They can't because she's an alternate. So.
All right. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes.
Thank you. I'll let her know.
Okay.
Right now.
Discussion on possible changes to senior citizens late fees at billing date. So it's got me, it's probably Scott on this. We were just talking about what are the options with this. It's too complicated to start moving. If we start moving the billing date around, then it complicates our systems. It complicates the physical act of putting all of the, stuffing the envelopes. So we, once a month, go through and print everything up. We get all of the newsletters added in. We get them all ready to go, and we ship them all off at once. So what we were looking at is having an application process for people that can demonstrate that they are on a fixed income for whatever reason, and prove need for this, that we would then just extend their billing due date out by that amount. The billing date would be the same, the meter reading date would be the same, just the due date would be moved out. And I think that you said that we could do that in our system?
I mean, voices over here, keep hearing things. Well, a couple of things. Yeah, is it feasible? Yeah, I mean, we already do something like this. When someone has a challenge or can't pay their bill or whatever, they reach out to us, and we make concessions a lot for a lot of folks. So we do, there is that ability, staff has the discretion to do some of that. So yes, we could do that. My concern is if you want to do this more formally and say, well, we're going to do this for people on a fixed income. Fixed income has a broad application. There are people who are disabled who live on fixed income. There are people who are receiving Social Security checks who live on a fixed income. Yeah, I mean, there's different groups and classes of people who are living on fixed incomes. And I would I would say from a policy standpoint, for your consideration, I would encourage you to think through, you know, what does that look like? What does that policy look like? What would you, where is the, what are the pedals for waiving, because essentially all you're doing is just waiving the late fee. Saying, we're going to waive the late fee to this person and get it into us by this date of this month and you're good. And again, we kind of do that already to a certain extent. So we would want more direction as staff. How do you want us to apply this policy beyond the way that we already do it? Is there some specific markers that you want us to have them qualify for? Do they need to be the LMI, the low to moderate income threshold, like we do for our Castro Cares program, or is it some other? And when do they not get that privilege anymore? Is there a certain level of fractions or whatever, where you say, this person's taking advantage of the system?
How far are we talking about giving this additional grace period?
I would assume it just in a single month. We would not advise, staff, the utility is a business in a very real sense, and other ratepayers pay when you don't collect your funds, and we try to be understanding. That's what the Castro Cares program is for. Like, we have systems in place to take care of people who are truly needy and truly have issues. But if you extend those dates past a 30-day period, now their next bill is stacking up. And that becomes a real problem that you're really enabling and creating for that person in a very real sense.
I guess the agenda item had to do with a billing date and late fee. I understand what you're saying, really it's just a late fee, but I guess I don't know where this came from originally. Was there a recommendation that we extend it by 5 days, 10 days, or a whole month? I don't know where this came from.
That came from Karen Fifield, and she gets her check a few days after the due date.
Yeah, her date, her birthday is at the end of the month, and she gets her money at the end of the month. So she misses the 25th by a couple of days.
So she just asked him for 2 days.
Well, she might need a week, depending on what, if it's the 31st when she gets her check, so.
But yeah, that she was looking at for people based off of when they get their check, because everybody's birthdays are different. So everybody's.
Well, and I don't want to sound like a hard ass, but a former financial advisor, and this is where I would talk to people about how they spend their finances, because at the end of the day, you can't rob Peter to pay Paul. You get the same amount of money, whether it's in this 30 days or the next 30 days or the next 30 days. And moving dates around shouldn't be the solution. The solution should be, you need to have enough money to pay a month's worth of bills set aside. And I'm not, anyway, that's the general financial advice I try to give someone. And I try to work with them to get them to that stage so that they have that security. Because at the end of the day, that's what they need is financial security, not a date change. But
how about with the Castro Cares? Can they, if they are able to demonstrate that with, you were saying a low to moderate income LMI, you said?
Mm-hmm.
If they demonstrate that through Castro Cares program, can they get, if they got, like, if they're always behind by a couple of days, will Castro Cares help get them caught up so that they can then get another
Well,
cycle?
see, the short is yes, Castro Cares is available to people who meet the requirements to receive that aid. And I do think that is, we need to put that on a future agenda for you all to look at what the threshold is. We had reached out to that group. I'm very kind of concerned. We've reached out to that group to do a presentation here for a couple of months at the beginning of the year. We wanted to, I think we reached out in January, then in February, and I can't remember if we reached out again in March, but multiple times calling, sending emails saying, hey, we'd like to have you out here. My next step is to go knock on their door and go, hey, because I literally haven't had a response, and neither has John or Kathy. I think there's been 3 or 4 of us that have been trying to get a hold of them. But we wanted them to come and do a presentation to you all about the people who've received aid and how they work and that sort of thing. But absent that presentation, I still think we need to put this on the agenda so you can review. It's in black and white in the contract that you approved with them as to what your threshold for receiving aid is. And that's where you might want to consider making changes, if you're going to make any changes. My understanding is that of the $25,000 you originally allocated and funded, only not even half of that's been distributed. So there's still an amount of money, and you've allocated every year, you've agreed to keep that $25,000 contribution, but it's not getting utilized. So that, I think, needs to be
There's a
looked at.
possibility in that.
And I wanted them to weigh in on helping guide you that process, but that hadn't happened.
Okay, well, let's put that on the next agenda item on the next agenda, either
Review the contract.
Yeah, let's review the contract, see if we can get them out here.
I think the issue was that people on Social Security get paid on the second, third, or fourth Wednesday of the month. And some of these people, based on their alphabet of their name, they don't get paid till the last Wednesday of the month. And it seems to me, if that's the case, they ought to come in and make arrangements to just get an authorization to pay their bill whatever number of days late it is, because that's when they're going to get their money. It should be pretty simple, but it should be on a request basis. They should come in and say, I want to make arrangements. It doesn't seem like it's that complicated.
But I was thinking there's got to be, I think Scott was saying, there's got to be a cutoff, date or time or days, number of days when that does become late.
Yeah, well, how many grace days do you want to give them?
Yeah.
And then who do you want to do it for? Is it only people on Social Security? And what do they have to, well, we can figure out what they have to prove, right? But
Let's bring it back and we'll
It's
talk
very
about
hard. It doesn't make sense, like my name starts with D, I get paid on the third Wednesday of the month.
Right.
It's not logical.
Right.
So that's why they have to come in and say, this is when I get paid. Can I pay on this date?
Okay. Well, let's bring, if council can go back and take a look at what your recommendations would be, let's get a presentation on the contract that we've got with Castroville Cares. We'll look at all different options and we'll figure out what works best. Out of respect for people in need and also out of respect for the ratepayers. All right. Next item is discussion and set a date for second City Council Planning and Zoning Commission work session meeting on the development agreement policy. So we've begun this. I think we're probably another couple of sessions in going through the development agreement policy. I would like to get this scheduled in as soon as it's practical. Did we hear back from planning and zoning when it might fit for them?
no, we need to probably get dates from y'all. It's going to be similar to this last time. We did it on a Thursday.
Yeah.
You have two calendars, June and July, since we've got
We met on their regular scheduled meeting date, right? No?
No, we didn't. We met on an off night.
their meeting that had all these public hearings.
Oh.
It was separate.
Okay, so we can look at maybe the 18th.
That has Historic Landmark Commission's meeting.
So in your packet, there's two calendars that Deborah provided.
Oh, so sorry.
With the meetings already on the website, you'll not have.
Tab 26.
No?
I think the calendar.
I pulled this Sunday
You know what?
night and there's no calendars in
I
it.
may not have scanned y'all one.
You don't put it on the back.
Yeah,
Hard
they don't,
copies,
yeah.
so sorry.
Some of us
I'll just
are
look over your
moderate.
shoulder.
Yep.
I'm so
Yeah.
sorry. That was one of those things I guess I left on Friday night.
I saved a tree and missed a calendar.
I apologize.
20th? Let's see what I'm doing on the 20th.
What about the 20th?
I'm good on the 20th. I'm good on the 20th.
I am gone, let's see. Father's Day is on the 16th?
Correct.
Okay, I'm good on the 20th.
Right now, I'm good on
I-
the 20th.
I assume it couldn't be the 4th because they would not have another meeting before then to schedule it.
And I think that's maybe too soon. We could also look at doing the 10th on a Monday.
I can't make the 10th.
Okay.
20th works for me.
Planning was on there, so we went 12.
Okay.
20 it is?
We'll reach out to them and ask and see if they can make it. It's all right. It will be a special call, so they'll have to have the same number.
Okay. All right.
What time, I'm sorry? Or
What time
6
do we?
a.m., yeah.
6 a.m.
No, it's either 5 or 6 o'clock.
I think we had it at 5 last.
5,
What's the date?
the 20th?
June 20th, it's a Thursday.
Hmm?
It's 5.
I prefer 6.
Too long?
That's okay, I don't want to say it too loud. I don't want to screw them up. Someone else can get, Brianna will be there, I won't be there, I'll be at TCMA.
Okay.
5 p.m.?
Yep.
I'll be there in
David said it was probably better at 6 for him.
I prefer 6, it makes it easier for me to get there.
It's also going to probably be true of the people in P&Z.
Right. Because they don't normally meet till 6:30. Okay, 6 o'clock, June 20th.
And we'll send an email to them just to make sure that they are
change
available.
that or
If
get
y'all
an
have a
hour
second date by chance, in case they aren't available.
How's the 17th?
I'm unavailable.
Cynthia told me to remind me about
17?
something. and I don't
Mondays
remember
are
what
bad.
it was.
About the 21st.
Fridays are bad.
Fridays are bad. I think it's either the 20th or the 26th.
I'm sorry.
20th or 26th, is that okay?
26th works for me.
26 is all right.
Works for me.
The project balance, they
The 20th or the 26th, you said?
20th or the
The
26th?
26th would be the backup date.
20th is a Thursday and the 26th is a Wednesday.
Yep.
Quick question mark on both of them.
All right.
And you'll get back to us soon on that.
send out to them and just ask and make sure. I'm sorry, is it a problem if I ask either date, just in case they have a conflict, and that way we'll just, whichever's best?
Good with that? Increase, doubles your chances of getting everybody there.
26th is a Wednesday? That is Wednesday.
So the next item, discussion and set a date for a meeting on growth management. So I think I actually want to remove this one because it's, what I was thinking we could do is have like a, what do you call it, town hall, where we could have open discussion about this, but I'm understanding that we're not able to do that. And so what I'd rather do is, I've already gone through the developments that are on the table, like the people that own property. I think that we just review that. Maybe it's once every month, once every couple of months, and just say, hey, this is where we are with this. Through the planning and zoning, I think we come up with a development agreement standards and policies and try and keep from having any of the missteps that we have potentially stepped into. So I think that having that through that open process would be good. But I feel like I've updated it a number of times, and I honestly don't know how many people would actually show up for that. So I think I'm good with just continuing that during the city council meetings. Okay. Next item is,
I guess my only question on
Yeah.
that, because I believe you can just like call a press conference without council there, right?
No.
No?
no.
Apparently
Okay.
not. That's the thing that we used to be,
Because I thought he had some ability to just meet with, like, schedule a meeting for just him. But it's been a year and a half since I read the open meetings.
my
Act.
understanding is that's changed now.
Okay.
But the mayor can't just call like his own little press conference, can he?
Not as far as I'm aware. I do know that any number of cities have things like coffee with the mayor, and you can kind of come and just chit chat, essentially. I don't know if that has changed. I don't think that it has changed, but we could look into maybe something like that, and so you could do like a Saturday morning coffee with the mayor kind of situation, and you have topics. So that might be a way to kind of get around that, a press conference, just because like what the, concept of a press conference is.
Yeah.
But we can definitely look into, a coffee with the mayor kind of concept where you have, it's like a topic, growth management and coffee with the mayor or something, so you can look into that for you.
Well, the other thing is I put it out there so often, just call, let's talk. We can sit down, I can do coffee. The only thing is I want to be very careful about, it's not the Darren show, and so I want to make sure that everything stays in lockstep with the council. And so I think that having the opportunity, part of what we're doing is through the mayor's corner. We put that out for requests for people to submit what means the most to them. And we've gotten a whole lot of responses so far. I think, no, actually I got 2 responses out of everybody, but we'll continue to push on that and encourage people to reach out. So I think that's the best way to do it. And we'll just keep covering it. And that way it is a consistent message. It's not a surprise as people start becoming more comfortable with the frequency of it. I think with a lot of these things, you just got to talk about it a lot. And I think talking about it a lot over time helps out versus one thing that somebody might be able to make or might not. So
Just go to Sammy's for coffee on Monday, Magnolia's for coffee on Tuesday.
I should do mayor with
McDonald's on Wednesday.
So it'd either have to be Magnolia or McDonald's on Monday for the mayor. Okay, so
Yeah.
alliteration.
Just know every day go to a different
Are
coffee.
we okay with moving the presentation on the budget to another day that we're not at midnight
Well,
30?
Yeah, so I have some printouts. I'll bring this to you before we leave, before we adjourn. We can go over these. We've noticed the 2 meetings this week, and I need to get a head count for this Thursday and Friday. There's a workshop that will be led
That'll
by
be on
your biz
discussion on
rules.
future agenda items?
Yeah, do you want, I can do all that under that, that's fine.
All right. Did anybody have any questions on the staff reports?
Didn't see anything for the library?
Yeah. She didn't ever get anything in, did she?
No. Everybody got their report in, but the library, and I have not heard from her yet.
Yeah, I need to-
Sometimes it's late, but
So,
I'll out to everybody.
I was just seeing how the search was going for her new full-time employee, because I know that person, and then also with them losing staff, do they have enough staff to cover the summer camps? That's gonna be starting off here soon. I was looking ahead on that one.
I appreciate
They
that.
didn't have a quorum in April for a meeting.
Oh, okay. Then, under the police chief's report, didn't see anything as far as in regards of where we're at as far as the ordinance or whatever we're gonna call it regarding ATVs, golf carts, lawnmowers. Didn't see an update on that. 'Cause that's another hot topic that.
Well, I think I think we just bring that back as an agenda item. Let's talk about, let's just do that like as a separate agenda item. I'll talk to the chief about putting something like that together. I think the biggest thing is just making sure that people understand what the rules are. I've talked to a couple of them that I've seen, like, their kids on them, and I'm like, you can't do that. So
Yeah,
finding a way to make
There
sure.
was a couple of them that almost got T-boned, kids driving across 90.
Yep.
When did that happen?
That was Saturday.
Kids,
Kids.
underage drivers.
Kids. And golf cart.
Yeah.
Then underneath code enforcement, I love the details back.
Yep.
However, there still have that comment of council representative is looking into civil suit against them. They've been having to fix that for over a year now. Council representative is not looking into civil suit.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
That's it.
Okay. Anybody else? Please.
One.
Councilor Mercer.
On the police department report, it has LiDAR results from, the one that really made me notice it is Country Lane. There are 2 disjoint segments of Country Lane, one of which carries a certain amount of traffic, and the other one carries all of that traffic plus everything on Village Path. It would be good to see the actual addresses they dropped it at, so you know whether this is the back half or the front half. And I think similarly, like Florence is over a half-mile long. You might be seeing different traffic at different points on it.
Sure. I don't think that, have they put it on the other part of Country Village Lane?
I don't know.
I've only
I
ever
drive
seen
back
it,
there.
yeah, I've only ever seen it on the where the Country Village Estates is, that section of it, but I don't know.
Okay, what else?
That was all. That was the one comment I wanted to make there.
Okay.
All right. Great. Next item is discussion on future agenda items. Let Scott go first.
Yeah, so this Thursday and Friday, we have the workshop, or if you will, or, I guess workshop, work sessions, special called work session with Your Biz Rules. The idea is to do some strategic planning. You were given homework. I'm sorry, I know it's homework, and this is a volunteer position. I'm well aware of that. She did warn us that it's kind of intense. She'd like you to do it beforehand. She said it can take up to 3 hours to do that work, but it'll pay off if you heard that fall. If you can get it done, it'll pay off and make the conversation a lot more productive when we're actually all there together. And speaking of all there together, I wanted to just get a head count for Thursday and Friday. The plan is from noon to 6. We'd originally planned, I think, well, I don't know what we'd originally planned, if it was mornings or what, but we're going to do it noon to 6, Thursday and Friday. It'll be up to you all and the facilitator as to when we end. So I've blocked out noon to 6, but y'all may be done by 3:30 or 4, right? It really is up to y'all on the progress you're making and whether you have the stamina to keep going. So Thursday, I'd like a head count for those who know you're going to be able to be there Thursday and those who are going to be able to be there Fridays. Thursday, I think it's pretty much everybody, but tentative for Thursday.
They're both.
I'm there.
I'll be here.
Deborah's going to be there.
I can really only make one of them at that time.
Right.
So whichever one you think would be more beneficial, I can take the time off.
It's hard to call because Thursday is the building block discussion, and then Friday is when you then develop the plans based on that discussion, I would expect. So do you want to be involved in actually planning out what gets done, or having all the discussion about why we're doing what we're doing and the direction we're headed and all of that stuff? Yes, ma'am.
Okay, are you just making one?
Yeah, I can't be here Friday.
If she is out on Friday and you're out Friday, you won't have a quorum. 'Cause it's a
So
special
there you go.
call.
So come Friday. Thursday, she said she's tentative. So everybody else said they're going to be there Thursday. It sounds like everybody else is going to be there Friday as well. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. So
Yeah, it's just, I've got it, they're coming to work on my Rise fiber Thursday between 12:30 and 4.
Mhm.
So it's just a matter if the hubby can get off at the same time and be at the house. That way I can be here.
I can.
As soon as it's done, you can show up.
Scott can help with that.
Yeah. Well, talk to me briefly because I can give you a heads up what to expect. My guy had to come
Well,
out.
they had it installed, but it's not running the speed that it's supposed to be for the 1 gig.
Right.
So they have to come back and fix.
Yeah, mine isn't either. I hadn't called them.
Mine wasn't either, and then I realized that my router isn't the
A 1
Wi-Fi.
gig, right?
It's not a 1
They
gig.
provided the router,
Oh, it was
so
a Wi-Fi router that they provided?
Mhm.
Interesting, right?
I got that plan.
Question for you, Scott. The reason you sent me 2 invites is just to make sure I was going to be there.
Oh, you got 3?
Oh, I'm kicking myself because Cindy asked me to remind you about something, and I swear to God, I cannot remember what it was. It was this afternoon.
Guess they want
Do you have a preference on meal choices for Thursday and Friday? We're starting at noon, so we're going to feed you lunch, and then we'll probably have snacks.
Local
Probably
and
won't feed
simple.
you dinner. Dinner will be on your own.
Whataburger okay for Thursday?
Yeah, Sammy's enchiladas, maybe?
I don't know what you're on Friday.
Okay.
Okay.
You'll start.
Well,
All right.
enchiladas
No, he said it.
Yeah, Sammy's enchiladas.
on Friday? Okay.
It's easy.
They also make burgers at Blue Lacy on Fridays. You might want to reverse that. Have burgers on Friday from Blue Lacy. And
That's so much food.
okay, that's up one day.
You figure it out. Okay, so then I've got other things on, I'll make sure that we've got the golf carts. We have to have more discussion about the
Golf cart.
implementation of zoning enforcement, how we're doing it, how we are, I really want you to think about how heavy-handed we need to be with this, and we'll talk about the implications with that. I'm good with being heavy-handed, but there's a fine balance. The two things that I hear about complaints about are people that are violating and people that got tickets because they were violating. So Okay, but we need to have that conversation and talk about some of the challenges that we're having with that as we talk through that. I think it's a good discussion item. Is there anything else that we need to make sure is back on the pending list? Oh, next week, I missed it on this one. This is my fault completely. We were supposed to have Edwards Aquifer District on this meeting, and I forgot to put it on. So that's why he's not here, and I don't think it's a terrible thing because it's a good presentation, but it's on.
So we'll have the award the bid from tonight. That'll come forward at the next meeting. You'll have the two items that you tabled tonight related to NP Homes. And then you'll have Edwards Aquifer.
Another way.
And
That should be good.
All right, I think that, let's move.
The only other thing is that if they will give us a grace period on the grant deal, then
Yeah, I
we
know.
don't have to award it next week.
I still would reward it, but okay.
If we can, yeah.
Well, to me, to give them an extra week or 2 weeks,
I understand. I'm just saying, for me, USDA and going to get that waiver, I don't think we're going to
yeah, we have to.
well, no, we're definitely going
Let's
to have to get
try
a
it.
waiver if there's one available. But
Let's try not to do that. Let's try and get it.
Yeah, I think get it
I'm
approved.
with you.
That's
Okay.
a safer route.
All right, we'll look at the length of the meeting, and we'll try and pull it down a little bit, because we got a lot of, yeah, I know. All right, we're through the agenda and adjourned at midnight 41 on May 29th.
It's tomorrow, so.
That's tomorrow.
This recording is stopping.